So before I get started,
this video you will need to listen to it, but maybe I can bump a video up. Yeah, let's bump a video up.
I keep using the wrong
from
keyboard.
The 2024 election. I'm hearing a lot of theories, and most of them are wrong.
Well, we need to take stock of
I can't
why
wait
we're
for
being
you to
held
explain why
hostage
it's
to the far left.
It's certainly not
Watch
that
him be
Democrats
right.
need to move to the right. Oh, please. That's both morally wrong and bad politics. And it's not that Harris ran a bad campaign. I think she ran
Yes,
a
she
good
did.
one, given that she only had
Oh my
3
God.
months to do it in.
Oh my
And
God.
while,
Ran a
yes,
bad campaign.
misogyny
No,
and
hang on.
racism absolutely play.
So he's absolutely right. She was too far left shit. I think Hasan has had great takes on this, where because she's black and a woman, it doesn't matter what she says, she's woke.
Interesting.
So even bringing on Liz Cheney did nothing. Right?
Because the bias is already sitting there.
But we know she lost voters in places like Michigan. Right?
Yes.
So she definitely lost voters by bringing in Liz Cheney. By going to the right. So the argument that we need to go even further right, like Cenk Uygur blaming it on trans people existing and being part of politics. Like, he would have been against women kissing at a baseball game in the 90s. Like, grifter. Sam Cedar talks about that in that RM interview as well.
Oh, really?
He talks about the Young Turks and Jimmy Dore and stuff. It's a great little thing to put on in the background.
Yeah.
It doesn't need your eyeballs, you know?
I definitely will.
It's a great workout interview or a poop interview. Or if you're writing a paper and like to listen to something and we're not streaming.
Played a role. I don't believe they were the biggest factors either. Here's the real lesson. A top issue for most Americans was the economy. Well, the economy has improved over the last 4 years. According to standard economic measures, most Americans without college degrees, that's the majority, have not felt it. These Americans overwhelmingly voted for Trump.
The Democrats have also become this intellectual party that's relying on people with college degrees and shit.
Yes, it's very elitist.
They need to appeal to the working class. And again, Hasan has made great arguments about this as well, because you know how California just voted for the prison labor shit? But like, I want to say like Arkansas or something voted against it. And like universal health care like passes in conservative states if it's presented by conservatives. Because people are retarded.
Yes. People from Arkansas.
It's something like that. I can't recall the exact point. But I was like, oh, that is a good point. Because, you know, he plays a lot in the background on autoplay. Because naturally, like, news will go into streamers and stuff.
Sure.
Americans without college degrees have not felt much economic
and there's so many
improvement
Hasan channels, you know?
Yes.
So the algorithm over-recommends him.
For decades, and their jobs have become less secure. Adjusted for inflation, the typical income of the bottom 90% is stuck nearly where it was in the early 1990s, even though the economy is more than twice as large. Most of the gains have gone to the top, leaving many Americans frustrated and angry. Trump gave voice to that anger. Harris did not. The real lesson of 2024 is that Democrats must not just give voice to the anger, but also explain how record inequality has corrupted our system and commit to limiting the political power of big corporations and the super rich. The basic bargain used to be that if
promote
you worked
that
hard
you're
and
using
played by the
Lena
rules,
Khan.
you do better. And your children
Like Biden,
do even
that was
better
one
than
of
you.
Biden's core policies.
Yep.
But like, if Biden didn't have dementia, like his junk fees thing, like
such good policy.
Yeah, exactly. So like that's the thing is like Harris was like, I'm not going to change anything, and she was supposed to be a better voice for the policies that were already great.
Yeah,
But
right.
the thing is because people were so unhappy, hearing that nothing would change didn't help her.
Mm. Yeah, because they'd already been indoctrinated by Trump's bullshit. Because they've been hearing him for so long, and Biden has been doing nothing. They've just been leaving Donald Trump to have free reign of the narrative.
She should have said, like, if I was Harris and I didn't want to throw Biden under the bus, instead of saying I wouldn't change anything, I would have said, you know what, as the vice president, I've had the privilege of like really understanding the process of how Congress and how we get things passed, you know, and mention that she was the deciding vote on certain things and what the vice president does, but then also talk about the student debt relief and all the measures that they've gone through, and basically be able to say, she's like, I've seen what works and what doesn't. So I will be able to be more successful on passing policies, because Biden's best policies were actually the ones that we didn't get in because of the Republican establishment, like early child tax credit, you know, or
The border
that
bill.
child tax credit, and then the early childhood education. I did a Joe Biden there. I combined the two things.
Dementia.
Mm-hmm.
But over the past few decades, that bargain has become a sham. The middle class has shrunk. Why? While Republicans steadily cut taxes on the rich, allowing inequality to skyrocket, many Democrats abandoned the working class. Democrats and Republicans alike embraced free trade deals that hurt American workers. They deregulated finance and allowed Wall Street to become a high-stakes gambling casino. Both parties let big corporations gain enough market power to keep prices and profit margins high. They let corporations bust unions and slash payrolls. They bailed out Wall Street when its gambling addiction threatened to blow up the entire economy, but never bailed out homeowners who lost everything. They welcomed big money into their campaigns.
I actually fucking hate this guy so much.
Oh, I do too.
Oh,
this is such basic shit, you know? But I guess with the title, and it's the title and the length of the video, I think is a successful way to get new people in.
Yes. Yes, it's very
like angry libs are going to click on this.
Yeah.
And they might be awakened that the problem is capitalism, not Donald Trump. Maybe. And you want to know what would prevent Donald Trump? Getting rid of infinite growth capitalism, where people who fail like him and do shady shit are banned from doing business in places like New York. You know, more banning Donald Trump from doing businesses in cities.
Yes. That would work.
That rigged the market in favor of big corporations and the wealthy. Now, Joe Biden redirected the Democratic Party back toward its working class roots with vigorous antitrust enforcement, stronger enforcement of labor laws, and major investments in manufacturing, infrastructure, semiconductors, and clean energy.
Downloading on the wrong.
But we're only just beginning to reap the benefits of those policies.
So silly.
And now, many are likely to be reversed. The Republican Party says it's on the side of working people, but its policies have and will hurt workers even more. Trump's tariffs will drive up prices. His expected retreat from antitrust enforcement will allow giant corporations to get even bigger and drive up prices even higher. Republicans will extend and expand Trump's tax cuts for the rich. This will blow up the national debt and give them an excuse to cut Social Security and Medicare. Democrats must stand firm against all of this. They should demand paid family leave, Medicare for all, free public higher education, stronger unions, higher taxes on the rich, and the biggest boom in home construction since World War II. They should also demand that
Show me your
corporations share
genitals.
their profits with their workers. They should call for limits on CEO pay, eliminate stock buybacks,
Yes.
which used to be illegal, and reject corporate welfare. Democrats need to tell Americans why their pay has been lousy for decades and their jobs less secure, and who
The French
is
are
to blame.
ungovernable.
It's not because of immigrants, the LGBTQ community, people of color, the
don't
deep
like Robert.
state,
I don't
or any
hate
other
him.
MAGA scapegoat.
I just think these videos are very annoying. The thing is, I think it's like Richard Wolff. You know, if you're not familiar with stuff, it is a great intro. Like I would send Robert Reich maybe as an intro for people. Like if somebody doesn't know anything about communism, I would send Richard Wolff talking about Mondragon. Right? The last thing I'm going to do is go watch a Richard Wolff lecture at this point. You know, like I've heard it already, and it's not memeable. You know, Robert Reich can be memeable, but like then there's people like who are we? Christopher Hitchens. Oh my God! Like I've already heard everything he has to say too, but it's still funny. Like he's such a fuckwit, you know, and he thinks he's so great. Like this guy knows what he's doing. He knows the audience he's trying to grab. He's going for a specific young audience. It's just not for me. You know, it's like Papers, Please.
The fuck is Papers, Please?
You laughed at that joke earlier, so I thought you were familiar with it.
Unless I'm just spacing on it.
No,
which could be possible.
it's a game where you're like an Eastern Bloc fictional country, and you're like an immigration officer, and you have to check everyone's documents to make sure they're in order.
Oh my God.
But like, people loved it.
That's wild. People play the strangest fucking games.
I mean, that's what I was saying earlier, because Jack and I were talking about how there's games like City Bus Manager, and I was like, what was the first like manager, like meta type thing? You know, like there's air traffic controller games, those have always existed, but the trend that started this ridiculous simulation game that's like the most basic jobs, like running garbage trucks and stuff.
It
doesn't show credit. That's annoying.
Damn it! I put it on my laptop
of
because
large
I was hoping it would just play
corporations
through my
and the
headphones.
rich.
Hello. Have we seen you before? I'm not sure. I don't believe
I
so.
can tell you if I was looking at Twitch, but I'm not.
YouTube, new YouTube chatter, I think. I don't know what that is.
How do I change?
I don't know.
How do I change
Show me your
resolve to
genitals.
play through my fucking headphones?
Change your system sounds.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I bet that's an easier approach than trying to do it through the resolve settings.
In this octagon, I'm the boss.
I'm the boss.
The market and siphon off most of the economy's gains.
I showed that to my mom, and she didn't understand why it was so great.
This inflection point to become an anti-establishment party, ready to shake up the system on behalf of the vast majority of Americans. This is, and must be, the lesson of the 2024 election.
Okay.
So before I get started, I went to culinary school, and
Hell
for
yeah.
over a decade I cooked in restaurants ranging from greaseball pizza places to Michelin star-winning institutions. I'm also a white person, so I
Fair enough. Well, thank you. Sorry for not producing enough shit. Been busy. I need to pay off debt, so I've been very busy. Hopefully shit coming pretty soon though, so keep following.
Okay, I finally got
do
audio
think
in my
I-
headphones to work.
Excellent. Excellent.
Now I can edit this soundbite.
I was going to say something else about the stream. Maybe it'll come to me.
Kind of qualified to talk about this subject. Some of the knowledge I've accumulated about food over the years certainly is useful in this.
I am white and I have cooked. I am qualified to talk about this subject.
Conversation. So, why don't white people season their food? The obvious answer.
All right, what's the answer? What's the answer, guys?
Know.
Tell us,
Just
chat.
I'm
What's
editing.
the answer? What is it? What do we reckon? Why do the whites not season their food? What's wrong with them? What's our predictions?
There weren't spices where white people come from. And while true, that leaves out a few hundred years of explanation. Indeed, there are about 1,000 caveats and pieces of context that all add up to the modern day white
Is this
people.
the video you
don't
wanted me to
season their
react to?
food.
Because I'm editing.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Do you want me to play a different one?
Yes, just I was spending that whole time trying to get my audio in my headphones.
Okay, we'll do the Romanian story.
I didn't know you could even do this. That's crazy. Romanian court cancels presidential election in latest political earthquake. For those who don't know, an out of nowhere, like Russia-aligned fascist swept in the early voting in the Romanian presidential election. Like, he came out of absolutely nowhere. It's like the same boring kind of like Russian adjacent unicultural fascism that you see literally everywhere around the world right now. Like, Western NATO expansion caused Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I am skeptical of EU. I am skeptical of NATO. I believe in nativism. I am like
Nativism
like
mentioned.
fake isolationist. I'm right wing.
Nativism mentioned. When did he find out about that? Has he been watching us?
This is pretty easily Googleable.
think that, like, liberal degeneracy is ruining our country, even though it's Romania. So in reality, the thing that's ruining the country is corruption. He's was probably going to make Andrew Tate like a government official of some kind. It's the same. It's so boring, dude. There's no such thing as genuine nativism anymore. It's like how the far right party in Canada now is literally just like MAGA light. It's literally just like the MAGA party, but for Canada. It's all this.
The United Australia Party has been this type of party for a while now, actually. Nobody will tell you that, though. They like to keep it secret and super quiet. Guys, very, very, very exciting times just happened. I don't think I've spoken about this fucking dickhead on stream before, but
Bro,
I have some
I just remember it's a really funny interaction.
Uh-huh.
So the IDF parody page said, "Breaking, partisan girl is on her way to the front lines of homes with her little MP5 photo."
Yep.
And I commented, I shared it, and then somebody who's somebody who's just like from the queer community was like, "I don't get it." And then I just wrote, "She's like our lol cow." And they go, "Oh, okay, it's funny now."
That's funny.
That's all I needed to do to describe it.
That's very funny. Do you see this? Do you see this? He blocked me.
Yeah.
This fucking
the senator.
This cock smoking fuckwit. This America obsessed douche flute finally fucking blocked me. You know what I did? You know what I did? I called him a British politician. That's why he blocked me. So he shared.
I'm ethnically different. I'm beautiful and Australian.
Let's just have a look at his posts though. Right. Oh, where the fuck is it? There's Elon Musk. Great. He retweeted me a couple times too. Let me see if I can find it. Hey, what happened? What happened?
You tell me. Something wrong?
Fuck me.
What the fuck was that noise? I'm sitting here listening if anything's wrong, and fucking Banshee jump scare.
Can you still see the screen share?
Yes.
Oh, I can't see it. That's strange.
I don't know if Twitch can, because I'm
first of
editing
all-
on my laptop, so I'm not
Okay.
looking.
I will look at Twitch. Or Twitch chat can tell us. Twitch chat. Hello, tell us, inform us. Can you see it? Yes, you can. Okay. So you can see he fucking retweets RV Yemeni a lot. This guy is like Australia's attempted Ben Shapiro. This is what he shared, right? A 25-year-old man from Newcastle on Friday. Oh my god! I think what's happened is he shared a British post thinking it was from Newcastle in Australia.
It's like
And
how there's Tripoli, Lebanon.
Right?
You know? Because it's like Middle East, so I hear something happen in Tripoli, and I'm like, oh, Lebanon? Or, oh, Libya?
And I'm like, okay. I'm like, shut the fuck, because I've just been telling him to shut the fuck up for a couple days now. Every time I see his posts, I go, you're a senator from Australia, not the UK. Someone responds, I go, is Ralph an Australian senator or British? He does swear allegiance to the British crown. True, I rescind my critique. Carry on, British politician Ralph Babbitt. And I guess that got me blocked. Which is just, I find that very funny. But we can, if you have a look, this is his banner shot. Why does an Australian senator have a fucking picture of Donald Trump as his banner photo? He's been begging to be sent to America for the
Please, Daddy.
inauguration of Donald Trump.
Please,
right?
Daddy, I need to go.
And it's just like, you are
I
supposed
won't
to
be cool if I don't go to the concert.
you are supposed to be a representative for Australia, and you are way more focused on
I mean,
politics.
if I
from
was a
different
representative of
country.
Australia, I'd probably be focused on other things too.
And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you are literally sitting here crying about different countries when you're supposed to be a representative of this country. And now I'm gonna write him letters and send him emails. Actually, I'm gonna post the email on the Discord. We should all spam him with emails asking him why he represents foreign countries, not Australia. And if you're from England or America, you should say, hey, considering you talk about America so much, you must represent our interests in Australia, right? Hey, I want this pushed through. And just like dumb shit like that. Fuck this guy. Literally fuck this guy. What a cunt. He's an actual fuckwit.
Same thing, you know? They're all the same guy. France still is nativism. It's true. By virtue of being extremely arrogant, France and Quebec actually do have their own branches of the far right that are genuinely ideologically independent. It's kind of crazy. Maybe being very arrogant and racist actually in the long run is no, it's not a good thing, but it's, you know, no, they aren't. Nah, the conservative tendencies in Quebec and France are definitely less monocultural than what's happening right now in like Germany, England, Canada, America, so on and so Romania, I guess. Not just that, he got like $3 million from Russia. Well, hold on. We haven't even gotten into the damn thing yet. But he got like $3 million from Russia and Russian-aligned crypto bros and Sputnik. Oh, is that illegal now? He also aligned with Romanian Nazi paramilitary training camps in the mountains. He isn't really an isolationist.
That one too.
Well, that's why I said fake isolation. Yeah, they're not actually isolationists. All these isolationists, like fascist isolationists, are never actually isolationists, but yeah. He wants to annex Moldova, and it maybe even help.
No, a fascist isolationist would be a communist.
Russia and
Communists
Ukraine.
are internationalists.
Exactly. And what would be a fascist isolationist? North Korea.
Also a New Age Wiccan
Communist.
spiritual guy
See?
that thinks
The
water
joke
is
worked.
pyramids or Egypt points.
Just
Coke
laugh.
has microchips in it, and C-sections sever the baby's divine light. That sounds about right. Fascists love mysticism, man.
A top Romanian court annulled the first round of the country's presidential election, days after allegations that Russia ran a coordinated online campaign to promote far-right candidate Călin Georgescu. The entire electoral process will be redone at a date yet to be set. Despite being a huge outsider who declared zero campaign spending, Georgescu came out on top of that first round. He was due to face off against centrist pro-EU candidate Elena Lasconi this weekend.
That was bad.
The Constitutional Court's unprecedented and final decision came after the Romanian president declassified intelligence that alleged Russia ran a sprawling campaign comprising thousands of social media accounts to promote Georgescu. The news...
Isn't it first of all wild that in Romania this will annul your presidential election results, whereas in America it doesn't matter? Like the Russiagate investigation found definitively like extensive Russian collusion and interference.
I hate that the chat is so big on the stream on the screen when you put the overlay on, and there's no options to make it smaller. Like, pretty cool.
And it didn't matter. Isn't it crazy that like Russia is going to win the Cold War II electric boogaloo? Isn't that wild? Like Russian oligarch money is everywhere. They're unironically winning if they haven't already won. It's crazy. Wait, is them canceling the election good in this case? Yeah. I think like if you disagree with that, then you think fascists should be able to use like infinite money and foreign influence to buy elections, which I don't think that, right? Like any argument against this would be like a technicality argument, like, oh, people already voted, so it doesn't matter how much corruption and how evil and biased everything is. Technically, yeah, which I don't care, you know. It's just like what's happening right now in independent media in the West, you know? Oh, he's an outsider with zero campaign spending. Oh, turns out he's getting millions from Russia. Many such cases. That's crazy. U.S. as Blinken and EU pressured us to do stuff. What do you mean us? Are you Romanian? Romania is a key NATO member in the region. We even have an Iron Dome like Israel. The U.S. paid us billions for free to upgrade our Air Force. Well, you're in a strategically valuable location. It makes sense. Yeah. Well, it's a shame that Blinken and the United States in general was willing to, I guess, block Russian interference over there. But domestically, we just let them win, I guess.
Yes. They're not a threat here.
What's the genesis for this mislabeled nationalism? The
think.
failure of neoliberalism paired with opportunistic fascists with a lot of money, like taking advantage of it.
Okay,
that's literally it. It's painfully boring and simple. Like it doesn't take.
Wow, great.
You know, people are going to write books on this. You don't need to. It's really, really, really simple. Neoliberalism failed because austerity politics fails. It makes people unhappy. An increasing percentage of the overall wealth of the world is being held in the hands of a smaller number of people who keep them away from the rest of society, sitting in offshore accounts.
Any of the kids screaming into the microphone?
They're
I want to be a
all
Pakistani!
I will die for Pakistan.
I won't grow. When I grow up, I will destroy India.
I will be army and destroy India.
Wow, army, great.
Just collecting dust. And you know, that leaves people feeling bad and makes it easy to sell them a narrative about why the world is going worse. And that's it.
You know? Like, that's the equivalent. Like, it's literally a school to,
they will
like,
never admit
trying to
neoliberalism
Sharia
failed.
nationalism.
Yeah, every time I think, like,
Every
maybe people are
single
waking up, I see a Will stand.
By, what is his name? Why am I forgetting? Seal Hawk.
Mm.
Everything fascist in Pakistan is Zeal Hawk.
It's fucking crazy how little reach there really is on Twitter.
Oh yeah,
Like,
especially after Twitter blew.
Like fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's like pointless for me to even post on there most of the time.
Yeah. Like it's entirely pointless for me to post.
Cancel tweet.
Literally, not one single post has gotten more than 100 impressions.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking
Yeah.
wild.
Well, that's why mostly what I
something like
do is
that,
I
where
just
he's like-
retweet with Twitter right now, so that way I can like use it as a reference resource later. Like,
yeah.
it's worthless. I haven't even made the tweets yet, you know?
Yeah. Just I'll just do it on Blue Sky. You're better off doing it there.
I have before. Speaking of which, make sure you're on your other account. I'm not on mine yet, so.
Like, man, voters
I'll
are
make posts
stupid.
on,
Don't they know
Blue
that
Sky.
things are 2% better this year? It's like, man, yeah, if we want the same thing, right? Like, I don't think Will Stansel's like a agent of the capital class. I don't think he wakes up every morning and takes his orders from, you know, hedge fund billionaires or whatever. I think that his intentions are earnest. It's just like, if you care about defeating fascism and democracy prevailing, you have to understand what's happening here, you know? The neoliberal loathing of democracy is so loud right now. It really is. A bunch of people after the assassination of Brian Thompson, they're like, man, I hate people for being happy that this guy was killed. It's not, it doesn't do anything. And also, like, why are people even mad? Outcomes aren't that bad. I mean, they're pretty bad, but why are people mad though? It's like, dude, are you literally emotionally incapable of understanding where we're at or why people feel the way they do? I'm not saying you have to go out there and fucking, like, agree with the assassin or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, it should be pretty obvious looking at the state of things that if you are looking at this and you are bewildered by the frustration and anger and, you know, malice and hate of the American people, you haven't been paying attention. You're in like you're analyzing things from a failed paradigm, right? Like the framework, the lens of analysis that you are applying to the situation is failing you. It's not giving you the understanding that you need. Well, anyway, I want to look at more on this. This is 24 hours ago from Sky News. This is before the Romanian High Court canceled the results of the election.
This video is so funny. I'm laughing at the Pakistani kids.
I figured.
One kid goes up there and he's like talking about how he's gonna get more nukes, and she's like, "We'll be a nuclear power."
Grape.
She doesn't say it's there. That one isn't funny, like soundbite material, but it's just funny the shit that the kids say.
The entire video is hysterical. What a concept.
And then oh my god, it's a podcast. Never mind. Let me find something else. Okay, let's go with BBC coverage. Liberals will say, you think we should assassinate healthcare CEOs or health insurance CEOs? That pales in comparison to my strategy, change the healthcare system, then not change the healthcare system. Yeah, I saw Basil, or was it Lucas? I forget the names of people on Twitter getting angry that people are telling him, like, look, somebody actually firebombed a Walmart. which is quite funny. It's quite funny. Basil low-key annoying, but I fuck with the PFP and aesthetic. So what, you like, what was it, like femboys? I don't know, like the liberal twink thing? I don't fucking know. It's pretty funny. Basil, not Lucas. Lucas is different. People on Twitter will really be like, you believe in voting that pales ineffectiveness to my strategy, firebombing a Walmart, and then not firebomb a Walmart. Not to be that one annoying moralist, but cheering on the assassination of a random CEO is bad both morally and politically. His death does literally zero to make a world a better place. Well, you can't have it both ways.
Something just triggered in my head, and I'm about to make some art.
Now, I mean, technically you can hold both of these positions. I just think it requires a flawed understanding of the dynamic, if that makes any sense. I said this after Trump won, and I will say it again, okay? I'm not interested in making enemies of liberals. As far as I'm concerned, they've done enough damage to everyone. You know? They've done enough harm to everyone. I don't want to... we have enough on our plate. It's just... I want them to put more effort in. And I'm not talking about, like, Democratic officials. I want them to put more effort into understanding, like, why this is all happening and what's going on, you know? Like, you have to be locked into a very weird place politically because the CEO, like the health insurance guy, Brian Thompson, he objectively is responsible for more deaths than like...
Yes. Also, can we stop calling him a health insurance CEO, please? Oh, sorry, a healthcare CEO. He is a health insurance agent, CEO of health insurance, the gatekeepers to healthcare. He was not involved in healthcare whatsoever. He profited from people needing healthcare because it's so expensive in America. This guy is literal scum. Literal top of the pile of the scum pile. He's better off now.
Basically, where would you have to go? Like a Russian general? Like he's more responsible for more death than any serial killer, certainly. Like you'd have to go pretty high up in the how many people have you killed chain to find a person who's caused more death and destruction than like a healthcare CEO. You're getting up into Hitler territory, you know. And I just like no one would do a tweet like this if it was something like that, right? Like if a serial killer, or not even a serial killer, if there was like a Russian lieutenant commander or lieutenant, I don't know what their respective ranks are, a guy who maybe was responsible for like the massacre at Bucha or something like that, right? If that guy got killed by a drone strike, like people would probably celebrate it, right? Like that would make sense if they celebrated it. But then like it doesn't mean the Russian military collapses. That guy's gonna be replaced. His death doesn't necessarily like change anything in terms of the overall dynamic. People are still gonna cheer about it, right? So, but no one would make a tweet like this in that case. It's like you're very ground in on like the idea that social murder isn't murder, and you're very keyed out from why people are frustrated. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, well, there's a difference between being a military commander in an army that's invading a neighboring nation for no reason except for the memes, and being a healthcare CEO. And the difference, like honestly, isn't that like much really. It's just like degrees of social acceptability and legality. But in terms of like culpability and moral involvement, there really isn't that much of a difference, right? You can go back to like slaveholding if you want to talk about institutions that are like socially acceptable and were legally normalized, but at the same time, in retrospect, if you look at it through like the lens of history, it's like, well, what if there was a slave Nat Turner shit, right? Oh, well, that's not going to change anything. Okay, but like, you really going to cry about it? Yeah, it's true. Slave revolts didn't end slavery, but like, we're talking about slavery here. I mean, maybe we should be framing this a little differently in how we think about things. At the very least, we should acknowledge why people like, if you're doing some kind of like hardcore utilitarian analysis, but like in a very low IQ way, and you're like, well, John Brown didn't fix slavery, so all he did was get people killed. Can you...
Okay, he's tangented off. I got distracted because that was a story that we're going to look at as well. My bad.
Today, a member of NATO and the European Union took a step nearly unheard of that's throwing out the results of an election. That's what happened.
Objectively correct take, but we'll get to it.
In Romania, a country that's been vital to Ukraine's efforts against Russia and also hosts U.S. troops. Romania's constitution annulled the results because of what the sitting government calls a vast influence effort by a foreign actor to boost the candidacy of a candidate dubbed pro-Russian. As Nick Schifrin reports, the effort was largely run on TikTok.
In 2024, when a Romanian strongman wants to prove his manhood, he goes on TikTok. And Kalin Georgescu's opponents say if this campaign looks like the Kremlin's playbook, it's because he admires Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Putin is a leader. He loves his country.
Scorns NATO and Ukraine.
Ukraine is an invented state.
And dabbles in conspiracy theories.
Did man reach the moon? I don't think so.
He was also largely unknown, one of 14 candidates running in Romania's presidential election. On November the 5th, Georgescu polled under 1%. 3 weeks later, he won the first round with 23%. Romania's government says that victory was thanks to foreign influence and, for the first time in the country's history, declassified intelligence documents that describe a, quote, campaign to circumvent Romanian law to boost Calin Georgescu's popularity. And the government says that campaign relied heavily on a well-coordinated, popularity-boosting campaign on TikTok. Romanian intelligence says tens of thousands of TikTok accounts suddenly activated right before the election, some after laying dormant for 8 years. And, quote, the activity of the accounts would have been coordinated by a state actor.
Georgescu was supported by a state that NATO describes as the most significant threat to NATO and Romania's security, and that state is Russia.
Andrei Muraru is Romania's ambassador to the United States.
There are many things, that could be shaken if this guy would have become president. A puppet in Russia's hands, which would be a disaster for our security, for our economy, for our alliances, and for our future.
Romanian intelligence describes a network of TikTok supporters, some paid by a shell company that soon disappeared, all instructed to post unified messages about what they want out of a leader, a family man, who's honest and patriotic. These avoided Georgescu's name, skirting TikTok's own policies against political content. Instead, they relied on hashtags and an army of bots to leave pro-Georgescu comments, playing into TikTok's algorithm and spreading throughout Romania.
At least one TikTok account used by a Romanian citizen to promote candidate Georgescu on social media was financed with over €1 million.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken earlier this week.
And now Romanian authorities are uncovering a Russian effort, large in scale and well-funded, to influence the recent presidential election.
Local and U.S. authorities called out pro-Russian actors influencing recent elections in Romania's neighborhoods, Moldova, and using TikTok, last year's parliamentary elections in Bulgaria.
TikTok needs to step up resources to counter information operations.
This week, parliamentarians in Europe challenged TikTok executives.
95 content moderators, 6,000 in Europe. What the hell were they doing during the elections?
Our line of sight goes to our platform, an activity that is taking place on our platform. We do not know what's happening offline.
Today, Georgescu described the decision to annul the first round and delay the second round as a state coup.
Statul de drept este în comă indusă.
The rule of law is in an induced coma, and justice is subordinated to political orders.
Some centrist parties also condemned today's Constitutional Court ruling and argued popular disaffection with the government opened the door to an outsider's campaign.
There was a very real networking process of mobilizing disenfranchised groups across the regions in Romania and across the diaspora.
Clara Volinturu is the director of the German Marshall Fund for the Black Sea region.
Grievances from the regions, from rural communities, from categories of the public that don't feel they are taken seriously with regards to the decreased standards of living, with regards to their fears, uncertainties, traditional identities. So there is a lot of fear that the Russian narratives are exploiting.
Today's court decision cannot be appealed. But it hasn't blocked the appeal of Georgescu TikTok videos that continue to gain views. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Nick Schifrin.
The more recent ban TikTok everywhere.
Romania's pro-EU leftist parties appear to have staved off every...
What am I doing?
I mostly want TikTok. I mostly want TikTok banned just because it's pure brain rot. It should be banned for that reason.
Resurgent far-right in the parliamentary election Sunday. Initial results show a pro-Western coalition led by the Social Democrats has gained enough votes to form a government. However, the far-right will remain a substantial force in the legislature. Analysts say Romania is seeing its most fragmented parliament in decades. Far-right groupings had campaigned over budget problems and the cost of living and fears of spillover from the Ukraine war. Pro-European mainstream parties, meanwhile, have angered their voters with infighting and corruption allegations. Prime Minister Marcel Ciolacu spoke to supporters in Bucharest.
I believe that we must all look carefully at today's result. It is an important signal that Romanians have sent to the political class. In practice, let's continue to develop the country with European money, but at the same time protect our identity, national values, and faith.
Meanwhile, the leader of Romania's hard-right alliance for uniting Romanians, George Simion, claims the political establishment is guilty of an attack on democracy over the first-round presidential election. The country's top court is expected to rule Monday on whether to annul that vote, held late last month. That's after a shock result raised suspicions of interference in the campaign. A far-right candidate, Calin Georgescu, emerged from relative obscurity to become the frontrunner in the poll. The result ushered in support for ultranationalist, hard-right parties, some with overt pro-Russian sympathies. Romanian authorities say they have found evidence of
far-right and Russian
actors, and the Constitutional Court is yet to validate the...
But I thought the Nazis were Ukrainian. What are you laughing at now?
Just same fucking video. It's just so funny. I'm laughing at a very specific part because I just spent 5 minutes creating a brain rot video or a brain rot soundbite. Maybe more than 5 minutes. And so I went back to because I only grabbed a portion of the video. Like I could really dissect all of it, but it had enough of the funny parts in it. So I went back to working on it, and the first thing that I hear is another thing that's fucking hysterical.
The election. Sunday's vote was the second of 3 consecutive ballots for both a new parliament and a new president. Who gets to form the government will depend on who wins the presidential election, since the president designates a prime minister, and the timeline for that is unclear.
Meanwhile, in Romania, the nation's top court will rule on Monday whether to cancel the first-round results of their presidential election. A recount in the race is ongoing, which unexpectedly saw far-right pro-Russian candidate Calin Georgescu finish in first. National security officials are scrutinizing recent cyber attacks they say were intended to influence the race. If the court annuls the first round, a rerun will be held on December 15th.
On the streets of the Ghanaian capital, Accra, billboards of the various candidates.
Oh my god.
Did it work?
Yes, they work. Now it's just ear rape.
So show the people what I made. Can you hear them already? Because I want it to be a surprise.
Yeah, I can hear them.
I want you to hear it for the first time with stream, though.
I already listened to them.
Why would you do this to me? Deprive me of all my joy. Show everyone the brain rot I made.
Because you wanted to know whether they work, so I needed to check.
True. But you didn't have to check all of them.
Well, I did.
Okay. The brain rot file, though.
A soldier in the bunker.
No. That's not brain rot.
No, that's
What do you
just the
think of that?
louder version.
Yeah, it's just louder and blown out.
That's fine.
Laogangma chili sauce.
That's not the brain rot either.
That one's funny.
I labeled it.
I know
made
that
two
one.
of them so you could pick between them.
That one is funnier.
The chili sauce one?
Yeah.
I know that one's funnier than the brain rot I made. The brain rot I made isn't that funny. It's just more of a Casey foul on my fragile psyche. It's a recent...
Is it backwards?
No, it's just two different parts of the video.
Oh.
So, like, I took... he says it more clear at a different point, so I took the more clear part and put that in front of the chili sauce. So he goes, Lao Gong my chili sauce. That's not what he says in the video.
Okay.
And the other one is just a different one that's sounded funny.
Fair enough.
So I figured they could be like teamed up or choose one.
Chili sauce.
Would have had that.
I like a back-to-back thing, you know?
Yeah. Hold on.
Chili sauce.
Oh, that didn't work. That didn't come through. Sorry for the ear rape, everybody.
Chili sauce.
Vying for the December presidential election are everywhere. And
what's the brain rot one?
Oh,
maybe it didn't upload. Maybe it wasn't spoiled.
Maybe.
Hang on, let me check. Oh, I didn't upload it yet.
The excitement
Okay.
from voters is palpable. Since 1992, the country has been governed by two political parties, the National Democratic Congress or the New Patriotic Party. And that is not likely to change, analysts tell VOA.
Is the dominant parties, one of them is going to carry the day. From 1992 up to 2020, the minor parties, if you put all their performance together on the average, they have not gone up to 5%. But it is also true, if they are able to hit more than 4% of their strength, they are able to push the election to a second round.
Some voters say they are tired of the two parties and have not decided yet for whom they'll cast their...
Oh my god. Fine. Adorevi. Which
I'm so excited. He's up there with the Obama Predator drones.
I will be a soldier
In the bunker.
and I will die for my country.
Yeah, we have soldiers in the bunker.
That's great. That's great. I can make it so it's toggle. Hold on.
I will be a soldier.
In the bunker.
So I can make it, but I have to hold it.
I will be a soldier
In the bunker.
and I will die for my country.
Yeah.
I will be a soldier. I will be a soldier.
In the bunker.
This one.
Yeah, he's a pilot. Great.
That's the one that I was geeking out about last.
You need to get just the wow grip.
I'm gonna get one. Yes.
Ballot.
I'll make an entire page that's just from that video.
1992 to this year, we haven't changed any party different. Every day, MPP and DCs, we want change.
Ghana is the second largest cocoa producer in the world, according to the United Nations Development Program. But the country defaulted on most of its $30 billion external debt in 2022 after the effects of years of borrowing were made worse by the global impact of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Economy will play an important role.
Why would
because it's a bread
Biden
and
do
butter
this?
issue. Anytime, we've seen time and again that anytime you have a very difficult economy, campaigns become difficult for the government of the day.
A view echoed by John Tadden, assistant professor at Pepperdine University in California.
In Ghana, inflation at some point was at a historic 54% over the last 18 months. But domestically, they have faced a lot of sustained protests over illegal mining crises that have taken place in the South, where people without mining licenses have engaged in consistent destruction of the environment.
They should sabotage their mining things. I believe that sabotage is going to need to be included into the variety of, what do they call it? Diversity of tactics. Much higher. Much higher in the diversity of tactics. Especially with deep sea mining, sabotage. Endless sabotage. Make it so expensive that they can't do it.
Without any government oversight or restriction.
Yep.
These issues have pushed some voters to
Who do you
say
think
they
you
will
are,
not vote
Nelson
for the current
Mandela?
government. Instead, they want NDC's John Mahama, a former
Maybe they shouldn't go mine the deep sea when they don't understand what the fuck they're doing. I think maybe the Earth and the stability of the ocean is a bit more important than their fucking profits. But who am I? I'm not the Australian guy that runs the company. I can't fund it. I can't fund the parliament and get my interests pushed through. No, I have 7 people watching me.
president who has made a comeback and promises a 24-hour economy to boost business development and job creation.
Mm.
Hang on, it's on my laptop, so. Oh god, I have to close so many sensitive things. Emails and Google Docs.
Currently, we are using one shift system. So if the 24-hour economy counts, it's going to be 3 shifts. Where, maybe, example, let's say 100 staff are working in an organization. So if the 24-hour economies come, it is going to be 300 staff.
Today you go to buy this, the price is different. Tomorrow, the next day, different.
Okay, so.
Whoa.
This is her, like,
Wow, grape.
default like WoW grape waveform.
Mm.
Like that's the size of it, right?
You should base boost the grape.
Oh, I will. But so like that's just how it imported, right?
Mm.
Now, if I actually balance for loudness at the proper decibel rating, watch what happens to it. That's how loud and blown out she is.
That's great. That's fantastic. It's perfect. It's exactly what you want. Great.
Different price, so we want a change in the system.
Others say they will stick with the ruling NPP candidate and current Vice President Mahamudu Bawumia, giving him full credit.
Hold the fuck on. How is that?
Stick with the ruling NPP.
Staying on her head. This is something I've just been fascinated by, is how people carry shit on their head without touching it. I have no fucking clue how it's done, and it fascinates me.
Candidate and current Vice President Mahamudu.
It looks like there's like a towel on the top to kind of support it, almost. To kind of give it some reinforcement, and they're just standing very still. Interesting.
Bawumia, giving him full credit for some of the policy changes his party brought to the country.
One policy I'm very happy with is the digitalization policy. Now, this policy is about creating jobs online, making everything accessible and taking it away from the traditional way of.
Where's Ghana?
Next to the Ivory Coast.
On
Nigeria. It's in
on the coast. Okay. That explains the accent, because I was gonna say, why does the accent sound so sort of kind of Nigerian?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
in a way.
It's the same. It's actually the same like region. You know, like they have the same climate as Nigeria.
Yeah.
Well, not all of Nigeria, because Nigeria does extend in the Sahel, but
yes, it does.
Where people live in Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the thing too. Is like Nigeria isn't great when it comes to democracy. That's for sure. Like Ghana's been much better there, but like the reputation of Africa, like those are two examples like in that region that are just fucking powerhouses. Like Nigeria controls ECOWAS. That's fucking huge. People have no fucking idea, you know? And like because of China's increased interest in exploiting Africa, that's brought in more investment from other places to compete with China just because they're there. Like, these are going to be interesting countries to watch in the next 5 years.
Yes.
The modern way.
Despite some polls suggesting the results could sway one way or the other, some analysts say this year's election.
China's not a developing country. They have a space program. Okay, say they can launch rockets, because I'm pretty sure more countries than you realize have space programs.
Well, they have a space station. I've changed it from a space program to space station.
Well, it's the launching rockets is the thing. Because like African space programs still have to launch their satellites from Russia or America or China.
Yeah.
So their like they have satellites, you know, like GPS, stuff like that. But they still aren't launching them out of their own country because they're developing.
Yeah. True.
It's the same thing with like China. It's like saying China has roads. They're not a developing country. Maybe China
is expected to be highly competitive.
Super trains, allegedly.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, they do have high speed rail, you know, in places.
Yeah, it's like you would be
Some
disappointed.
of it's fine.
You would be disappointed if you went in Japan and the trains were like the ones in China, from what I've heard. Apparently they're super fucking rattly and just like shit. Not smooth at all, because they didn't design specific high-speed rail. They just stuck them on like upgraded rail, essentially. that also runs normal trains, I think, maybe. I could be wrong about that.
Well,
Although I
Japan
think
also
runs
comparing any
normal.
country's trains with Japan is wild.
Yeah. But that's what China wants. That's the whole point of them. That's why they make them look like the Japanese Shinkansen. It's like,
well, they see what it's done for Japan, and they're like, why can't that be us?
The soft power.
And look at and look at how much people LARP about Chinese rail.
Look at our trains go through buildings. Wow.
Oh, and also there's that one train video with all the fake trains.
One? Yeah, very funny.
That one's great.
Yeah, he's a pilot. Great.
Mariama Diallo, VOA News.
Whether Ghana's ruling party gets cocoa farmer Joseph Arco's vote hinges on an unlikely issue, and that's fertilizer.
If they give me fertilizer, I'm going to vote for them again. For the NPP. If they give me that fertilizer to...
Jesus.
How about this accent?
To pull my farms, I'm going to vote for them. But if I didn't get it, I know they don't want to do it.
Yeah, accent's completely different than the other.
It is. It's very interesting. It's almost like he's not opening his mouth. He's saying the words, but he's not opening them.
But that could be just his
could be a
teeth
speech
being
thing,
too large or something.
It
But
could be a speech
this
thing.
is an accent for sure. So
Okay.
like it's just like how we have like rural accents, you know?
True.
So like the more populous place in Ghana, and also people from Nigeria do come to Ghana as well. So it's gonna have a more it's more metropolitan. So I bet you this is like more like this dude's like a farmer. Like I guarantee he's got more of like a rural tone. But the crazy thing is how small of a country Ghana is.
Yeah. Do you reckon if people were given raw cocoa bean, they would never eat chocolate again?
Yeah, because you'd die. I think you cannot eat it. Has to be dried to even eat it. I'm not sure if you can eat it out of the pod. I know that maybe you can, but it's like there's this guy, he does his channel's Weird Explorer or Weird Fruit or something, and he eats all these exotic fruits and rates them. He's probably eating raw chocolate.
Okay, so the flesh or pulp of the cocoa pod can be
you have to suck it off
consumed,
the seed though, but if you swallow the seed, you can die.
but the beans inside the pod must be fermented and roasted before they can be consumed.
Because they have cyanide in them?
Eating raw cocoa beans can lead to stomach discomfort and may not have the same taste and texture as fermented and roasted beans. Interesting.
Well,
It's a fruit.
Yeah. The seeds themselves, though, I want to say that they probably have cyanide. A lot of seeds do.
Here's a video.
Fruity.
Hang on. Fuck them. There's
What?
you gotta
I'm curious.
my fruit man.
Fruit man.
Yeah. Yep, here, he's got one. Wow, he did this 11 years ago.
Damn.
Look, I don't care what this person has to say, because there's one guy who has made it like his meta to eat fruits, you know? Like, sure, this one's an older one, and I'd like to see him redo it to see his opinion compared to like all other weird fruits he's eaten. But as long as it's edible, he's eating it. So like raw peppercorns, everything. But there's that guy. This guy's the best.
Wasn't able to find anything really interesting to talk about for this week, so I'm going to talk about apples. Just kidding. I've got a cacao fruit. Yes, this is a cacao fruit that I picked up in Penang in Malaysia. Very, very interesting guy. I actually have two. Here's another one. And this one's a little smaller. This one, I bought it first at a tropical fruit farm. And you can see it's kind of like brown on the top. So I was a little worried that this might be bad when I open it up, and knowing I'm not probably going to get another chance to eat this for a while, I saw one of these at a fruit stand and picked this up too. It's much smaller, but this one is not rotting at all, so if this is bad when I open it, we've got a plan 2, or plan B. But to give a little information, I think this is going to be a thing now. I'm going to do a little research just so I have something interesting to say rather than just look at this, I'm going to eat it, you can't have any. So cacao fruit is how we make chocolate. In order to make chocolate, first you collect these things off of the bark of the Theobroma cacao tree. And Theobroma is the Greek word for food of the gods. It doesn't grow from the top like most things do. It grows out of like the bark growing up.
That's weird.
And you pick these things off. You cut this thing open, and inside there's supposed to be these little like white seeds. We'll find out in a second. You take those seeds, you ferment them. You take the fermented seeds and you dry them, and then you roast them. Once they're roasted, you shell them, and there's the cocoa nibs inside. You take the cocoa nibs and you grind them, and you add water and liquefy them, and that's chocolate liqueur. Then you take chocolate liqueur and you separate out the oil, which is cocoa butter, and the solids. And then you take the cocoa solids and the cocoa butter, as well as milk and sugar, and you combine them in different amounts to create the kind of chocolate you want. This is a very, very complicated process, and it all starts with...
How did the fucking guys figure out how to do this?
This is what I think about a lot with chocolate, is
What
how
the
the fuck did they figure this shit out? Like, the process to make chocolate is insane.
Like,
it takes months. People have no fucking clue.
And these farmers that make this possible get paid nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That's the worst part.
Is fruit. The fruit itself, you can juice it and create an alcohol out of it. It's been used historically. But most people, of course, always think about the seed, or what we call the cocoa bean, where we get our chocolate from. Alright, we're doing some angles here. I'm going to see if I can cut this thing open without hurting myself.
Look how hard it is. The fuck?
It's got a very... well, I didn't show you, but... I don't know if you can hear that. You can hear the fruit inside kind of shaking around. So there must be a hollow space in there. This is not really that easy to do.
You need a machete, my guy.
But this knife is cutting in. I think it's okay. It kind of feels like I'm carving a pumpkin.
You're wearing a glove? No, it's one of those Livestrong bracelets. I thought it was like a glove on his hand. And that was just like the part that rolls up.
Yeah. Come on, son. Put your back into it.
Alright, there it is.
Gross.
So here's the inside. Let's first smell it. Actually smells kind of like a melon. I think I might need to do this again with the smaller one, because I think that this one's kind of dried out a little bit. There is a little fruit in there, but it's not a whole lot. It's like, I will show you my fruit before I eat it, and this is what it looks like after. Basically, I'm just like sucking pulp off of these seeds. It's actually pretty good. I mean, the little that I'm getting, it's very mild, it's sweet, it's got like a little bit of tang to it. It kind of like has like a slight melony taste to it, but not really, like if you took like really like diluted like honeydew taste maybe. And no, it does not taste like chocolate at all. There's nothing chocolatey about it. Yeah, tasting the seeds like as they are not very good. You can see what the inside of one of these seeds looks like. So this is what it is. Here's where your chocolate comes from. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna end the video now, this particular video, and I'm going to film when I open this one up. Maybe this one is harder to open than the more mature fruit. So there we go. Looks like I'm like opening up a melon. Okay. There we go. If you pull this fruit out, you see all those little beans in there stuck together. On the more mature one, if you remember, they are a little looser and more fibrous. This looks like a little grenade. So let me see if it tastes any different. Maybe this is actually a little more flavorful. It's not much
interesting.
Much sweeter, much sourer, but like maybe a little bit. It tastes like it's a little stronger. Generally, like when fruits are smaller, they're more concentrated with flavor, and I think that might be the case here. But I say
I don't know. This is fucking fascinating to me. I don't know about anybody else, but this is fucking fascinating.
This dude's channel. I sent you the sequel to this where he eats another chocolate thing. You can see the difference in 10 years of making just these types of videos.
Most interesting thing about this one compared to a more ripe, larger fruit is that it just keeps all together like this. It maybe has a little bit more fruit on it, but still like hardly any at all. So if you find the means where you can buy one or the other, go for either. Honestly, getting a smaller one, you're probably going to get just as much fruit, if not more, than getting a larger one. Cocoa fruit is very, very...
The audio distortion, like every time he talks, there's like a fuzz below him.
Yeah.
The seeds of this fruit are fermented, dried, and roasted to create arguably the best thing in the world, chocolate. Well, today I am not talking about Theobroma cacao. I am not talking about where chocolate comes from. No. Today I have a fruit that is very rare and very special, Theobroma bicolor. This is a species that is related to Theobroma cacao, but it is very, very different. Historically, Theobroma bicolor has gotten a bad rap. It's been used extensively throughout Mesoamerica and is still used in those parts today. Long ago, the Mayans used seeds from this fruit in order to create a drink.
The Mayans, no shit.
You know, like the...
Interesting.
Yes, I've heard about this Mayan drink. You know that... do you know the... like myth kind of thing about how they used beans as currency?
Kind of.
It's something that would be well explained by showing people how currency in Path of Exile works. They still had currency, but like because it was a full barter system, and these beans that made this chocolate drink were very rare.
Yeah.
And it made them, just like how you can like use mackerel tins in prison as money, even though nobody eats them.
Mm-hmm.
And they valued its ability to create a lot of froth, which they believed was good for increasing fertility. In the 16th century, when the Spaniards came over to this part of the world, they were introduced to drinks made from regular Theobroma cacao, and naturally they loved it. But when they were introduced to Theobroma bicolor, they passed it off as being inferior compared to Theobroma cacao. That's one of the big reasons why Theobroma cacao spread across the world through trade, while Theobroma bicolor stayed in Mesoamerica. Here's the problem. These are two very different species of fruit. They're related, but they're very different. So to say that Theobroma bicolor is inferior to Theobroma cacao is kind of like saying a lemon is inferior to an orange. They're not the same thing. So let's give this fruit the credit that it deserves. In this episode, I will cover everything that you didn't know that you wanted to know about this very rare relative of chocolate. I'm going to eat the seeds, I'm going to eat the fruit, I'm going to make a juice out of it, and yet... This is Theobroma bicolor, also known as the Macambo fruit and the Jaguar chocolate. Here in Costa Rica, I believe this is called Petoxty, and
like he
about this
is able to
This is one of
fund
the big
himself
things
to
that
go
I
all
wanted to
over the
find
world
while
just
I
to
was
buy
here
fruit.
in Costa Rica. And day 2,
Good job.
I found it. The fruit of this is supposed to be amazing. The fruit of the Abroma cacao falls flat. People don't want this for the fruit. It's okay. It's fine. I like it. But they really want those seeds. This one, it's different. It's kind of like the other way around. You want this for the fruit. I want this for the fruit. I want to open this thing. But one other thing to point out.
Is he
I've
better at
Googled
opening it
over
now?
photos of this. But what you can't tell from the photos is that if you get up real close to this, and yes, I know it looks like the egg sac from Aliens or from Gremlins, but it really does, doesn't it? This is a little bit velvety. It's got like a little bit of like a soft texture to it. So although it does kind of like have this alien pod appearance to it,
all the sound
with all this
bites,
like weird webbing on it,
and I uploaded
it's also
them.
a little cuddly. It's a cuddly alien egg. Okay, let's open it.
Need a machete, my guy. Now you're getting it.
Looks like it's even harder to open.
That's what he said.
Run it over.
Whatever gets the job done. All right.
He literally smacked it on the ground.
Have you seen the video where they rub the
There's some
food that's
really
in plastic
substantial
and then give it to a
pulp
monkey
around these seeds here, and it looks
what?
Have you seen the video where they rub the food that's in plastic on the ground in dirt and then give it to the monkey?
Yes, and it's mad about it.
Yeah, and it like starts trying to brush the dirt off of it.
No, it's very funny.
Fucking
perfect
dumb
like
monkeys.
this, but in order to get it to look like this, I had to scoop it out of the top with a spoon. So a lot of times photos online of people holding this are like this, and I'm wondering if they're kind of doing some movie magic and doing the same thing I did, or they got lucky and it came out in one piece. So let's take a nice clump out. Oh. The flavor of this is good, really good, but it's unique. There's something kind of, I don't know, like animalish about eating this. There's some funk to it that feels like a savory funk, kind of like how durian is, but it doesn't taste like durian. But in the past, I've tried the kopuasu, and the kopuasu had
in the fuck?
Exactly. Isn't this guy's channel amazing?
Is this? What is happening?
A lot of sourness to it. This one is not sour. It's
So that's what I'm saying. It's just like,
maybe
why
like
would I want to
remotely
hear
like
what
a 1 out of 10 or
somebody who
something.
hasn't had
It is sweet,
the craziest fruit has to say, you know?
Fair enough.
but not
Like
very
this guy
sweet.
might be the foremost
I'd say it's like
expert
a-
on tasting fruit at this point.
A 4 out of 10 on sweetness. But the flavor of it is, it's like musky. You know, like some grapes can be musky. Melon is musky. Some mangoes
know
are
what you
musky.
mean by that,
It's
but-
like a melon, but if you were to dial down the sweetness and you dial up the muskiness of it, it like really gets you in the nose and the back of your palate. It's also quite creamy,
Looks creamy.
as if like there's even like some oil content in the fruit itself. So a musky melon, maybe kind of like jackfruit, kind of like a little bit buttery in a way. It's got a little nuttiness to it. If you're wondering if this tastes like chocolate at all, it does not taste like chocolate. You know what? Like this was, you know, it lived up to my expectations. You know, sometimes you see a big fruit and you take a bite out of it and you're like, huh, yeah, that's all right. That's how I felt about this guy here. This one, it's worth the hype. It's kind of difficult to open it, but when you do, you are treated to something that is really, really nice.
You ever eat star fruit?
So the seeds of this can be used
That's
to
probably
make
like
chocolate.
the most exotic fruit I might have had. I might have had
They're
something
edible.
more unique.
Let me try one of them raw.
But when you cut
The
it,
outer bit,
it's like great for fruit arrangements, right? Because when you cut it, it's in the perfect shape of stars. But it's like that. It's like a pod, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But it's
I'm not sure what you mean. Like
Oh,
what the fruit?
well, I can tell you exactly what it tastes like. Okay, because it literally tastes exactly like this. Okay. Flavor of a pear, texture of an apple.
Weird.
It's like a crispy, crunchy pear.
That sounds great.
Yeah,
it's very expensive because it's tropical.
Of this seed is kind of woody, but the kernel on the inside tastes pretty good. It tastes a little bit like almonds. It's a little bit waxier, but like an almond. One interesting thing about it, though, is that that seed does not taste at all like chocolate. Not at all. This one, the seed of the Theobroma cacao, does. It does taste like chocolate. It's brown inside, too. It looks like chocolate. Tastes like chocolate. These seeds here are not like that. Not at all. Now, in the past, I have actually had these. I got a packet of them once long ago, and those were dried and roasted.
Interesting.
So I'm not going to roast these. Instead, I'm going to do something else that I read people do with these seeds. Boil them. The thing with this is that these seeds have flesh stuck to them. So I'm going to go through, remove that. With the lime, goes back.
I'm making a drink.
About how the jaguar cacao can be used to make chocolate. Now, I am not a chocolate maker, but thankfully I'm friends with a chocolate maker.
Of course he is.
Hey everybody. So my company is Madre Chocolate, so that means mother because we make chocolate from the motherland of chocolate in Central America, Mesoamerica. So we're really inspired by all these Mayan and Aztec and Olmec recipes, including the use of the
Olmec
jaguar
You know who the
cacao.
Olmecs are?
It's this white part of this swirled
The
bar,
Olmecs
and it
are
has no bitterness
not
because it
the
doesn't.
first humans in America, because those are Clovis.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like the oldest traceable civilization, and I think
Why
like
is it?
a lot of Graham Hancock nonsense involves them.
Okay.
But like they figured out like geometry and stuff.
Oh, interesting.
So like they made these stone heads, not like the Peruvian statues. But if you type in Olmec head, you've seen it before. But they're a precursor to all the Central Americans.
Oh. Yes. Yes.
Nobody talks about how they were genocided to extinction before, you know.
Sure.
That's why it's like hard to describe what genocide is until you really get into the modern era. Like colonialism, I think is like it has the result of genocide.
Yes, it's
I don't think
feature.
it's genocide because like the Holocaust be different, you know? That's kind of the Israel argument.
Maybe. I don't like to put hierarchies on genocides.
Well, I'm saying that
because then it leads. Because then it leads.
That's why I say the Trail of Tears was genocide.
Well, I don't like doing that because then you get Israel saying, "Well, we can't do genocide. We are the genocide."
No, what I mean is that after the Holocaust, the framing around genocide was specifically about intent.
Oh, sure, yeah, okay.
So, like,
you're saying that it wasn't their intent to wipe them out, but as a result of constant warring, they died.
I don't think they had the same like mental processes. Because like that's why the last of the Mohicans exist. They literally didn't understand that just entire tribes had been wiped out.
Yeah, it was just sort
Because
of
like they're like colonialists. They're like, there's more of us somewhere. Like they're like just stupid, you know? And like even like pre-civ, like tribes wipe each other out. You know?
Yeah.
Chimpanzees will kill each other, kill everyone's tribes too, you know? And that's another aspect of it, because like I want genocide to more stay in a modern context. And I don't want colonialism to seem like it's less than genocide, because it has the same result, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like the intent doesn't really matter. The intent just matters when we're classifying something as genocide. But like 99% of the people that lived in this country were killed.
I mean, colonialism is a genocidal ideology.
Yes, but I think that it's should be separated, because colonialism is its own atrocious thing. So when we say Israel is a colonialist genocidal state, it's like a combination of two separate, very bad things that result in very bad results.
Yeah, I can say that.
You know what I'm saying?
And this is why I say it's a feature. Genocide's a feature. Like slavery is a feature of, or sorry, well, I said it the other day. It's like slavery or wage theft is a feature, not a.
Well, you were saying that the starvation in Korea and communist dictatorships.
Yes, that's what it was. That's right. It was the cult of personality, the starvation, and the poverty is a feature. It's the same thing. Like the genocide is a feature of colonialism. It's built in
part of this world.
You can't have colonialism without genocide. It just doesn't work.
Bar, and it has no bitterness because it doesn't have those bitter antioxidant anthocyanins that you have in regular cacao.
Okay, so in this bar, this is a combination of two chocolates. So the lighter colored one is Theobroma bicolor.
Yep.
The darker one is regular Theobroma cacao.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, and why do you combine them together?
Originally, we made the bar just as a straight Jaguar bar. So this tastes pretty good, but it's totally unlike chocolate. It's more like marzipan or something.
Ah, interesting.
No bitterness at all. Very nutty.
I like the Jaguar
It is
room design.
Chocolatey, but it's not the complete chocolate, because it does have a little bit of a roastiness. All right, this is not a really good comparison, but because not everyone's had this, but there is a type of chocolate that you can get in the Philippines where it is a blend of milk chocolate with powdered peanuts.
What the fuck?
And it's got this kind of texture and kind of like this sort of flavor, where it's like a little bit of chocolate, like a light chocolate flavor.
That sounds fucking delicious.
Yeah, you know what's rice in the chocolate, like crackles or Wonka bars.
Mm-hmm.
I think those are underrated. You know what I don't like in chocolate?
What?
Hot take? Almonds.
Sure, I don't eat.
They're too hard.
I don't eat chocolate with nuts in it.
Oh, well, anyway, almonds are too hard for the chocolate. The chocolate is too soft for the almond.
Put it in the fridge.
Almonds are like rocks, bro. Like if you eat a lot of almonds, your jaw gets sore very quickly.
Flavor, but you're mostly getting like a nuttiness.
How do you milk a nut?
Like, the nuttiness is kind of in the direction of like peanut or almond.
Yeah, being back in my native New York, another taste comparison I just thought of getting back to my Jewish roots is halva.
Yeah, it is like halva.
Yeah.
Which is a sesame kind of sweet.
Yeah, like tahini candy kind of.
Mm-hmm.
And the traditional use of the jaguar in Oaxaca especially is they combine it with 3 other plants. So they mix it with regular cacao and the mame sapote seed for that nice cyanide almond, bitter almond flavor, and another
Cyanide
flower
flavor.
spice in the same family that I think you've tasted, Rosita de Cacao. I call it the gold dress of spices because everyone smells something different in it. So they blend those 4 together with a little bit of sugar and it turns this amazing chocolate foam. And the reason that they mix the jaguar and the regular cacao is because the Mayan and Zapotec in Oaxaca consider jaguar the male.
Zappa who?
Zapotec.
The fuck is that?
It's still Mayan. It's like Mayan is just a language group.
Okay. I've never heard that word before. I'm assuming that's where the Zapatistas get their thing from. Or no, that was a guy, wasn't it? Zapata?
Mm-hmm. But he
That
was
that
also
was a man,
indigenous.
right? Yeah. Was he from he was Mayan, right? They're Mayans?
I
Mayan
think he was
descendant?
half Mayan.
Okay.
Well, I think you know what I'm thinking of? Marcos. I'm not sure if he's Mayan.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so they had a writing system.
Okay.
In pre-Columbian times, the Zapotec civilization was one of the highly developed cultures of Mesoamerica that had a Zapotec writing system.
Interesting.
So, total population today, 400 to 650, 100,000.
650, 100,000.
Yeah, 600,000 to 400,000, 600,000. So,
says Marcos was mestizo.
yeah, like they're all like in the region, you know.
Yeah.
So like they're gonna have a lot of similarities from the language, and that's that's the thing. Is like a lot of indigenous groups, what really is separating them from anyone else is more of the culture background.
Yeah.
It's not so much that they're ethnically different people.
Yeah.
Let's make a stream about chocolate. I mean, I constantly am talking about how bad it is.
Yeah, I would love to get somebody that we could talk to about it. If we could get a chocolate, like a cocoa farmer, that would be fucking incredible. Like a proper person who actually has experience, or somebody who works with the farmers to get better pay, something like that. That would be incredible.
Okay, I finally found it. What I was looking for. Okay. So, you know how I talk about how Mexico's destroying native people's land all the time? So, boom. Okay. Present before Spanish invasion, right? So, date as far back as 2000 in BC, of whom the Zapotec and Mixtecs were perhaps the most advanced and complex social organizations with sophisticated arts, right? So it's...
Wait, go back up.
Okay, hang on.
What's the text? Mixtecs.
Mixtecs and Zapotecs. But it's this state. Free and officially the free and sovereign state. But this is like the land that's being disrupted by this fucking super project. Look, this one's Chocotech.
Interesting. How would you pronounce this word? I'll type it in.
Couldn't tell you.
I'm typing it in.
If it's a native word, I couldn't tell you.
It's
they
not.
can.
Hold on, I spelled it wrong. I'm stupid.
Is it supposed to be Spanish?
That. MESTIZO.
Okay, so the Spanish vowels are A, E, A, O, U. So it's going to be like me with a hard E.
Because I asked
Ezos.
I asked our mate whether he was indigenous or not, and he said he was this, which is basically mixed.
Oh well, yeah. It depends on what language it's supposed to be. Because like the Iroquois language, like they just make up what their letters sound like.
Yeah,
and you'll see that a lot with like in Canada. They'll have people on the news and they'll have like some crazy spelling with symbols and stuff, but it'll just be like, "I'm Dylan." You know, it would be like a really easy to pronounce name.
Yeah. I cannot agree with you enough on this. White chocolate is great.
Yeah.
I also heard that it doesn't use cocoa beans, but
so
arguably
I think
makes it better.
Milk chocolate is bottom. I think dark chocolate and white chocolate are both above milk chocolate. But cookies and cream chocolate is gross.
Yes. There is a chocolate.
The cream chocolate is gross.
There's a chocolate that you can get here is there's one called Black Forest, which is like a red raspberry jelly sort of lolly and cookie pieces inside the chocolate, and it's incredible. And if you put it in the fridge or freezer and then smack it on the bench, it breaks up into small little pieces, and this is how you should eat blocks of chocolate.
Okay, so
freezer,
it says
and then
here,
smash that shit.
Shortly before Spanish arrived, most of west and central areas of Oaxaca had come under Aztec control. So the Aztecs controlled most of the region that we're talking about.
I think because they think it kind of looks like testes, and the regular cacao they think of as the female because they think it looks like breasts.
Not any that I've seen, but yeah.
Yeah, for years I got it backwards because I didn't quite get that comparison.
Yeah. I can see the testicle
Air
thing
chocolate.
going on there a little bit. Maybe.
What's funny?
I always thought it was this way, but
yeah,
I'm not. When you say air chocolate,
so
I think you're describing something that we have that that we don't call air chocolate, but like a Three Musketeers bar. Is that what air chocolate is? Like it's not nougat because nougat's like harder, you know.
It might be the ones. Yeah, it's aerated chocolate. Aerated chocolate.
Yeah,
is
there's like literally no
incredible.
chocolate in it. It's mostly air. Like aerogel.
Yeah, kind of. We have one called Aero. It's
Do you have Three Musketeers?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I have no idea.
Well, it's like, you know how like Milky Way is Snickers without the peanuts?
Sure.
Three Musketeers is Snickers without the anything.
Right. This is what they're talking about. Are you looking at screen?
Yeah, those look better.
The ones that I like have a mint chocolate inside. They're incredible. Very, very good. Highly recommend. Is that the one we're on? Yeah. I think that's what we're on, right?
The two together in that Tejate drink to kind of get the yin and yang of the male and female. So we decided to try to do a bar that more recreated that traditional aspect and sort of give you the nice nuttiness along with the bitterness of the chocolate.
So this is kind of your innovation to take the two and make a bar out of it.
Right. A lot of people we've given it to like this combo much better.
Like maybe I just don't know
nice contrast of
what nougat is, and this might be nougat, but I swear to God, nougat is like a hard thing. Like
it kind of is.
But see, this is what I would think of as air chocolate here.
Okay, so white chocolate.
Like you probably have something like this. Like it's a chocolate bar, but like the inside is like.
Yeah, it's a Mars bar, except it has good stuff instead of just shit nougat bar. But yeah, so white chocolate doesn't have chocolate doesn't have cocoa solids. It has milk solids. That's what makes it different.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes sense.
So yeah, it does look like the same type of bar, just without the caramel.
Do you not have Mars bars?
No. I don't eat them. So I had to look it up to see what the inside was. I'm not sure if I've had one even.
They're honestly not great.
Yeah, I would imagine just the nougat is better.
Yeah, subpar.
What's the hard shit though?
No. If it was more caramel, it would be better. If it was half and half, much better.
I don't like a lot of caramel. It has to be paired with other things.
That's a you problem.
And I already don't like the fluffy nougat in just the Three Musketeers. So these are like two candy ingredients that I would put at the lower. Okay, tier list, candy ingredients. I'm going to put like nougat, nuts, and caramel. What is best inside chocolate?
Of the bitter, hard male side and the soft. No, wait, see, I'm still getting it reversed. But I don't think it will ever be an economically viable crop in Hawaii because the fruit and the shell of the bean is really hard to get off. It's much thicker and much more mucilaginous and fibrous.
Oh yeah, those things are sliding around everywhere when I was trying to take the seeds out.
Right.
So because of that, you don't ferment them, or do you ferment them the way that you would with regular cacao?
I've tried to ferment them not to remove the bitterness, but to remove the fruit. And a cacao ferment just kind of goes spontaneously if you have all the right starters in there, like yeast and bacteria, and it will just take off all the fruit, and you're left with this nice hard dry seed with a very thin papery shell and no fruit left on the outside.
So,
whereas even when you ferment the Jaguar,
what is the hard stuff?
A bunch of that fruit, and if you try
that
to
I'm thinking is nougat. It's like white. I'm trying to think what bars have it.
Yeah, I'm really not sure.
Mechanically, or winnow the shell off with like a vacuum or something. It just will not come off because there's not enough difference in weight between the
Toffee
two.
is what I'm thinking of.
Toffee.
That's
like
what I
with
was
a
thinking of.
TOFFEE.
Yes.
Toffee.
Have you not heard of that?
Get some coffee toffee. No, I know what toffee is. I do not like it. I do not like it, Sam. I am. All right, we learned enough about chocolate.
Change my heart.
The opinions of Arco and other farmers like him carry great
This is about the Ghana election, by the way.
weight ahead of what is expected.
I'm glad we could educate people on the plight of cocoa
But
farmers.
chocolate
though.
is fucking important.
Yeah, no, fuck. Like, honestly, the election is important, but knowing about chocolate is more important. Also, it's delicious.
Man, I
It's-
feel
it's
like
very
this isn't what
hypocritical.
I'm thinking about either, now that I've looked at toffee.
Be a close presidential election on Saturday, and many of them are angry. Ghana is the world's #2 cocoa producer, but the sector is in crisis. Production has been rapidly declining since hitting a peak of over 1 million metric tons of beans in 2021. Last season, it hit its lowest level in decades, with analysts saying climate change and...
Also, don't feel bad about stealing chocolate because the cocoa farmers aren't getting paid anyway, so you're not actually harming them. Just so you're aware. Like, if you should pay them directly. What you should do is definitely do not steal chocolate and then donate directly to people funding the farmers. That's how you can pay for it.
Okay. So you can
See, John
have
agrees.
nougat that's like hard and soft.
I'm hard and soft.
So the white stuff I'm thinking about is nougat that hasn't been aerated, I think.
You said white stuff.
Okay.
tree disease are to blame. Meanwhile, Ghana's Cedi currency has been depreciating. That means, despite a low supply and high global demand for the chocolate ingredient, farmer incomes are lagging global price trends. This farmer says the current global cocoa price means they should be receiving 4,000 cedis, or around $260 per bag. He describes the 3,000.
Bro, that's not even that expensive. Like, realistically, they could be paying that and more and still make money. You know, they charge like $8 for a block of chocolate here now. $8 fucking dollars.
Well, that's the thing is that the defense is like all the labor that it takes to turn into chocolate raises the cost.
Uh-huh.
But like, is it really more work than the farming of it?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm pretty sure you have machines doing that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the processing.
Like, you just sit on it. It's like saying that alcohol is labor intensive. You put it in a barrel. Shut the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally just fermentation. You just let it sit naturally.
Yeah.
Just because something has to age doesn't give it fucking value, okay? Dry my weed out. That don't add labor because you had to hold it to dry it out.
That's true. When I chop this shit up, it's sticky as, and basically have to leave it for a day for it to dry out before it becomes usable.
I didn't post the tweets on the other account. Okay, hang on.
100
Anyway.
cedis, or $200 they get, as painful. Cocoa farming households are estimated to constitute around 2
My favorite is
million
if
voters.
when they ask
It's an
these people if
influential
they've ever
bloc in a
had
country with a
chocolate.
total
Yeah, and they almost always say no.
Mm-hmm.
electorate of over 18 million.
Like, fuck that.
Dude, so
On the campaign trail,
Wait,
both...
so what?
Like, I would hope
them open.
hops farmers get samples of the beer that the hops that they produce.
You'd think that they would, right?
main candidates have been called.
So what, they crack open the shell, scoop the shit out, dump it in a bucket, and then fucking discard the husk? Love it.
Yeah, because it's it's really all that has to happen is the seeds just have to sit for months.
Crazy.
And completely,
the
and
cocoa
you
vote.
also like
Former President John Dramani
Mm.
Mahama of the opposition National Democratic Congress has promised to distribute free fertilizer. He's also said he will improve the management of state regulator Cocoa Board, which has been a target of much of the cocoa farmers' anger. And he's promised to tackle illegal gold mining.
I mean, if you've been watching throughout the year, like, it's really been leading up to this election in Ghana, right? Because I've said many times how great a country Ghana is.
Mm-hmm.
It is like a perfect model of like how to develop a country, even though they're in economic strife, but part of that is because of COVID and things like that. But like, I've also talked extensively about chocolate and how important it is. And when we're going into this election in Ghana, look what's the important issue. They're not talking about Ukraine and France occupation and all this shit. Like, we need to solve this problem.
Yes.
The world needs to solve the chocolate problem.
Mm-hmm. It's funny because you could literally just like get some chickens and you've got eggs. You don't even need that much space.
Mining that many farmers say has destroyed much of the cocoa heartland. Vice President Mahamadou Bawumia of the ruling New Patriotic Party has been less specific. However, Cocoa Board has, at the behest of the International Monetary Fund, proposed a turnaround plan to reduce costs and increase the farmers' share of cocoa revenues. As for Arco, at the last election he voted for the ruling NPP. He says he still hopes Bawumia and the NPP can address his main concern. But so far, he has been disappointed.
They're definitely going to lose.
Me, myself, I like NDC.
He also says he likes the opposition, as they gave us fertilizer.
Always.
In Ghana's competitive election, it's a factor that might just prove
the incumbent
to
is
be
definitely
crucial.
going to lose.
Yep.
He's not strong enough to win in a flood of unincumbency. The question will be what happens
After
when he
more than
loses.
3 decades in Ghana's police force, Emmanuel Amewo-Omega had a clear plan for his retirement. Now, with an election approaching and amid a struggling economy, his plan has been derailed. He had invested part of his pension
All money
benefits
is
in
monopoly money,
government
correct.
bonds. But in 2023, Ghana's government, grappling with a mountain of domestic debt, restructured the bonds he and thousands of others held.
Damn.
I was shocked and I didn't know what to do.
The domestic debt restructuring was necessary for Ghana's government to get a 3-year, $3 billion International Monetary Fund bailout. But it saw the retired chief inspector's old bonds exchanged for new ones with lower yields and longer maturities. He says he now can't afford to fuel or service his car, and describes his money as having been stolen.
Most of our colleagues, those who could not withstand the heat, the pressure, some just had
he's got the
attack, shock.
Amewo-Omega's plight is indicative of the economic anxiety that has gripped Ghana ahead of
That's
the
like a
December
key.
7th presidential election. Under the current authorities, Ghana's
West
economy
African
has
sound.
buckled under the weight
That's
of
like
the
the
global
Canada.
health crisis,
Eh?
the war in Ukraine, higher global interest rates, and years of excessive borrowing. Public debt rose from 63% of GDP in 2019 to 92.7% in 2022. The Saudi currency has suffered rapid depreciation. Inflation has peaked above 54%. And that's hit consumers and businesses.
Look, roads.
At a market in Ghana's capital, Accra, second-hand clothes seller Ma Rose says the cost of goods is extremely high.
And 25 million.
A sack of onions, for example, has almost tripled in price, she says.
Yeah, I want to talk
adding
about
that
the
life
secondhand
is
clothes here too, but
increasingly difficult. The election
That's also
pits
an
Vice
interesting
President
industry.
Mahamudu Bawumia of the ruling New Patriotic Party against former President John Dramani
Epic.
Mahama of the opposition National Democratic Congress.
Trump. That's
One
what Trump
analyst said
needed. Is
polls
the
have
goofy
shown that
glasses.
most Ghanaians are struggling with a cost of living crisis, and that makes
Selling
it a
fabric
key
on the street.
influence
Man,
on
there's
the
so much in
election.
here that I
Meanwhile,
wanted to
voters like
highlight.
Ami Omega say the challenges they faced with the debt restructuring will be a factor in determining who gets their vote.
Sorry, I'm putting
An estimated 20. Yeah, rewind to that one a little, because I wanted to show you the
After more than
when they're
3
talking about the
days,
textiles.
he says.
What? Heart attack? Shock?
Ame Omega's plight is indicative of the economic anxiety that has gripped Ghana ahead of a December 7th presidential election. Under the current authorities, Ghana's economy has buckled under the weight of the global health crisis, the war in Ukraine, higher global interest rates, and years of excessive borrowing. Public debt rose from 63% of GDP in 2019 to 92.7% in 2022. The Saudi currency has suffered rapid depreciation.
But see, like,
Inflation has
Ukraine
reached
does
above
affect their economy greatly
54%.
because of the food.
Yeah.
And that's hit consumers.
But these people
and
aren't.
businesses.
These people aren't talking about the war in Ukraine. No. hang
No.
on. We're not even at the part where I was waiting.
At a market in Ghana's capital, Accra, second-hand clothes seller Ma
So
Rose says the cost
this
of
industry
goods is
of
extremely
the secondhand
high.
clothing sales.
Yeah.
So like, this is like an aspect of like, you know, I'm also anti-cotton. You notice how like the two industries that I'm really against, chocolate and cotton, there's one place where they're really affecting, and they're, you know, cobalt and all that shit. Sure, it affects a lot of people. Not as much as fabrics.
No, you're 100%.
So what they do here, right? All your Temu shit that you never wear, because a lot of people throw out outfits that they've never even worn.
I can hear you.
All that textile waste goes into these huge bags of bundling, right? So like a textile reseller buys the textile waste that nobody has ever worn half the time, along with stuff that is, you know, shards of fabric, you know, clearly worn out and worn by people and just barely remaining anymore. So the secondhand clothing resellers don't get to like pick the product. It's a fucking gamble. They go in and they buy these huge bags of clothes, and then they have to cut them open and sort them themselves. And like, if they can get days where all they buy is waste and unsellable. It's a fucked industry, bro.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah.
So they just get absolutely nothing out of the bags.
Yeah. So it's literally a fucking gamble job.
Fucking crazy.
Isn't that awful?
Mhm.
Because the textile resellers know they won't sell the fucking shitty cotton that's in shreds if they don't do it that way. But you know, it's like the
crazy.
Amazon mystery box. But after this, there's another clothing seller that they show.
It's crazy because they just use, they sell bags of rags at op shops in Australia. You just buy a bag of rags, use the old clothes just to mop up oil, use them for whatever the fuck you need. They're like $3.
25 million.
A sack of onions, for example, has almost tripled in price, she says, adding that life is increasingly difficult. The election pits Vice President Mahamadou Bawumia of the
I wonder
ruling New
what these
Patriotic
signs
Party
says,
against former
because there's
President
tires
John
in the
Dramani
street.
Mahama of the
I
opposition
wonder if it
National
says something about
Democratic Congress.
This guy
One
right here.
analyst said polls have shown that most Ghanaians are struggling with the cost of living.
So like, what a great editing. Most Ghanaians are struggling with the cost of living. Now, we've seen that they have done establishing shots here, but it looks like they were on the other side of this guy pointing down the street, right? So like, this guy is like selling like basically like the clothes off his back. Like a lot of that looks like women's garments and stuff. But like this guy is hard up, like on the street center trying to sell fabric like that. Like these are most likely like things that he owned and now has to get rid of and stuff.
Yeah.
Because they don't look bad.
No, they never do. Really.
Well, a lot of, I don't want to use the term, but the street urchin wears, you know, a lot of them are bad.
But what
At
other,
least the clothing on the top doesn't look
what
like
other
it's
options?
Like
what other
worn
options
out.
do I have?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like this guy probably used to have money.
And that makes it a key influence on the election. Meanwhile,
an estimated 20 million people are thought to earn their livelihoods in the global waste industry, collecting, disposing, repairing, or repurposing a wide range of materials and products. But the cost and consequences of handling waste are borne far more heavily in developing nations. In his previous story, Fred DeSam Lazaro reported on the impact of used car and electronic waste imports in Ghana. Today, the waste from textiles.
Dude,
Fred's report is in partnership with the
electronic
Pulitzer
waste,
Center.
So fucking bad.
If you've ever wondered where most of the clothes you took to the thrift store go
Heavy
once
metal
they've been picked
toxicity
over,
exists,
this is
like,
one
really
likely
strong, and these
destination.
people who
Kantamanto
have
Market
to go
in
through the
Ghana's
waste,
capital.
like, that's what they do.
Yeah.
It's like an urchin job. And I'm sorry for using the term urchin, but I don't know like a better descriptor.
Merchant?
No, because it's like a underclass, like it's not an official job.
Right.
Like Ghana gave this land to just dump it, and these people are digging through the electronic waste.
Yeah, okay. That's
to get parts and stuff out of it, like copper and things like that.
Yeah, no, that's fucked.
Yeah.
I got here at 6
But
on
it's
Saturday
super toxic
morning and
'cause it's got heavy
business was
metals.
already in full swing. As she's done for years, Lizzie Nalturi snipped open a bale of denim jeans. It was fresh off the boat, but a good part of the pile, she said, way beyond well worn.
All
What did
this
I
you are
say?
seeing here is trash.
Is it torn? Is it
Faded?
What is it?
It's torn. And it's
I didn't even
somehow
know this was the
faded.
next story.
Nobody buy it.
It's pure lottery. Vendors don't know exactly what they'll find in the bundles
Wait,
they
you mean
buy
to tell
from
me they
importers
don't
of
want
used
holes in
garments.
their jeans?
Are there some good days and some bad days, or
They're all the same.
Joyce Asiama is sorting through her own morning pile.
They're all bad.
all bad?
Yes. Look at the colors. It's too black. It's not good.
Oh, so
they like the bright
black doesn't
colors
sell well.
like this. You have to reduce it, the price.
You have to reduce the price.
No, yes. See how this one is also. They don't like it.
You're looking for stretch waist.
Yeah, yes, stress free.
Some days, Nalturi says she discards up to a half of these clothes.
Throw it to the dustbin.
Throw it in the dustbin.
Dustbin.
Do you know what happens
Not
to
garbage
it
bin.
from the dustbin?
Sometimes people will go and use it to set fire.
As fuel.
Yeah, it's like fuel, yeah.
Fuel for some of the fires at a vast dump site where
the electronic
electronic
waste.
waste is incinerated
burn
to
it.
recover metals like
What-
copper. But much of the
Yeah, see, they
textile
burn it
waste
to recover
lands
the
up in
metals,
lagoons
and it's
and
fucking
waterways
heavy metals that
leading
they're
into
in.
the Atlantic
All these
Ocean,
people die by age 30 of cancer.
which sends a lot of it right back to shore.
The biggest problem we have is rubbish.
34-year-old
Isn't this
fisherman
crazy?
Rahman Bachway.
Yeah, what a
travels
fucking
the
wild
net
Literally, the
stores
next
from
story is
boats here.
exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, no, it works out perfectly.
Like, I'm so glad I didn't even know this was on here, really. But like, I'm so glad PBS. I know. How old is this? Because I know as soon as I saw it, I put it on there.
2 weeks ago.
There you go. Like, because this is like exactly all the shit. All that shit is in this video and his electronic waste one, but that's a separate, different issue.
Yeah.
Because we're not getting people to consume less electronics.
No.
That's more of a government regulation on how it can be recycled and stuff. But the cotton, the fact she's like, oh, I throw it in the bin, and like then people just it's so worthless that instead of like using it to like wear, people burn it. Like in America, if they saw a homeless person burning clothes to keep warm, people would freak out.
Yeah, they would.
Because it's like, oh, so they don't need clothes, huh?
Yeah, it is a bit like that.
But honestly, maybe they should have enough clothes to burn for fuel.
Yeah.
The thing is that there's so much there that like even to them, they can find nicer shit as far as like clothing goes.
Yeah. There's choice. See, I don't like
it's not that there's choice, it's that there's too much. That it literally like even like stuff that could be practically used by somebody here, like the jeans that they said they were gonna like throw out just because they didn't have a stretched waist.
Yeah.
And
but like
they can't sell jeans that have holes in them. Which is crazy because we're cutting holes in our jeans before we sell them.
This is a fashion industry issue.
Yes, but this one is one of the things that I think is so my argument on why everyone should care deeply about sustainable fabrics is because unlike driving your car, you're not competing with oil companies and shit there. But being an annoying vegan about cotton and getting people to reduce cotton is something that is actually affected at the personal consumer level, unlike any other type of pollution. It is something that can be mitigated through activism and things like that, which is why I wish that these fucking clothing girls from Bangladesh who do these blogs weren't size queens and would come on to talk about clothes.
Yeah. That would be nice.
Gather a lot of rubbish alongside fish.
Then now we are starting collecting the rubbish, putting one side, then we collect the fish to one side.
It's one more headache for communities already struggling with unpredictable weather conditions and large commercial fleets that leave very little for small operators to catch, and fishmongers like Mariam Abubakari to sell.
This is nothing. I mean, she says sometimes you come here, there's nothing, and you have to go back empty-handed. Yeah. So she's saying that, I mean, with this situation, how can I make money to take care of my family?
It's very obvious to see all the physical and visible pollution along these beaches with all of the textile waste.
The fish.
What's less visible but equally as consequential is the sheer volume of microplastics and synthetic fibers that is in all this waste.
The leader of ISIS does this now? Oh, because her name was like Abu Baghdadi, basically.
Never biodegrade.
Essentially now
it triggered
all
in my
clothes
brain
have
too.
High levels of polyester blended into them or are 100% polyester.
Liz Ricketts started a non-profit here in 2011, attempting among various efforts to repurpose or upcycle waste, creating new garments or products like this fiberboard construction material. We talked a few days after my return from Ghana.
Our team is removing an average of 20 tons of textile and plastic waste from the beach on a weekly basis. Wow. Every single week, that waste is replenished.
Ricketts is American. She spent years in New York and London as a designer in an industry that she says has become a breathless, high-volume business.
Soulless and breathless.
The other thing that people need to understand...
What country is this?
I don't know.
Come on, bro. Look at him.
The other thing that people need to understand and people need to get through their fucking thick heads is you can wear clothes more than once. Wear them till they have holes in them. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is your problem?
Seasons a year to 5, with garments sewn cheaply.
Who gives a fuck? Grow up. Get a grip. Touch some grass, you fucking entitled cunt.
Low-wage countries and marketed incessantly, she says.
It's driven on this scarcity mindset that tells you that if you don't buy this thing right now, you are not going to fit in, or you are not going to have that second date, you know. Whenever we feel insecure, we're pulling up our phone and we're scrolling and seeing if there's something we want to buy.
One result, a lot of excess is donated to thrift stores who sell perhaps 10% of it, and their excess is bought by middlemen exporters and winds up in countries like Ghana, which Rickett says have almost no capacity to recycle.
We're proud of what we're doing, but we're not delusional. There's no way that it can meaningfully scale if brands continue to overproduce, because we will just continue to be buried under a mountain of clothes.
Remember how I was talking about overproduction with Chinese EVs? Imagine this, but EVs.
We reached out to the American Apparel and Footwear Association, which said in a statement that the industry would support federal policies and regulations to encourage, quote, textile-to-textile recycling and the necessary infrastructure to support it. Another group, the U.S. Fashion Industry Association, added in its statement, no one in the industry is intentionally making clothing that will go to landfills or to developing countries.
That's a nice cop-out.
They referred us to a group they support called Accelerating Circularity. Formed 5 years ago, it has launched a number of preliminary trials it hopes someday to scale up, promoting a so-called circular economy, more reuse, less disposal, and proper recycling.
Well, the idea would be that it does go somewhere where it's adequately recycled.
But University of California, Berkeley professor Kate O'Neill, who studied the global waste industry, says recycling won't come close to solving.
Isn't what?
Recycling isn't the answer. That's two people who
No.
have said this. Like, where recycling is just to,
It's a
you know,
temporary.
help mitigate.
Oh yeah.
Like, they need actual action, because even with action, there's still going to be tons of waste on the shore, and they'll still have their hands full, even with tons of action that happens.
Solving the problem.
With fast fashion, you're really talking about how to switch off that tap.
Get people to buy fewer clothes.
Don't recognize China as a developing nation, so their Temu garbage costs the same as it would cost a normal thing. There's a good start.
Well, we'll see what happens with the tariffs.
Yeah, true. Doubt that'll change anything, because China can still ship to the world on developing nation status and not pay any shipping.
Well, drop shippers are going to be like fucked by it.
True. Good.
I agree.
Yeah,
Plus, a lot of them are like Trump.
Better made.
They're what?
All the Trump merch people.
Yeah. Good.
They're gonna get
Fuck
fucked.
drop shippers.
Have people repair them, but again, it's partly changing people's mindsets.
There has been
Learn how to sew.
a shift.
Liz Ricketts senses a shift in mindset, not just among consumers, but the fashion industry, especially given the increasing visibility of the excess, she says, the climate and the environmental consequences.
Most of the brands have said, look, we hear you, and we understand that this is something that we ultimately need to be doing, but they're afraid of being the first brand to do it. This is not something that's going to change.
Do you see what the problem with capitalism is? They're scared to make the jump. They're scared to be the first one. They're not innovation. There's no innovation in capitalism. It's when somebody else goes.
It's by competition until you're the only one left, and then rule. It's not innovating.
No, there is no innovation within capitalism.
Overnight.
It's endless cost cutting, and we get fucked for it. Can we stop entertaining this, please?
At the same time, she says she's not calling for a ban on used clothing imports, a trade that employs an estimated 30,000 Ghanaians in Accra alone.
We've had trade in second-hand clothing for ages, for decades.
Micah Nane, an environmental journalist we hired as a consultant, remembers walking along pristine beaches here just 2 decades ago.
Damn.
And like most Ghanaians, his family bought second-hand clothes.
And in the past, it was
Yeah,
good
and
business
that's a
for
really
all the
great point
traders
too, right?
and even the general.
It's like Ghana, like the beaches that look like they're still nice beaches, of course. Like this is close to the pier, you know, where they import, you know, and it's in the capital, I think they said. So like the fact that it's like this is a modern, recent issue.
Yeah.
Right. It's not on Ghana's end because, like he said, even before the beach was like this, it was like 30% was still in secondhand clothing.
Yes.
So, what do we think happened? Where do you think all this stuff came from all of a sudden?
I think that the global north needed to up its virtue signaling and dumped their virtue signaling in Ghana.
Fast fashion didn't exist.
Not in the volume that it does now.
Exactly.
That's for sure.
That's what I'm saying. Is that this is a new trend. The waste that
Temu,
we're producing
Temu
is
Shein.
a new thing.
It
might actually be a good idea. Like at this point in time, even though it would be brick and mortar, a thrift store might not be a bad investment.
True. Open up an independent thrift store.
I had a friend who had one, but it was like he would take thrifted clothing and make them high fashion, and I think he still sells online.
That's cool.
But he just doesn't do brick and mortar anymore. Maybe he still does.
Public here.
But I knew he was like in trouble and his business wasn't doing well before I went to Syria.
Yeah, okay.
People would go to the market and buy suits that would last for decades.
At Kantamanto Market, Joyce Asiama yearns for a return to that time.
Ghana is not a dumping place. They shouldn't bring it here. We want quality things, nice things, stylish ones.
Some U.S. states and the European Union have begun or will begin requiring garment retailers to collect and recycle used clothes. The system is expected to be modeled after similar efforts at electronics retailers, who add a recycling fee when goods are purchased. Currently, just 20% of discarded textiles are actually collected. For the PBS NewsHour, this is Fred DeSam Lazaro in Accra, Ghana.
Fred's reporting is a partnership with the Undertold Stories Project at the University of St. Thomas in Minnesota.
Mini soda. Mini soda.
Whippable.
So before I get started, I went to culinary school, and for over a decade I cooked in restaurants ranging from greaseball pizza places to Michelin star-winning institutions. I'm also a white person, so I do think I'm kind of qualified to talk about this subject. Some of the knowledge I've accumulated about food over the years certainly is useful in this conversation. So, why don't white people season their food? The obvious answer is there weren't spices where white people come from. And while true, that leaves out...
I've heard one good argument. Right? I've heard one good argument as to why white people don't season their food. And it's because they think that their food is about the flavor and don't need the spices, which they see as primitive and basic and foreign, and therefore they don't need it. We're better than everybody else. We can make food without it. Ha 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 ha. Pickled eel. Ha 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 ha. Fucking British. Fucking idiots.
few hundred years of explanation. Indeed, there are about 1,000 caveats and pieces of context.
Oh, your peasant curries? No, we don't want that. Sheep stomach. Fucking morons.
That all add up to the modern day white people don't season their food mantra. This mantra is not altogether.
Don't make me hit Germany too. I'll do it.
Wrong. I am walking proof of that, and I've cooked professionally a lot.
Yeah, no, it's literally like the white people don't season their food thing is literally an elitist attitude. Like it's rich people. It's rich assholes who go and buy a steak and they're just like, mint sauce and lamb gravy or whatever the fuck they get with their steaks. What the fuck? There's like ridiculous ingredients that you can get on top of steaks.
The worst is like
ridiculous.
The side that people do with like lamb chops, like that are on the bone, is like a mint sauce.
Yes.
What are we doing? Get that the fuck out of here.
It's like a mint jelly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, speaking of that, I did upload all those sound bites.
Okay.
They're all done.
But yeah, the mint jelly, awful. Like if you're okay, here's my my peasant food taste hot take. If your steak needs more than salt to taste good, your steak is shit.
If we consider seasoning to be anything outside of salt and pepper, I rarely cook with seasoning. That includes spice blends, seasoned salt, or just spices in general. Now, if you stick with me, I will explain why white people don't season our food, and why I, as a former chef, don't really season my food either. So let's get to it.
Like what? Cabbage in a jar? Don't get me started on German fucking cuisine. Bread water.
The first thing we need to do is identify who these white people are and what this unseasoned food is.
See, this is why I wanted it on the list. I wanted to see the cope, and this guy makes excellent fucking videos. So I was very curious how this video goes.
I mean, Italians are usually considered white, but I don't think anyone would accuse them of having bland or unseasoned food. So we do need to specify. When people say white people...
An Italian pizza is 3 ingredients. Yes, it's bland. Like, what do you mean? It's like what? What do you put on top of a margarita pizza? What's the green shit? Parsley? Is
oh
that
yeah.
spice?
So when you said Italian pizza, so because of Italy coping, if you're not saying authentic Italian pizza, when you say Italian pizza, I'm thinking New York classic.
Why would you do that? I specified Italian pizza.
Yes, because it's a thing. Okay, so like Italy did the authentic Italian pizza. That's what we refer to it as.
Okay, this sounds like an American
when you sell Italian, like the country pizza here, you put authentic Italian pizza. Because it's like we're not American Italian. So because of like where I am, you saying Italian pizza, I was thinking to myself, I mean, yeah, it is 3 ingredients, but you were like, what do you put on it? And I was about to be like, oregano. Because
sure,
like that is the main ingredient of classic pizza is the oregano.
The margarita, yeah.
No. The New York classic pizza.
Yeah, which is cheese, pizza sauce, and
but
oregano,
I'm just saying, you were saying, what green shit do you put on the top? I'm like, oregano. I was thinking of a different type of pizza. Is all I'm saying.
No, I that sounds like an American ego problem that you have to deal with.
No, it's
on your own.
You would do. I imagine you would do the same thing in Indian food with Britain, where you would put like authentic Indian food. If it
I mean,
wasn't
maybe if you're weird.
Well,
I just say pizza and like Italian pizza, meaning like the thin,
Yeah.
stone baked pizzas.
But like for me, that's just like, hey, let's get Italian food, pizza, pasta, Olive
enough.
Garden. And
But
that's what's funny.
even then.
What you want to know what's really funny?
Pasta.
I love this shit. Like chefs who are in Italy reacting to Olive Garden recipes, which are not Italian as they know it. You know? Like Olive Garden is not your food, bro. And like even in American Italian, it's shit. But Italians cry when you break pasta. Like I'm so sick of the fetishization of their basic ass food.
Yeah, I would not break pasta personally.
Like we have Mexican food here. Like
proper
why are
Mexican
we
food.
worshiping the Italians like they're like culinary
fun
geniuses?
Fun fact. After I
break
came
pasta.
back from America, I have not been to a Mexican restaurant since.
Break your pasta. That's all I'm saying.
Don't do that. Long spaghetti's better.
If your pot's small, you can break it. That's the only...
true. Yes. Okay.
Nobody
If
breaks
you
it
do
if
not,
they have a pot large enough for the spaghetti. It cooks the same speed.
Yeah.
Why would you want shorter spaghetti?
Okay. So in that sense, yes. If you don't have a pot big enough, break the spaghetti.
I'm just saying it's okay to break the spaghetti.
If you want to, bring scissors.
Type it in. No, you go on YouTube. You search Italians reacting to breaking spaghetti.
I was literally about to play the same video, which is just a dude trolling Italians in Italy. We will take like scissors to a restaurant and cut the pasta with the scissors.
Yeah, I mean that's different.
It could be
though.
staged, but it's still
That's
fucking
like actually
funny.
like in Italy, like
Italians getting mad about food. It was the auto correct.
Yeah, type in breaking pasta. You
want like this much or more?
Yes.
It's for yeah, that's okay. It's for a person, that's too much.
Tell me if they're staged.
No!
Or authentic.
Non ci provare. No. We really try. Go on the pen. All the word know about this pink, please.
Okay, I promise.
No, you know, no.
I was just joking around.
I hope she breaks it. He's not letting her.
It's cracking in my head now.
You want like this much?
That's very.
Oh, so that's the
Is this enough for
second
both of us?
video.
Is this enough for both of us?
No, a little bit more.
Okay, I'm ready.
Sara, ma tu sei pazza! Sara, tu... What? Enough, I have to eat this shit pasta so short.
What do you mean? I just...
This is not spaghetti, my love, come on.
Like,
It doesn't fit in the pan.
why are you like this?
No, you can't cut the pasta so...
But it just didn't fit in the pan.
Please, I don't go in the pan, my love. You cut the...
Why are they like
this? This is why Europeans should be mocked.
It's
this
just
is a joke.
fucking spaghetti, bro. It's not fucking gold.
Pasta, you know that is illegal in Italy.
Is it enough for both of us?
I think that's staged.
Illegal.
I think that one's staged, but I have seen a compilation. It's the dads that are the funny ones because they're not like used to being on media.
Putting ketchup on pizza in front of my Italian friend's grandfather.
No!
Staged.
It has to be staged.
Yeah.
They get boring. I think this is the one I was.
Every single Italian I pissed off in the year 2023.
Okay, that music will probably get us hit.
Bro, if you bring your own cheese to a restaurant,
you're gonna be looked at weirdly. Yeah.
No, you're gonna get thrown out.
What do you mean?
Like that's just not cool. You don't bring your own cheese. Like my grandmother brings her own dressing to Olive Garden because they only have Italian dressing.
That's amazing.
And like, I just find that like so rude. I mean, if it's Olive Garden, I could give a shit. But if it's a nice restaurant, like there's a reason why in nice restaurants there's no salt and pepper at the table.
Because they do it themselves, and that's how it should be. Yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. But also, I feel like this is mostly like he's just doing shit to fuck with people, which is almost funnier in my opinion. Like this one where he's cutting
respectful to a business to like bring your own. You know, like a movie theater, sure, bring your own food and stuff. But like, if you're like, if there's a guy in a chef coat in the back, fucking keep your shit in your pocket. You know, you can spike your drinks with mini bottles. That's fine.
I don't know whether this is like a legitimate reaction.
I don't know. I was talking about them screaming about breaking pasta, not violating food in general. So that's why I said type in breaking spaghetti.
Kitchen! Get the fuck out of my kitchen! No! What? What the fuck are you doing? Get out of my kitchen! Get the fuck out of my kitchen!
See, like some of these have to be legit.
You broke the spaghetti! Yes, I like it like this.
We've already seen this guy. Last two are fake.
What are you doing? Making the pasta. Why are you broken? The fettuccine. What have you
like if you are calling it fettuccine instead of pasta, you're already going wrong. That shit's pasta. What pasta do you want?
Fettuccine,
Shell pasta.
I think, is allowed.
Spiral pasta. Tube pasta.
No, that's just regular pasta. There's certain ones that can be named, okay? Spaghetti, fettuccine.
It's pasta.
And the riggy ones.
Rigatoni.
Ziti.
Sure.
Everything else, pasta.
I describe
I'm not
it
sure
by
if
how it
ziti.
looks.
I think ziti might be an American thing.
I describe it by how it looks.
Ziti?
Oh my god, pasta tier list. Write it down.
Okay. We could also do a food culture tier list.
Okay. I feel like our culture tier list is basically that.
Yes,
Europe,
except this will be more direct.
Yeah.
Done! You broken the pasta! How dare you break the pasta!
That one is fake.
Che cazzo fai? Did you break the spaghetti?
Yeah.
No.
Put it like this.
Also, it's spaghetti, thin spaghetti. There's the difference. When it's not spaghetti, it's pasta. What kind of pasta do you want? I don't know, bow ties.
So
Shells.
The only thing is, like the reason why lasagna is another one. Like nobody says like when you're talking about lasagna, you're not thinking about pasta and you're not thinking about the noodle.
No.
You're thinking of the completed dish, right?
Yes.
So
I call them lasagna sheets.
Huh?
Lasagna sheets is the pasta.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Nobody thinks of lasagna when they think about pasta. But so the reason why I said those three is because spaghetti and meatballs, fettuccine Alfredo, and baked ziti are like iconic staple dishes here.
Okay.
That you can't like just substitute the pasta of those dishes. Like you can't have fettuccine and meatballs. Like I'm sure if that's all you got in the cabinet and you're at home, Sure, but if you have fettuccine and meatballs at a restaurant, normal people are going to be like, "It's spaghetti and meatballs, duh."
Oh no!
But do you have baked ziti where you are?
Baked whatty?
Baked ziti.
I don't know what that is.
Okay, it's like a better version of lasagna.
Got it.
You know how like Mexican food is like the same things in different orders and cooked at different times? Right? Like chips are the tortillas cooked ahead of time. You know what I'm
Actually
saying?
scared. Sicilian edition.
No.
I'm actually scared.
Wait, what?
I said, you know how Mexican food is like the same ingredients added or cooked at different times? Like chips are like the tortillas cooked beforehand.
Sure.
Right? So like ziti is like everything that makes lasagna great except better.
Doubt it. There's nothing better.
Because I know it's a huge no-no.
Hot take, I think baked ziti.
If you break it, I'm gonna smack you.
Oh, look, bro.
Wait.
There's even related searches.
Fail.
Baked ziti versus lasagna.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway.
Did you show pictures?
I'm getting it. I'm getting good, a few different pictures. Because, everyone has their own, way of doing it.
Should you hold on to their airways for 6 fucking minutes, you clown? While they're clearly unresponsive and no longer a threat, while you LARP as a New York police fucking department officer? Dipshit.
People don't season their food. They're usually talking about white.
Oh, look, here's a video designed right fucking perfectly for you.
People from the north, northwestern, or maybe eastern parts of the continent. Of course, many of the first European immigrants to America were from those places. This food that's unseasoned is often the cuisine of those areas: Germany, Scandinavia, England, etc. So maybe to make a more accurate and more revealing version of the trope, we should really say
has the fish one.
Pastrami.
What was that word?
Pastrami.
I don't know what that is. That's definitely not what I was thinking.
It's fermented fish.
Yes, that's what I meant. That's what it is. Gross.
In a can.
Americans with northern and
Ukrainians
eastern European heritage don't season the food they make.
Little bombs out of it to drop in Russian trenches.
That's funny.
From their respective cultures.
I didn't know
it's
that.
a lot wordier, but but we're getting closer to a real.
Yeah, because they don't want to eat it.
A very,
it was set in aid,
one,
they didn't want to eat it, so there's videos of the guys basically making, because they have the 3D printed tail, like the mortar tail that they'll put on the drone bombs.
Yeah.
So it was just one of those.
I guess that makes murder okay, huh? It's funny how Law and Order bootlickers really forget about the whole law part when it goes in their favor, huh?
It's a start. There is a theory that says pre-modern people in hot climates used spices to cover up the...
I mean, look, it's a threat to your life and people around you if they're yelling. Well, you can't help that.
I don't know what we're yelling about.
The taste of spoiled meat. This theory states that meat spoils in these regions faster, so people would just douse their meat in spices to make it palatable. The theory extends this idea to modern times, saying that's why those cultures use spices in their cuisine.
That sounds racist.
This is a racist, condescending theory that has no basis in reality.
I have my presentation ready.
Clip that. Revy, clip that.
About baked ziti. Okay. So first, a less traditional one. Okay, so this is baked ziti with ricotta. Normally there is no ricotta because it's like a party dish that it's like, what am I bringing to the dinner later? Oh, I'll make baked ziti because it takes 5 seconds, right? But as you can see, it's basically lasagna, but the noodles are that actual noodles that you can stab and pick up bite-sized with fork. So it's just more edible lasagna.
Lasagna's better,
right? So you understand what I'm saying? Like it's the same flavor profile.
This is a
it's
pasta
the same
bake.
flavor profile, but you can, and also like the casserole mac and cheese, it still holds its shape and stuff. So like this is just like a more like lasagna type version. Okay,
this is a pasta bake. Yes, this is a pasta bake.
Right, so it's like this is something you probably see by a home cook, but like you can also get to this level with lots of sauce in it, right?
I might have taken over that. No, you still have it. Okay.
See, doesn't that look great?
One second. It's just a pasta bake. It's the same thing.
Basically, yeah. But
yeah, it's the same thing.
Like this is a great easy casserole dish to make. It's much easier to make than lasagna and shit like that. Now, let me show you what it looks like at Olive Garden, because like I said, even for American Italian food, it's garbage.
Ew.
It's not even ziti noodles, bro.
Yeah, that's not good. Lasagna is still better. Lasagna is the elite Italian dish. There is no Italian dish better than lasagna. I'm not even sure that lasagna is Italian anymore.
The thing about lasagna
in their cuisine
is that it varies. There's low end lasagna that I've had where the noodles are dry as fuck. There's no seasoning in it.
But that's this is not an argument. We're talking about
high tier lasagna.
Yeah, but we're not talking about tiers.
Some of the best. Let me talk, bitch.
We're talking about general ideas.
Shut up and let me talk for 2 seconds, because I'm saying something that you're probably gonna fucking agree with, and it's that when you go fucking high tier with lasagna, it is the best dish. That's all.
I can't say because I refuse
what I'm
to
saying
spend
is
money
there
on
is a
food.
skill gap. I don't trust people to necessarily make a good lasagna.
Sure.
Not that lasagna isn't good. That I know way too many people that don't know how to make lasagna, and it's fucking shitty lasagna.
It's because they don't use bechamel.
They don't even know what bechamel is.
Yeah, they don't use it, and that's the key.
You know what's fucking like stuffed shells, right?
Yes.
So instead of doing a red sauce, and you take like spinach artichoke dip. Like this is something we made at restaurants, right? Because like spinach artichoke dip is an ingredient already at the restaurant, so you combine shit to make new dishes that you already have. Spinach artichoke dip is a pain in the ass to make yourself, but you take spinach artichoke dip in with the ricotta, like you would do for stuffed shells, stuff the shells, and then do a bechamel on top instead of the red sauce.
Interesting.
It's really fucking good. Because I actually like white sauces a lot better than a lot of the red sauces.
Yeah,
But bechamel is another one where it depends. Like I've had really bad ones.
Yeah.
But with spaghetti and meatballs, fettuccine alfredo, and baked ziti, it's the shittiest restaurant you can imagine. And as long as it's not Olive Garden and it's like a mom and pop Italian place, it'll virtually be the same dish, And so like people who have brand discomfort, so they go to Burger King instead of like a local restaurant.
Yeah.
Like that's not something that happens with those 3 dishes because they're so basic.
That's true. That is very true. I think the other thing about lasagna as well, it's the same thing with the pasta bakes, is you can make them in large serving dishes. So you can make them like you can make a lot for a long time. That's the other benefit of lasagna. Also, gnocchi. This might be controversial. Also S tier. I don't think it's technically pasta.
Ancient Greeks invented lasagna.
Seriously? Greek food continues to trump Italian. Excuse me?
Eaten with a pointed stick.
What do you think gnocchi is classified as?
Bread.
It's a dumpling.
That makes sense. Dumplings are bread, by the way.
So it's a varied family of dumplings. Dumplings,
but also
is a broad class of dish.
This is a debate we'll have on the pasta tier list. Is if lasagna is pasta or a casserole. So on Wikipedia it says it is a type of pasta and possibly one of the type of pasta, possibly one of the oldest types.
Lasagna.
Yes, because it comes
sense.
from ancient Greece. So it
Makes
was
sense.
Even before them, they inherited it.
It would be the easiest to make because it's just flat pasta, right?
There was a dish similar to traditional lasagna in ancient Rome.
We got on such a fucking tangent.
That's the thing is I don't think lasagna is pasta. I think pasta might be an ingredient in the casserole.
Yes, I would not classify it as a casserole.
Yeah, this is going to be controversial when we make that tier list.
This is a racist, condescending theory that has no basis in reality. In recent years, it has been largely rejected. You see, when you eat rotten meat, you get sick and you die. Spices would not change that. And these people were not dumb. They knew how to survive. If people in India or Africa or Central South America had just poured spices all over rotten food and eaten it, they would all be dead.
Did you upload them to the soundboard or the drive? Because the last one is the pilot.
Me check.
Yeah, he's a pilot. Great.
Me check.
Today, there would be no civilizations in those areas. So, as we go forward, we will be leaving that theory behind. In truth, the simplest explanation for white people not seasoning their food is what grows where.
What?
It's like, invent the food that you don't have the utensils to eat it with yet. Very cool.
What am I missing?
Was it you that said they use sticks to eat lasagna?
Yeah, that was Rome, but I'd have to look at what exactly they were talking about.
Determined your diet. Spices come from plants. In Northern Europe, it's cold and dark.
When we said eat with sticks, I immediately was thinking of the Chinaman.
Dude, unseasoned chicken is one of the worst things.
You know what's worse?
What?
Unseasoned chicken cooked in water. Not even boiled. Just like if you put water in the pan to thinking it would make the chicken moister.
Yeah. Yes. Gross.
There weren't many spices. If you go somewhere warmer, sunnier, you will see a lot more plant life, so a lot more spices. Although this whole situation happened hundreds, maybe thousands of years ago, it has left cultural imprints in these regions.
Like I could eat nothing but chicken if I lived in a country like Jamaica. I would only eat chicken. I would be a strictly chicken, vegetables, and rice.
Chicken.
People cook things their parents cook, who cook things their parents cooked, and so on and so on.
It doesn't necessarily like. It needs to basically have spices or be breaded and then have spices.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like you can like Not necessarily. Like, you can get away with not seasoning the chicken as it cooks.
Yeah, I
still make
think the best type of chicken is one that you let sit in a marinade. That can really soak it in, and once it's actually in the flesh of the bird, you are good to fucking go.
Bro, Costco has these like chicken kebab skewers that you could literally microwave them, but they're like a marinated like chicken that you cook. And like they were so fucking good.
This is a nice, tidy explanation.
They might not
but
have
since
uploaded
pre-modern
because of
times, there have been a lot of
storage
other
issue, because the
factors
phone
that have
backs up
kept
to the
spices out of so-called
because the drive is
white
like on
people
both
food.
accounts, it will like fuck up.
Yeah.
Eventually, trade routes began to open up across Europe and Asia. Along these trade routes, spices traveled across China and India and North Africa and the Mediterranean and the Balkans and Spain. But you will notice that none of these places are in Northern Europe. This region was cold, dark, and really far out of the way. As a result, the common people in Northern Europe were still unexposed to spices. They just kept eating their potatoes and butter and lamb.
Sad.
But the European elite could send servants out on huge journeys to fetch these exotic spices. It was enormously expensive, but doable for the rich, powerful, and royal. Rich people in medieval Europe would have these lavish dinners with highly spiced food as a way to flaunt their wealth. Eventually, European countries started going out and colonizing places that did have spices. More trade routes opened and spices began free-flowing in and out of places like England and France. Spices got easier and easier to access. So for the rich and powerful, spices suddenly became uncool. They weren't rare anymore, so they were interesting to status-crazed rich people.
Here's the thing.
Instead, European cookery began to focus more on butter, herbs, and meat.
Hang on.
Hanging.
He said Northern Europe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not just Europe in general.
Yeah, he specifically he specified Europe, so like Eastern Europe, Northern Europe, and
because like my whole thing is like the Mediterranean is right there. So like the colonization just for spice.
Yeah.
While it is funny to say that white people, like, you know, because part of it is the Ottoman spice trade of why Columbus was like navigating. So the reason why America exists is because white people are trying to season their food.
Yes,
but
it's one of my favorite memes.
It's not accurate because it was commodified. So like even if you had the spice, you were like holding it like currency and shit, you know?
Yes.
So because it was commodified, it became like more valuable to not put it on food in many cases.
Which is dumb.
Yeah, but like what's funny is like salt, right? Like there's a lot of places that don't have access to salt.
Which is crazy.
Right? A lot of those places are places like the Sahel region of Africa. Right? And I'm sure you've heard this. It might be pop history. I'm not sure if this is 100% true. But they traded salt for the weight in gold because the salt was so valuable to those people that they traded gold for it. And so people are like framing that as a thing where it's like, wow, the Europeans scammed those Africans to give them that gold.
Yes.
Why do we think like that? They needed that commodity. that salt was inflated.
Mm-hmm.
They bought it with gold. They probably could have negotiated a better price, sure, but when you desperately need a commodity, things happen. But like that was a commodity that people were actually using. The issue was that there started to be commodities that people would hold. Like cars now. Like everything is a commodity that you fucking hold. And it's not used. And like nobody thinks about how that increases inflation.
Yep. It's crazy how much the car that I want, right? Because people are realizing what it is now. The car has jumped from 15 to 25 grand in a year, which is fucking dumb. Like, I understand holding value if it's a useful item. Like in Australia with your motorbike license, you can only buy learner-approved restricted
Okay,
bikes.
now check if the sound bites are there.
Right, so you can only buy learner-approved restricted bikes, and if you hold on to that bike until you're off it, you can sell that bike for a pretty good resale value, all things considered, because there are always learners who need learner bikes. Right? That makes sense for something to hold its value. If I have a car from, well, let's use the car that I like. Let's use actually, fuck it. Because the last chatter was German, let's use German. Let's use the BMW. Let's use a BMW M3 as an example, right? That BMW M3 E46. That probably means nothing to you guys, but you'd recognize the car. It was the feature car for a video game. That video game has made that fucking car absurdly priced for no fucking reason. You can get a Supra, Most Wanted. So Need for Speed Most Wanted. It was the feature car of Need for Speed Most Wanted. It's like one of the best, if not the best.
Supra is the best one in Underground too.
Yeah. So you can. Did you say Supra?
In Underground 2, yeah.
Okay, well, the Supra is a good example, right? The Mark IV Supra, right? The Supra that everybody knows. The Mark IV
one that Hulk Hogan's son killed his friend with.
Was that a Supra? The Mark IV Supra is like $100,000 car for no reason. The Mark III Supra is 20 grand. It's got nothing to do with the name. It's got everything to do with how much people want the car. They're not worth this much money. But the other problem is scalpers. Scalpers and people with too much money will know what they're looking at, pick up a car for cheap, instantly sell it for like 3 times the price, and then some idiot who has no idea what the fuck he's looking at will spend that money. And now that everybody has seen that something sold at that value is now the new baseline because everybody is desperate to fuck each other over to make as much money for themselves as possible. It's fucking incredible, especially within like a car enthusiast community. You know, what's really good and what really, really keeps an enthusiast community around is upcharging and trying to gatekeep people out of the community by making it unaffordable to enter in. That's a really good fucking way to keep an enthusiast
why would you want more
group
people
around
in on your niche? That's your thing. Plus, they could be girls, and they're not serious gamers. So,
like, you know what I mean? It's such a dumb.
Well, to expand on what you're saying, okay, and to go back to what I was saying about commodification.
Mm-hmm.
That Africa story we just watched, the one lady, she said, I can't sell any of this. Look at the colors, black, 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 black. Well, it would make sense why you don't want black fabric in Africa.
Yes.
But it was specific. What she was specifically saying is that it's the colors that they value, including white, like white cotton. It has to be no stains, really nice cotton.
Oh,
like a polo style shirt. You'll see a lot of guys wear something like that. But they were talking about the colors of the fabrics, and it's because of dyes. right? They don't have as much access to dyes in those regions where colors in clothing is more valued. So, like, do you know about the indigo explosion, like the fashion trend of indigo?
Oh, you mean purple and how? Oh, I can still hear myself.
Well, the dye specifically, like it's like indigo is a specific dye.
Yeah, vaguely. I'm vaguely aware of the whole purple because it's really hard to make or something like that.
Okay, so throughout West Africa, indigo is the foundation of centuries-old textile traditions. From the Tuareg nomads of the Sahara to Cameroon, clothes dyed with indigo signified wealth. Women dyed the cloth in most areas of the Yoruba of Nigeria and the Mandinka of Mali, particularly well known for their expertise. Right? So indigo exploded in Europe. It's talking about Ben Franklin even here, right? But in 1865, a German chemist figured out a way to synthetically make it.
Okay.
And so that was led to this huge indigo explosion in that era where everything was indigo colored because indigo used to be really valuable because you could only get it in one place in Africa, and it was like made by specialized craftsmen in these two regions in Mali and Nigeria, right? So when it became synthetic and mass produced, then everyone was able to sell these products. Say you have a white shirt, right? You make it indigo, you can sell it for the indigo price, even though it's a synthetic.
We're talking about this stuff.
Yeah, indigo. It's a dye.
Yeah, I'm like this. The chat said
blue
the
as well.
Tuareg robes.
Blue, purple.
So I'm just looking up.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of cool.
But that's the thing is like it had always been seen. Even I'm even in that culture of Nigeria, they still valued color because even though they have less access to dyes, they still had indigo. And it's something that was ingrained pre-colonialism into their culture of valuing the indigo because they commodified indigo. And they were able to make a lot of money off of trading indigo to Europeans and things like that. You know, the Europeans didn't conquer over indigo.
Yeah.
Even though it was such a valued commodity. So to think that they went to war just to flavor their food and colonized just to flavor their food.
Yeah, it was a whole lot more than that. Like that may have been a part of it. There were definitely,
it's just like in Civ, you need those luxury resources.
There were definitely people who were in the colonial business for that reason. Like a lot of the merchants were in that business for that purpose, but the reason that colonialism happened was not that. Huh?
No audio?
You don't get an audio?
Nope.
Huh.
It's probably because of dog cam.
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, dog cam ruined it.
You still see it?
Yes.
Product you can and highlight its natural flavor. The idea was like powerful, spices suddenly became uncool. They weren't rare anymore, so they weren't interesting to status-crazed rich people. Instead, European cookery began to focus more on butter, herbs, and meat-based sauces. This new sensibility, sometimes referred to as Nouvelle Cuisine, said that food should taste like itself. Nouvelle Cuisine dictated that you get the freshest, highest quality product you can and highlight its natural flavor. The idea was that any seasoning should just serve to amplify flavor of the product itself. Bold spices would distract from this beautiful piece of fish or beef or lamb or whatever. I don't think this is inherently wrong, but it does require a huge amount of privilege. Finding extraordinary ingredients and treating them well is a great way to cook, provided you can afford those ingredients and you have the time, knowledge, and resources to cook this way. I think it's no coincidence that the places where a lot of this spice-free food comes from have historically been very wealthy. I would say that this is still a pretty relevant factor today.
It's actually
to this
because
point,
rich
I've
people
stuck to
don't have taste.
They taste awful.
Factual information
No,
rather
I mean,
than opinion.
they have poor taste in like fashion and art. I mean,
Yes,
poor taste.
I was talking about the same thing.
No, you said that you're eating them.
Sorry, I had to adjust the dog cam to fix it. Dog cam.
Who do you think tastes better, the peasants or the rich people?
Definitely the peasants, because they work in the fields and shit.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily make them delicious.
Matured muscle would
like
be
maybe
better, no?
rich people are like veal.
Yeah, maybe.
Because like lamb is like compared to goat. Get the fuck out of my face, bro.
Lamb.
Like, yeah, compared to goat.
You're saying goat's better than lamb?
No, goat sucks.
Okay.
Mutton and goat taste the same, but lamb is fucking delicious.
Good, because I was about to fucking tear your head off, because lamb is the best meat that you can buy, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't know. I could be biased by Australia's lamb.
I do like a good pork chop.
Assad fled like a week ago, did he not? Basically the time it started, he's fucking players.
There was reports that he had fled. There was reports that he was in Russia and stuff. But if Assad leaves the country,
he's done for.
You will not know about it.
No.
Yeah.
But also him leaving the country.
He might have fled now because a few hours ago the rebels did reach Damascus.
Mm.
Well, outskirts, which is still very far.
But if he leaves, he's not coming back. That's it. That's he's done. If he leaves, why would his forces fight anymore? He's done. It's over. Nothing ever happens.
I hope Russia kills him.
That'd be great.
What use is he to them?
Nothing now.
Anyway, have you had like goat meat?
No, I've never had goat before.
Okay, so like the only time I've had it was in like Mexican food. Okay. It's basically the same thing as ground beef.
Okay.
You can tell that it's different.
Yeah.
If somebody told you it was goat beforehand. If you weren't told that, you would think it was ground beef.
Interesting.
I haven't had like, a goat leg or something like that, but
yeah,
a lot of the more like authentic Mexican food. Notice how I said authentic, as in it comes from Mexico and not Mexican American food. That will have goat.
Again, this is an American problem.
Sorry that we're multicultural.
No, it's that you think that everything is American. That's the problem. No, like America
Mexican
in general is like
and
everything
American
is American.
Mexican food are different things. Like Mexico eats more insects than any nation.
Yeah, I did know that actually. You're misunderstanding what I'm
food.
saying though. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying though.
Well, I'm just calling back to the earlier good time that we had.
No, I know.
memories,
I'm
Jack.
just saying that like Australia is equally, if not more, multicultural than America, and we do not specify by saying
You
American
are
or
not.
Australian
No, you're
before
not.
that.
You are not equally or more multicultural than America.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Objectively,
No, you're
yes.
not.
Yes.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
No, you're not.
Okay.
One China.
But as someone who does know a lot about food, I feel compelled to offer my own theories and thoughts on this whole issue. First and foremost, I think it's good that European, French, Nouvelle cuisine, whatever, is not the only relevant approach to food today. More spices, more variety, more voices in the culinary landscape is undoubtedly a good thing. Everyone should get a seat at the table, and I think food today is closer to that than it ever has been. Now, I would push back against the idea that a lack of spices means food is bland, however. A forest mushroom and smoked sausage stew from Northern Europe, cooked for a few hours, is absolutely bursting with flavor. A German roast sauerbraten with its sticky sweet gravy, very, very far from bland. But I will admit that often European food cooked in American households is very bland. This is not the fault of the cuisine, but the fault of the people cooking it.
This is
studied and cooked a lot of food in pretty high-level establishments. All of those years have led me to one resounding conclusion. Home cooks don't use enough salt. I would even say this is my core culinary belief.
Because they think it's
when
bad.
used correctly, salt doesn't make things taste salty. It makes them more flavorful.
Mm-hmm.
It gives the umami flavor, does it not?
It gives the salt flavor.
Useless.
The amount of flavor you can get from a single
I don't know what
ingredient
umami
using
is.
just
People
salt
say that
is a lot higher than most people.
Have you ever had MSG?
Yeah, but I just like
umami is a flavor group. It's one of the flavor groups.
Even like if I try to think what bitter is, the only thing I think of is like black coffee.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I don't eat something and go, "Ooh, that's really bitter."
Yeah, but you know what the flavor is.
I'm just
Tomato is umami flavor.
Like, it's just like I'll do it with like sour, you know, like that's a flavor.
Sour is the most obvious one
because I actually encounter it.
Here you go. Soy sauce, ripe tomatoes, and miso soup are example of rich umami components. Savory. So I guess it's just more of the savory flavor. Yeah, sweet, sour, salty, bitter, savory. So that makes sense. There you go. It's a great flavor. Highly recommend. If you can get your hands on some MSG, do it. Don't listen to all the psychos who say that it's bad for you. This shit's good. Every single Chinese food you've had has MSG in it. That's why it tastes so good.
Really though, there are a lot of ways you can put flavor into a dish. Spices are a great way to do that, but they are just one of many methods. Vinegar, lemons, great butter, fresh herbs, onions, garlic, these all have a lot of flavor. Fresh herbs, onions, garlic.
I got the data.
I do not support the use of onions. However, I do support the use of butter. Is this the tomato potato?
No. This is cultural diversity. America is the center benchmark. Australia is in blue, which means it's lower. Papua New Guinea is the most diverse. Same with like Congo. Obviously, India is up there.
What
Another one.
metric?
Look
are
at how
we
low
using?
China is because it's all Han Chinese.
What
About the
metric
same
are
as
we using?
Australia. So this is the ethnic and cultural diversity level based on.
Who is that guy?
He's like the guy when it comes to this type of study.
Mm-hmm.
You know, here's also Pew Research. America is darker than Australia here. You know, Australia is darker than America. Here's one where America is darker. Oh, that also is, that's, you know, some it's darker is more. You know, here's another one. You know,
54% of Australians.
America is darker.
Anglo-Celtic background. Can you beat that?
Huh?
54% of the country is white. Can you beat that?
Anglo-Celtic white, though.
Mm.
Are Italians white?
Sure. They're European.
Diversity does not
people?
mean
Spices are
not. It doesn't necessarily mean no white people. But if you ask the people who get mad about our title, that's exactly what it means.
I'm more talking about the WASP types, which is the problem types.
They're just these things dried and ground up. Ingredients themselves can have a lot of flavor too when handled well. The method you use to cook an ingredient can determine how much flavor it has. I personally enjoy relying on these things rather than spices. I don't think it's any better or worse than enjoying big, bold spices. It's just personal preference. See, food is not as simple as more spices equals more flavor equals more good. People consume foods for a number of different reasons.
What percentage should
Some people have identities within food. Some may
54?
Huh?
54.
54?
Mm-hmm.
Self-identified race and ethnicity.
That's what this is.
Based on estimates in 2021,
Mm-hmm.
has 59.3% of the population as white. Now, I would like to also point out,
boo,
like underneath that, it has Hispanic and Latino, right?
Interesting.
A lot of people who are Hispanic do identify as white. That's part of the whole like cultural problem. So I would maybe say 1 to 5% varies here.
Mm.
Like it could be lower than that. And this is also because it's self-identified as well.
28% of the population born overseas.
For Australia or America?
Australia.
But you said multiculturalism, and so this is just ethnicity, right?
Yeah.
Not ethnicity and culture, which is what multiculture is.
Sure, but it's also very segregated in America. That was one thing I did notice is that although it's multicultural, everything's very segregated.
It depends.
Going through LA, everywhere is segregated. It's segregated into little towns.
It depends because some places it's not segregation by design. It's settlement.
Okay.
So like Minnesota having a Somali community, for example. It's because of refugees settlement, right? So that's a big part of it too, is that the settlements do have like the heart of things. So like here we have like an Irish and Italian district, but it's not like only Irish people live in the Irish district.
Yeah.
It's just like more culturally Irish. They like draw their roots.
Yeah. Here's a good one. Top 5 countries of birth in Australia by number 2021. Number 1, England, 3.6%. Then India, China, New Zealand, Philippines. There's almost more Kiwis here than Chinese. And then top 5 increases in country of birth by number. What do you reckon?
Because like even Canada has less like people who speak English at home than America, right?
Yeah.
So
all right, so really what do you reckon? From 16 to 21, what is the top 5 countries of increase?
For Australia? China. India. Myanmar.
No. Generally correct area, though. They're all kind of coming from there.
Vietnam.
So got India at number 1 with a 50% rise.
Pakistan.
No, actually.
Work?
Nepal with 123% increase. I have no idea why there would be such an influx of Nepalese.
Well, their economy's not great.
Okay. The Philippines, which that makes sense. There's always Filipinos coming here.
That's what I was going to guess, the Philippines, but I couldn't think of the name. I was like, not Indonesia, the other one.
Then there's China, and then Vietnam. That's kind of interesting. Number of people. Okay. Ancestry. Here we go. 33% British.
But like 29. LA, you have the like black neighborhood, the white neighborhood, and the Latin neighborhood, you know? And that's because LA has it's different than like it depends how the area was settled.
Yeah.
So LA coming later had more design segregation built into it. Other places in the country, it was like, oh, our people are doing this town, your people are doing that town. You know, like New York was called New Amsterdam.
Yeah. Now this is interesting. Top 10 languages with the highest proportion of low English proficiency speakers. Khmer, so Vietnamese, Hazara at number 3. Chaldean Neo-Aramaic, interesting.
Wow.
Korean, Assyrian Neo-Aramaic, Mandarin, Burmese, Dari, and Cantonese. What an interesting list.
Wow, great. How are the sound bites though? Did they work?
I have not checked them yet. While I'm reading through this, let's have dog cam.
How much of the news list have we gotten through?
Not a lot.
Well, it's because we talked about Africa and there was so much to say because you've neglected them.
I know.
This is your lesson, not to forget about Africa.
Video is done. And we keep getting side tangents too. As long as chat is having fun and everybody is happy with how we're going, we'll continue.
In 2021, a chain-link fence surrounded Al-Hol camp in Syria. Since then, it has been replaced by one topped with barbed wire and bright lights. Guards call this place a ticking time bomb because it is packed with extremists from the now defunct, self-proclaimed
brand new militias popped up like on either side of the De Azor, right? And so the joke was like a level 1 spawning in next to like the high level YPG. You know, they were Turkish aligned, but people were like, "Ooh, are these guys going to be good or bad?" Funny. People weren't sure what the militias were when they first sprung up online. But then it's like, I want to say one of these militias specifically attacked an ISIS prison. Gee, I wonder who's behind it.
You certainly tried.
Islamic State group.
What?
Many detainees here.
Well, you're not looking at chat?
Tried to suck the Nazi out of him. Oh, we're talking about Destiny. Is that Destiny in the video? I think
it's not.
Destiny had a beard at the time.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I think it's another one of those look-alike kind of things.
Yeah.
Kind of like this.
Also, the guy he's blowing is not white enough to be Nick. I think Nick might have some Hispanic.
I think
because
he does,
all the
actually.
the people who are Hispanic and identify as white are actually worse than the Wasps.
Yeah. But his last name is Fuentes.
Hang on, I got a picture because it's not appropriate for me to say the word.
Like, is that not a Hispanic last name?
What?
Fuentes.
Yeah, that's why I assume.
Like, I think that's probably a pretty safe assumption. You don't get much white people with the name Fuentes, do
you? Believe people they deem to be infidels should be killed. Escapes and attacks are common. There have been more than 130 murders. Amnesty International.
The Hispanics that identify as whites. This is who they are.
Oh.
You feel me?
Fuck's sake. I gotcha.
The land
says living conditions here are inhumane and
how do we feel about dog pen? Are we happy?
Sometimes deadly. The Kurdish authorities who run the camp say they are desperate for outside help.
We are suffering here in the camp. In healthcare, nobody supports us, and people are dying inside. Now we are heading into winter, and no one has provided clothes for these people.
Mexicans.
About 45,000 women and children who survived the last battles that ultimately crushed IS in 2019 are held inside this camp. The thousands of foreigners among them are from 60 countries.
We hope to get out of this camp. The situation is bad. There's not enough support. My child has been sick since yesterday. We took her to the hospital and they could only give basic care.
The fathers, husbands, and brothers of these residents are all missing, dead, or in jails. It is assumed that the men in the last IS stronghold when it fell in 2019 were all militants, but most have never been on trial. Boys ages 12 and older are missing from the camp. Around this age, security officials force them to move to what they call rehabilitation centers.
Sounds
Noah
dodgy.
Souley from Trinidad and Tobago was brought to Syria by his mother as a 12-year-old when his stepfather joined IS. His mother is now in Al Roj camp, which also holds women and children from the former IS, and he speaks to her once a year. Souley is not accused of a crime.
I don't know what's happening with me, what's going on. I just
No,
wake up
that's
every
the
morning
thing.
hoping
Like,
that one day someone's gonna
most
come
of them
and
aren't accused of
tell
a
me
crime,
it's time for you
technically.
to go home.
Authorities say if they don't separate...
His case is so much worse than others. You know, we need the fucking international community, and they don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what's going to be great about Assad falling? Hopefully, this shit will get fucking taken care of. Because if you want to know more about these camps, we have done an interview with the YPJ, and while I let them do a lot of philosophy and stuff like that, I do push them on the existence of these camps and things like that. And if you want to see the reasons why these camps still exist and things like that, and how they mass prisons is totally contradictory to their values.
The Kurds.
Rojava specifically.
Yeah. Okay.
The spirit of the revolution.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're holding these prisoners and nobody's fucking helping them is absurd.
Well, they don't have. That's the thing. They would have the capacity to do more justice and trials if Turkey fucked off.
Mm-hmm.
So, if Trump didn't pull out,
yep,
which immediately led to a lot of these prisons having leaks. And then also countries like Britain, where a bunch of these guys came from, won't take these people back. They need to be in your prisons, dog. You let them go to be an international terrorist in Syria.
Yeah, it's your problem.
You need to take them back.
It's absurd that these countries
that would solve a lot of the problems there alone.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Forcing these countries to repatriate prisoners, which when there is some sort of authority that is recognized by the UN in Syria, hopefully that can happen.
Yeah.
But also, for example, because they're against the death penalty, they had to work out this whole deal with Iraq. So, a lot of the prisons are obviously Iraqi, right?
Yeah.
So the autonomous administration wouldn't hand over the prisoners to Iraq until Iraq agreed that they would not execute them.
Yes, I remember we spoke about this, and we both agreed that this was a good policy that they should maintain and have it as an absolute. This should be an absolute policy where it's you will not execute these people.
Yeah,
it needs.
But
it needs
Iraq
to
didn't
happen.
have to take them in general.
Nope.
You know why Iraq did?
Carry favor with the Kurds.
Iraq understands if these prisons break, their people will die. Daesh is coming for them, the government personally. So why would you want them in the last place we want them, which is in these camps?
Yeah,
I mean,
able
there's
to
the second
organize.
to last place.
Yeah.
The last place is outside of the camps.
The boys from their families. They will grow up to be terrorists, trained by the extremists in the camps.
Now,
The
there's
boys here
also
say
another
they are
issue.
deeply depressed, without childhoods, families, or futures.
There's
This
children
is great.
of
the children of ISIS.
Yeah, so they're abandoned orphans and they don't know how to read and shit. They're completely shunned from society.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Assistance.
Yeah. So what? They're completely uneducated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they weren't welcome.
Love that. That's very cool. These kids did nothing, but sure.
Well, another awful thing as well. This isn't necessarily. I mean, it's similar, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, the Yazidi women, right?
Mm-hmm.
They've been raped and have children with them.
Yes.
Those children aren't allowed to come back to them. So there's an issue repatriating Yazidi women to their communities because they don't want to abandon their children.
Yes.
And they have to. They have to literally abandon their children in orphanages to go back to their life.
Is that because the Yazidis won't allow them back?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing is the Yazidi are super conservative. They have a lot because they're so isolated, right?
Yeah.
So the main thing that Daesh used as propaganda against them was an honor killing that happened.
I think you were spoken about this,
right?
I think.
Ignore the request, please. Did you accidentally knock? I know, see it. I don't even know which I have open.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We don't run it from Twitch, so any requests we wouldn't see. I wouldn't think anyway.
Yeah, I don't even know where it would show up.
If you want to come in, you're welcome to.
Anyway, so this honor killing was one of the first circulated like killing videos.
Yeah.
And it was like on like shitty flip cell phones, you know, like the Saddam hanging.
Yeah, yeah.
But the rumor became that she was killed for dating a Sunni boy. And so that resulted in immediate ethnic pogroms. Like the Sunnis hijacked a bus and like did pogroms. Went and took that bus and like filled it with Yazidi and then gunned them all down. And this is like a decade before ISIS.
Oh.
Right, but like the whole village stoning a girl to death. Right, so like people who like I'll call these a lot of Iraqis Daeshis because they'll think that this is why the girl was killed, you know. So like they're not speaking out against honor killing.
Yeah,
they're speaking out against honor killing because she was dating a Sunni.
All the ethnic violence and like tribal stuff is just like, I can really only have the opinion of that's disappointing.
Yeah, and I'm not saying like Yazidi culture is inferior or anything like that.
I mean,
there is video of it. Yes,
you can. I mean, it's all just like,
it's pretty shitty video.
Yeah,
like
it's
just
not. See, I wouldn't even say it's like inferior superior culture thing either. It's like, it's just another way to manipulate people using specific.
I think because they're victims of the genocide, there's like this like aversion to criticizing.
Yes, kind of like the Israelis.
Yeah, except not
as crazy. Yeah, but
because
you
they
know
were
what
legitimately
I mean?
like recently killed. You know, so
no. I like when I say like the Israelis, I mean that they have an aversion to critiquing themselves.
That's my issue. Is like in like people will criticize them for doing these like things, but only because it's not of the same like faith and ethnic group as them.
Yes.
It's very bizarre.
Well, that's half of all the problems, right? It's like rules for thee, but not for me.
Because like even a lot of places in Kurdistan, like that's another thing is Rojava has made this idea of Kurdistan, but like
it's
the rural areas of Kurdistan, you still have like cases where like parents are murdering their kids in honor killings and stuff too. So it's like
you can't.
It's like
you
a
can't
rural
expect,
issue.
Yeah, like you can't expect. Like, it's like anybody, right? You can't expect everybody to be on board and with the cause, right? Or anything like that. You kind of, it's ignorant as much of it as it is ignorant to be like, oh, they couldn't have been smart enough to make these ancient structures. It's kind of ignorant to make that same assumption that like everybody is going to be a good person because they're Kurdish. Or like everybody's going to be a good person because they're under this political system that they work within. It's like, well, no, democracy is a perfectly fine system, and there are plenty of pieces of shit in democracy. Like this is the problem with politics. People want an absolute fix and a simple solution, but nothing's simple. Everything takes work. Everything takes compromise. Just don't appease fascists. It's pretty simple.
There's also like another interesting like thing in Mosul, right? There's a granny there. See if I can get her to come up. Trying to think. It's like this old lady, but she's like a tribal elder. But like this is like back in like with the Zarqawi days.
Yeah.
So like because Zarqawi did like when they went into the Battle of Mosul and they beheaded a bunch of people.
Mm-hmm.
This grandma like took it personally, so she's like she'll like do like cartel shit to them. Like she
Oh my
like
God.
beheads them and like cooks their heads and shit.
Just a grandma.
Yeah, from
An old
Mosul.
Iraqi granny. No shit.
Yeah, but she's like a tribal elder.
Oh, so okay, it makes sense why she took it personally. It was probably fucking beheading her tribal people, tribes people and shit. That fucking no shit. A tribal elder's gonna take that personally. Dog butt.
But she was like, if you're gonna chop our heads off.
Yeah, I mean the eye for an eye thing is like.
I'm just comparing that to the pogroms that happened against Yazidis, you know, where people think that they're getting even with something.
Yes. Actually. Fixing dog cam.
God, I wish I remembered.
Dog cam.
But she was like, you know, like she like would shoot people too, you know, like so like even in Mosul, like wasn't necessarily this women can't fight thing, you know.
I mean, but that's something I feel like we've seen a lot through the Middle East is women will get up and fight.
I found it. Okay. It happened much later than I thought. It was literally against ISIS, not against Zarqawi.
Okay.
I found it. Wow, crazy find. Iraqi housewife who cooked the heads of ISIS fighters.
Well, shouldn't have joined ISIS.
But this is like a uniform, you know?
Yeah, if you didn't join ISIS, you wouldn't have your head cooked by Karen here.
Shut up and stay style, the woman in black fatigues and black headscarves at her shoulders. So she was telling her own man, shut up. Immediately they went quiet.
Sounds like a badass.
This woman who commands respect, I thought. She keeps a Beretta 9mm pistol in a holster under her left arm.
Hell yeah.
But like, you know, I don't advocate for this, you know? This is no better than fucking Iraqi Rambo saying he's gonna fucking kebab people. So part of a tribal militia. So it was probably PMF. I've never been more confused by chat. Yeah, it happens.
Sometimes I feel like
no, I was
hope
right.
now.
I began fighting terrorists in 2004, working with Iraqi security forces and the coalition. She says, as a result, she attracted the wrath of what eventually became Al-Qaeda in Mesopotamia, which later morphed into ISIS. I received threats from top leadership of ISIS, including Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi himself.
Damn, imagine getting a threat personally from Baghdadi.
I was at the top of the wanted list, even more than the prime minister.
Damn.
Oh! Bro, you'll never guess who she's with.
Bad bitch. Bonkhead?
Picture.
Is it Bonkhead?
No.
I'm sad.
No. So, like I said, she's in Mosul, right? This guy is the Mosul SWAT, the unit that was in Mosul that the movie's about.
No shit. Interesting. That pick goes fucking hard.
I know, right?
That goes so hard. Love this.
Along the way, her first husband was killed in action. She remarried, but ISIS killed her second husband earlier this year.
Jesus Christ.
ISIS also killed her father and 3 brothers. She added, her sheep, her dogs, and her birds. 6 times they tried to assassinate me. I have shrapnel in my head and legs, and my ribs were broken.
Oh my God. You know what?
Stop me from fighting.
You know what? If she wants to behead ISIS fighters and fucking piss on their bodies,
She's got an RPG here.
And you know what? Fucking go for it. Go for your fucking life. Fuck those guys. Jesus Christ.
The general provided her with vehicles and weapons. Check out my Facebook page. Yeah, this is Special Forces right here. This isn't PMF. This is like this is potentially Golden Division right here.
So she got a Golden Division group with her too.
Well, when the first Golden Divisions were the first ones to repel into Mosul when ISIL took over Mosul very quickly. Golden Division were the first ones on the ground, and so they would have worked in a Green Beret capacity with militias on the ground as well.
Yeah. Okay.
But this looks like it is likely Golden Division, but I don't see exact insignia, and I have to look up the insignia she has here. I fought them, I beheaded them, I cooked their heads, I burned their bodies. This is all documented, she said. You can see it on my Facebook page.
That's fucking epic.
Yeah, here's the SWAT guy again. A lot of pouches.
Yes. Too many almost.
The skull mask is also a big thing in there. They got it from the Americans, for the high-end fighters.
Do you like my machete? It's new.
Although a photo on her Facebook shows her without a hair scarf with what appears to be a hair salon. She denied media reports that she was a hairdresser, even though she has photos of her without a headscarf in a hair salon.
That's funny. Okay.
This is for Daesh. She said, using the derogatory term for ISIS.
It's derogatory?
Yeah, no, but that's why we use it.
Oh, okay. It sounds better than ISIS anyway.
So, it is the abbreviation as well. But it's similar to the word that you use to crush cockroaches under your boot.
That's great.
Right? So it's got a double meaning. And so ISIS says that anyone who uses that word, they'll cut their tongues out.
Interesting. Fair enough.
And that's why we use it.
Yeah, fair enough. Fuck them.
They want to be called the Islamic State. That's it.
Yep, fair enough.
We're living for no reason. My life has no meaning.
Amnesty International says detainees are suffering shocking cruelty and violence, and that the United States played a central role in the creation and maintenance of this system. And systematic injustice, the organization says, only deepens the continued threat of IS, which still operates in Syria and beyond.
I reversed image
The regional
search.
Kurdish authorities who run
One of
these
those
detention
photos
centers say
instantly came up with her holding a severed head. I think this is literally a beheading video she made.
Amazing. On Facebook?
No. It's a dead link to watch people die. So the image is low quality because it's an archived.
So Daesh means Arabic acronym standing for ISIL. It was used before the group took over northern Iraq and eastern Syria. Acronyms are not common in Arabic, but Arabs across the Arab world fell in love with this one because it rhymes with or suggests a number of nefarious words and concepts in Arabic. Committer of heinous crimes, crusher, crumbler, shocker. What better way to acknowledge the group? Daesh also sounded disrespectful enough to annoy the group. So both are correct. Today, Arabs use the nefarious Arabic words to refer to ISIS rather than the acronym itself. A student in one of my classes told me how Saudi Arabia is popularizing the word fahish in referring to the group. Other close words currently in use are dahis, daik, and dahish. Interesting.
Well, there's also like you'll hear different accents like Daesh.
Yeah. For anybody who wants this as a resource, there you go. And there you go.
They have been abandoned by international partners.
Are we okay?
And do not
Okay.
have the resources to provide justice or better living conditions. With Yanboy Shah in northeastern Syria.
We're not supposed to troll them out of the chat. We're supposed to keep them here, guys. Come on.
Yes, we want to.
We want them. We want them here. You need to bait them
so they keep posting and skyrocket our engagement. It's how we grift. That's why we put it front and center. We knew they would come in because they can't help themselves. Just to immediately assume our position because we tricked them. Like I don't give a fuck.
This
like everyone is
brought to you by GiveWell.
Talked about it
Only
at
a few
this
weeks
point.
ago,
Like
it
we
looked
really,
like
we really need
firmly in
information
control
from
of
us
Syria.
about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like there might be some funny videos we'll look at about it, but
I might, because we've done the Syria video and you're doing another one tomorrow. I might skip Syria, unless you want to know.
No, it's fine.
This one. Yeah, considering. Let's do this.
She is PMF. I was right.
Okay. Ooh.
The Five Eyes International.
Okay. Because that video that'll be a good video that'll be a good ISIS one. That one.
Sir, see also Abu Azazel.
Intelligence
like
Network has issued a chilling warning about the threat of young people being radicalized online, with fears Aussie kids as young as.
This is the worst news thing in Australia, justifying the social media ban. By the way, that's my prediction. Come on, dog. Dog butt. Dog butt.
Awesome.
What?
Thank you, AustralianNews.com. I found a censored version of the picture.
Amazing.
So when I reverse image searched her, I got this image, except it wasn't blurred. It's only going to stay on screen for just a second.
All right, enough dog cam. No more dog cam. There we go.
12 are at risk of turning into terrorists.
I think it's a pretty clear call to action.
Australia on notice. ASIO and intelligence allies from the UK, Canada, the US and New Zealand warning of an unprecedented rise in young people being radicalised by extremist material online. Since 2020, Australian
like 5th gen.
Terrorism agencies have investigated 35 people aged 17 or under, the youngest just 12 years old.
Religious extremist groups are still using platforms to share their material and to recruit, but we're also recognising the rise in far-right extremist groups, and we're seeing definitely incel
Hot take, same thing.
groups.
Security agencies today warning the numbers are
Literally same thing. Incel far-right group, ISIS. Although they do have the ISIS brides, but that's like slavery. So again, incels would do that if they became militant. They would have war brides.
sobering.
In every one of the terrorist attacks, disruptions, and suspected terrorist incidents in Australia this
Whoa.
year, the alleged perpetrator was a young person.
Whoa.
Teens radicalised.
How many terrorist attacks have happened in Australia this year? One?
You have terrorism?
In Australia this year, the alleged perpetrator was a young person.
All right, let's have a look. Let's fact check this in real time. How many terror incidents happened in Australia 2024? November 2024. No terror cases found this year have links to the Middle East, ASIO chief says. Nine terror attacks. All of them are young people, apparently. Okay. To be clear, I'm not talking about individuals who follow... I'm talking about individuals who follow a perverse interpretation of Islam, not people of the Islamic faith. Okay. 1/3 was religiously motivated. Majority were racist or nationalist ideologies, as we've discussed before. Most attacks are nationalist, I think, right? Is that right? He's not listening.
I thought you were just
Teens
reading chat.
radicalised through online platforms like TikTok, Discord, Telegram, and even games like Roblox.
Young people who are isolated from communities, who potentially don't really have very good social networks, they are particularly vulnerable to the messages that extremists are sending online.
With 20% of their priority counter-terrorism cases involving young people, ASIO and AFP have released previously...
Can we just acknowledge the tone of this entire...
No, hang on. They're doing...
piece?
They're doing this. It's good that we got young people off the internet because they're terrorists.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm telling you. This is what this was. And this is why I picked this one in particular, because I knew that it was going to be the project being like, banning young people, probably not a bad thing.
Secret case details to ram home just how serious a threat we're facing. One 16-year-old posting online about live streaming a shooting on Facebook, requesting assistance in bomb making, and suggesting the targeting of high-profile enemies. Meanwhile, a 14-year-old discussed their plans for a school shooting and even claimed they had access to firearms and explosives.
We absolutely need to do something. We have to.
Wow, you mean children talking shit online? Wow. Groundbreaking, guys.
That definitely means it's happening.
Unbelievable.
This is like the meme. Do you know what your kids are saying? And it's the abbreviations.
Yes.
Many young people in this country who have been involved in terrorist acts or convicted for terrorist offences. The time to act is now.
Intelligence agencies recommending a whole-of-society approach to keep us safe, with parents, teachers and even healthcare workers warned to be on the lookout for signs of extremism.
The biggest indicator is change. So a change in the social group and their attitudes, a change...
So growing and learning and evolving is now bad. So if you have a group of friends and you suddenly go, hey, this group of friends are pieces of shit, I'm going to find new friends. Report this child to your local police. Future terrorist, people. Future terrorist.
In the way they
ridiculous.
dress. The problem is that a lot of these behaviours are quite normal.
Hear the music that they're using?
Normal adolescent behaviours.
The framing that they're going with.
Spooked.
This is absurd.
So it really is up to us as adults to be asking our children and young people what's going on for them.
But with even hardened spy agencies unable to contain the problem, is it fair to put the responsibility of de-radicalisation on the shoulders of parents and teachers?
Yes, you fucking idiots. It's literally their job. It's literally the job of the parents and the teachers to educate people to not be fucking morons. I don't understand. Why is this even posing a question?
Joining us now is the National Children's Committee.
Joining us now is a really old fucking woman. Awesome. I'm glad we're talking to a really old person about online radicalization. Amazing.
Commissioner Anne Hollands, and thanks so much for coming on. I'm trying to work out if 35 teenagers over 4 years being investigated is a lot or not. How serious do you think this is?
Well, I think what they're saying is that the numbers are increasing and that's a new development. And you know, this is a serious issue because these are kids who are being targeted by...
We all heard that, right? 35 in 4 years. This is Australia. Notice my lack of surprise that there's an old person in charge of children.
Yeah, like when we put that fat lady in charge of health.
Like it's literally a made up position to invent cabinet positions. Like 35 in 4 years. That's seven a year. One every basically 2 months, right? This is not an issue that we even need to be making a story on. Did you know a tiny percentage of people are at risk of radicalization? But let's make a whole 2-minute package about how it's literally everybody that's at threat, and you need to make sure your kids are not on literally anything and shelter them because fear, right? This is all they ever fucking give you.
Just leave us out of your weird hobby!
Fucking idiots.
Adults who are terrorists and criminals online, and these are kids who really need help.
It must be terrifying for parents. Parents are being told to look out for the signs. What are the signs they should look out for?
Obviously, if they've got extremist ideas and you're picking up some of those signs, then...
Based on what? Extreme based on what? They're explicitly not saying anything to leave it up to the interpretation of the idiot watching.
Really, it's very serious, and that you should be getting professional help. But, you know, these are kids who have a lot of complex problems, like they have disabilities, learning problems, mental health issues. They themselves are victims of bullying and violence often, and they don't really feel that they belong at school. And so what I think parents should really be doing is trying to pick up problems much earlier, talking to the school, getting professional help if they can see that their kids are not really well connected to school and not well connected to their friends and they're not thriving. Unfortunately,
I'm confused why I care about what Taiwan thinks of Korea. I don't know.
Fuck.
That was a really random comment.
Fortunately, we have these problems because our service systems that are meant to help kids who have complex needs and their families, are really...
Also, the fact that you called it the Chinese Kuomintang is very funny.
inadequate. They're not fit for purpose. So like health and education systems are often mid-last century. They're not really doing their job today.
A lot of times, Anne, when we see kids struggling, social media seems to go hand in hand with that, right? So at the moment in the news is the government social media ban. Do you think in any way that could have an effect, be it positive or negative with this?
It might help in some ways, but I think they're excluding sites like gaming sites. And I understand that that's one of the ways that these kids are being targeted by adult criminals is via gaming sites. So, you know, there's an awful lot of work to do to make sure those online protections are in place for our kids.
and for the kids themselves who might find themselves going down this path and think, how on earth do I get off it? Do you have any advice for them?
Call out for help. You know, talk to a teacher, talk to someone, an adult that you trust. Don't worry about getting in trouble. You just tell them you need help.
And I guess the point is, and we all want to belong, right? Kids just want to belong to something, and so it isn't just parents, it isn't just the school, it's everywhere. It's a holistic thing for like the whole of society.
Absolutely, it is. You know, I had a report table in Parliament this year called "Help Way Earlier," and this is what the kids and families and actually victims of crime said to me, that these kids need help way earlier. And one of the issues is they want to feel they belong. We're blocking kids from some of the activities that they really need. And many of them are turning to engaging online to find that sense of belonging. We can do better for them, I think, in Australia.
And thanks so much for coming on. We really appreciate your time.
Thanks.
Fucking absurd. Like, I'd really want to stress this. This is the most consumed news program in Australia. And what was just given to you explained nothing and was a soft justification for the new law that just got pushed through.
I'm telling you, man, healthcare and home ownership, like healthcare and housing prices, are the two key things that everyone gets.
That's basically me with Japanese. I know the sounds, but can't read it. Sure, but again, I'm not really sure what this has to do with anything, or what Taiwan has to do with Korea. Also, source, I can't find anything saying anything regarding what you just said.
Over by every single person. People are very, very, very angry, understandably, about the situation that is unfolding, about their own material realities. You got Republicans talking about eat the rich, man. That's crazy.
Nation's largest health insurers. ABC's Morgan Norwood is here with the latest. Morgan, good morning.
Good morning to you, Whit. Yes, police say the suspect behind that brazen ambush of CEO Brian Thompson earlier this week likely took a bus out of the city, but he left behind a critical piece of evidence, his backpack. And as investigators comb through it for clues, the FBI is joining what's now a nationwide search and offering a $50,000 reward.
Don't do it.
This morning, the frantic search for the killer behind the assassination-style murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson now turning into a nationwide manhunt. According to sources, investigators believe the suspect escaped New York City, last seen at 6:59 a.m.
Pretty sure this isn't the guy, by the way. No backpack.
Different color backpack.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Different color backpack. I didn't even realize because it basically looks like no backpack. The backpack in the actual video, you can see it.
Sources, CEO Brian Thompson now
it's
turning
hard to
into
say,
the assassination
because it's that whole
murder of United Healthcare this morning. The frantic search for the killer.
Yeah, but look how light. Look how light the backpack is.
Yeah. I'm just saying, the whole like if he's wearing green, and it looks black, like the quality of the camera, could greatly impact the color perception, because remember, color isn't real. It's just cone cells in our eyes.
This is true,
right? Cameras don't have cone cells.
True.
Killer behind the assassination-style murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson now turning into a nationwide manhunt, according to.
Yeah, look, John kind of watches Hasan. I fucking hate the guy, but I'm not above giving him praise.
Comes
where
on
he
in the
needs
background a lot.
Yeah, I
But
do not.
I will
like
say
the
most
guy.
of the time I'm getting up to turn on something else.
Yeah, because I don't
I'll
like the
plug
guy.
in my remote, because I'll use my PlayStation remote.
Yeah.
So I'll plug it into charge. And if I have to be really annoyed with what's going on behind me to actually get up, because I get so focused on whatever task I'm doing, whether it's doing nothing and playing a game or opening like Twitter or something. I don't really spend time on Twitter anymore, but when I was trying to get more guests for LTech, the amount of time I had to spend on Twitter per day just to like try and land those, like it was hurting my wrist.
I think maybe Blue Sky might be a little better for us. Maybe we'll see. Yes, they will arrest a bunch of people, but I don't like Hasan because he is perfectly able to see when the news is lying, when it's something he's aware of or familiar with, but will actively cede expertise to the news media
But
when it's something he
sometimes
doesn't, and does not look any
mad
further.
saying they're lying and then tell something that's a lie.
Yeah, like there's so many. There's just like
neither one is correct.
It's just wild. Now that's probably a bit much. Fake leftists, no.
Religious extremist
again,
and
no.
Jew hater.
Like no,
Bro
just
is not
no. Like
religious.
that's just not that's just not the case. To look at the conflict in Israel and come out on the side of Israel.
As Hasan has said, most Zionists are Christians.
Yeah.
To think of the word Zionist as exclusively being something about Israel when really Zionist in this country is an entirely different problem than it
really
in
is.
Israel.
And it hits on the white supremacist idea as well, surprisingly, which
Yeah,
really doesn't make sense. Like it really doesn't make sense. The whole thing is an exercise in cognitive dissonance. Right, because to be a white supremacist, you kind of inherently need to be anti-Semitic. And to hold white supremacist views while being pro-Israel is inherently contradictory.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's Nick Fuentes.
Exactly, right?
He likes Palestine because they're killing Israel.
Yeah.
Right? There's other people like
wild.
The one hideous doctor who hates trans people, Jake Shields.
Yes. Yeah. Hideous doctor.
You know who I'm talking about. The ghoul.
Yeah, the one that claims that she's Viking but is just Scandinavian.
Sure. I don't spend too much time.
Yeah, that one. But like there's just certain things that Hasan does that I'm just not, I don't know, but to call him a religious extremist and a Jew hater,
I think there's not two convos with Israel. I think history is just an excuse that people use to justify things. I don't want to have a discussion about history. I want to have a discussion about today.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing in history that justifies the campaign in Gaza.
Yeah, exactly.
So I really don't give a fuck about whatever history you think is going to justify it. And you'll see this. They can't actually have a discussion on ethics and morality. They immediately have to go, well, this happened 100 years ago. This happened 50 years ago. You know, it keeps going back in time about who did what first.
Yeah, and then it goes back to literally pre-Bible. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
Exactly. I don't have fucking time for this shit.
Like, what we're talking about is, does October 7th justify what Israel is doing and has been doing for the last year? If you come to the conclusion, genuinely come to the conclusion of yes, it is, you seriously need to step back and re-examine what you are consuming. Right?
War is brutal, water is wet. That's the thing is that not all wars are created equal.
No, and I would say that all war is unjustifiable because at the end of the day, all war
except for the
is a
invasion
war
of
of
Kuwait.
kings. All wars are war of kings. That's it. The kings wage the
I'm
wars,
glad I
the
slipped that
peasants
in
die.
without anyone noticing.
I've noticed. I just left it.
The Emir of Kuwait. God bless his soul.
But like when you really, really boil it down, and this is why I kind of facetiously, but at the same time
You
not
can't live next to
facetiously.
someone who wants to kill you. It happens all over the world.
It literally happens all the time. Like, this is not an excuse. And then people are like, oh, the only Jewish state. Make another one.
We move all the fucking Bosnians out because they're next to Serbia.
What about all the people in Kosovo? Just give Kosovo back to Serbia and ship them all out.
All the
Chuck them in the middle of the desert.
They can go to Albania. And then the rest of Kosovo will go to Serbia.
Yeah, well, all the Jews could have gone back to Europe, but I guess Europe didn't want them either. What does that tell you? But like, back to what I was saying.
More legitimate border conflicts. You know, until October 7th, Israel was actually it's actually not the most unstable border. Like, they didn't consider it between Israel and Gaza. It was like number 3 or something.
What was number 1?
Well, the other 2, I don't know if it was what one was 1 and 2, but Pakistan, India, and the Koreas. So if they're considered borders that are just as unstable, you know, and they have this like enemy philosophy of the neighboring country, where's the genocide? You know, like there's one in Myanmar.
No, the options are not leave. The options are Israel.
You literally
stop
can't
bombing
leave
women and children. What are you talking about?
You literally can't leave Gaza.
They've literally blockaded them. You can't leave. And if
You
they
literally
left,
can't leave.
it would be a genocide, a legitimate. Even though it is a genocide already, the Israelis and the bootlickers say that it isn't a genocide. Forcing the Palestinians to leave is literally genocide. You understand that, right? What you just said is genocidal. It's displacement.
Well, the term ethnic cleansing was specifically coined.
Yes.
For removing people without killing them.
Yeah.
That's what ethnic cleansing specifically means.
Yeah. So like it's absurd to even propose that.
I got a soundbite idea.
Dude, they are leaving. There is nowhere in Gaza for them to go, which is why they keep getting burnt to death in tents. You understand this, right? What are you talking about? No, they don't. Israel claims that it's their land. It's their responsibility.
Egyptian army created
responsibility.
Gaza. This is a 3-state solutioner. This is the most
amazing
psychotic solution. Okay. Well, you want to guess what it is? What do you think the 3?
Egypt takes Gaza.
Yep.
Palestine gets West Bank, and then Israel gets the rest. Or is worse than that?
You got 2 out of 3.
I don't know. I don't know what the other one.
Jordan takes West Bank.
Jordan takes West Bank. Amazing.
This was the proposed thing for a long time.
Fucking
the thing is like Egypt barely wants the Sinai. The only reason they have it is because Sadat killed his own forces fucking crossing that fucking river just to have it. I'm trying to get this guy to write an article with us because he's like really anti-Sadat like me. And I'm like, bro, we could write this article, like, you know, you can write it with Jack. We're going to call it the Reagan of the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm telling you is this idea that Gaza is Egypt's problem comes from the 3-state solution. Like, this is not an original thought you're having. The conflict has been around for a while, which is why history lessons don't matter right now.
No.
And Egypt put their forces on the border and said that they were going to fight for Gaza, and they didn't. Egypt is just as much an enabler as anyone else involved.
Yep. The only thing Egypt did was prevent them from being pushed out into the Sinai Peninsula.
You know why? You want to really know why Egypt isn't doing shit in so many of these conflicts? Because Sisi his days are numbers. Also, how crazy is this, right? Because I was saying, like, Iran has got to be next for the regime change, you know? And then we talked to that Taliban guy, and he's like, oh, I would say Egypt. And then since then, I'm like, oh, that is a really good one, too. So since then, I've been like, one of these two. And somehow, it's Assad before those two. I never thought it would happen. So I thought we had to get rid of Iran just to fucking topple Assad, you know? I never thought I could have this.
This is true. This is true. It's in Israel. It's Israel's problem, which is why the ICC has charged Israel, not Egypt, for not preventing genocide. You understand this, right? The charge is not
the Golan
preventing.
Heights is in Syria.
the charge is
who's
not
responsible for
preventing genocide.
Wow. Assad is doing so great in the Golan Heights. He's so great to his people.
Like, I just don't understand how you can't comprehend this, right? Egypt has no responsibility for Gaza whatsoever.
Why does Egypt matter? Like, the issue is that Israel is killing people. What is Egypt supposed to do?
Like, again, your argument is falling to pieces. The problem is Israel and Gaza. You say they should leave. Where are they going to go? They are leaving. None of them live in houses anymore. You know that? The north of Gaza has been completely ethnically cleansed now, and they're not planning on letting people back.
Like, you're literally realizing it yourself. You don't understand how people can just decide they don't want to run from bombs. You're literally can't understand it because it doesn't fucking happen. That's why you have this disconnect. Like, there is no running. Like, they're now going back south again. Like, wherever they go, they end up being hit again.
Yeah.
Like, the civilians evac, every time an evac is issued.
Like, literally every time that we cover Israel, because we don't do it all the time, because it's just
Egypt could
the same.
But Sisi is too afraid.
Yeah.
Because if his military has to go up against Israel, they might turn on him.
Like, there are no red flags. You don't comprehend what's going on.
They literally can't leave.
Time,
they literally can't leave.
Every time we cover Israel, it's refugees, IDPs, internally displaced peoples, saying, yeah, this is like the 4th time we've had to move because they continue to get bombed by Israel, who continues to claim that Hamas is hiding with them. So if Israel is this super advanced military, why don't they put boots on the ground?
It doesn't even matter if Hamas is hiding with them.
No, it doesn't, because they're civilians, and Israel knows that they're civilians, and they're refugees already. So Israel knowingly dropping bombs is not being discriminate. is dropping them indiscriminately against women and children in the hopes that maybe killing 30
Have
women
you
and
heard
children
Syrians
will kill a
saying
Hamas.
they want to leave Syria after they get sarin gas dropped on them? No.
The people that leave,
Like, nobody wants to leave their home, you fucking idiot.
Like, it's fucking crazy. Yes, because Israel is slaughtering them. How much fucking privilege do you sit on that you can't see this fucking perspective? I don't understand. Seriously, put yourself in their fucking shoes. Instead of putting yourself in the shoes of the American bomb supplier, put yourself in the person getting bombed.
They would leave.
Are you going to leave the United States if China starts bombing people in the United States, or are you going to stay and fight? What's that bullshit that all Americans always say? Come and take it.
Hey,
My cold dead
crazy?
hands.
You know what's crazy? How Hitler tried to deport all the Jews before he started killing them. How come they didn't leave? How come they chose to be genocided? Why did the Jews choose to go through the Holocaust? Why didn't they just leave?
To sources, investigators believe the suspect escaped New York City, last seen at 6:59 a.m. on Wednesday, riding a bike out of Central Park after the shooting. Police say the suspect hopped into a taxi, headed...
I saw someone post a picture of the bike.
By the
They're
way,
like, hey,
I just
found
got
this bike free
a bicycle. Yeah, I saw the picture. It's not the same gun.
No.
But like, for real though, bicycle, that is like such a hard getaway vehicle. And also assassins always take taxis, bro.
It's so easy to get away.
You know, like the girls who did the fucking nerve agent assassination. Like that's like they both got in cabs right after.
Jesus Christ, dude. Did you not hear what we said?
Hitler literally made it a mandate to deport the Jews.
And they literally are stopping the Palestinians.
Yeah.
The gates are closed.
What? Countries were also stopping the Jews from leaving then.
Yeah,
even if they wanted to.
So Egypt has blocked the southern point because they don't want Palestinians being pushed out.
And your land.
Yeah. Right. So the Palestinians
that's totally great philosophy for like Israel to have, right? Totally not history.
Like it's just crazy. Like we literally see in the West Bank Israeli settlers coming in and stealing people's homes. And would you just expect them to be like, no, you know what? Fine, take the house, take my home and everything that's in it. That's fine. Or would you shoot that person in the face? What do you reckon? You reckon you'd probably shoot that person in the face?
Israel could have the home.
That must be what it is. My guy, it is not a war zone, it's their home. It's a war zone because Israel is committing a genocide justified by a terrorist attack. By this logic, you would also be in support of the Iraq War.
They probably are.
To a bus station and made us get away. Friday, NYPD officers combing Central Park doing a...
I think there's something... I mean, I can't help
were
but love
for it. You know who talks like that? Milosevic.
The Serbian guy?
Yeah.
What, in like the look at what you made me do type of thing?
Yep.
This story because it's like it's literally everything that I've talked about. Like for
literally
years.
Everything.
All of it coming to
there it is. What WMDs? They literally disposed of them after Desert Storm. What are you talking about? They literally gave their soldiers, they poisoned their own soldiers trying to dispose of them.
Next is WikiLeaks. Just wait.
Together. You have the understandable resentment and anger that massive swaths of the American population feel towards healthcare and towards executives in general that are involved in healthcare. Like, the resentment that they feel is palpable. That's number one. So the reception of this story has been genuinely different than the way that the media is covering it. That's number one. Number two, police incompetence. Something that
I found this. You know how that guy said that the Taiwanese president might be impeached because he supported the Korean thing? The president spoke on Wednesday about Taiwan's hard-won democracy after being updated by the National Security Council about South Korea's short-lived martial law. In a social media post, Lai, who is visiting Taiwan's diplomatic allies in the South Pacific, said Taiwan's democracy was hard-earned and the values of democracy and freedom are the cornerstone of Taiwan's connection with the world. The path of democracy is the one we will continue to walk. Doesn't sound like support.
Hey.
Nice try.
Jack, here's a link definitely for today. Okay, here we go. So this narrative, right? You were expecting the WMDs were buried here. There were. The claim was active manufacturing. Not only that, we have a thing called the Freedom of Information Act. And because of that, you can read all the CIA intel reports week by week, month by month of the Iraq War. Every chemical munition, and they don't necessarily test for all of them. A lot of them are binary rounds. So it's an artillery shell with the two chemicals inside.
Yeah.
Right? So all you do is just use like a, airport machine, you pass it through, you could see if there's a tube inside it. Right? So if it's a binary shell, even if it's empty, they would still consider it a chemical round.
Yeah.
So they found tons of these shells, rockets, all these chemical weapons, a lot of them buried and things like that. But the thing is, every report by the CIA literally says this does not indicate Saddam Hussein has an active chemical weapons program. These were all manufactured before the certain date.
Yep. It was the CIA.
For Iraq is that he was manufacturing active weapons of mass destruction like nerve agent. And they even, I've talked about this extensively, but there's the fucking Kurdish Al-Qaeda that they went in and they said that the facility that they accidentally bombed was containing evidence of chemical weapons manufacturing because it had one of the 100 essential medicines in there. So that was evidence that they had the antidote to nerve agent.
No,
and they had chemical suits.
They bought the antidote. They bought the injectors. This was one of the things that I researched while
distributed by international aid.
Yeah, but the American company sold Saddam. What's the nerve agent?
Oh yeah. They sold him the blueprints,
Atrazine?
but atropine. It's
Atropine.
Deadly Nightshade.
Yes. And that was one of the things that kind of hinted that there was nerve gas that they needed nerve gas.
And also, we also did find active chemical labs in Iraq. Guess who was maintaining them? Al-Qaeda. Because there was no active chemical manufacturing before the invasion. After the invasion, we even have an interview with a guy who fought in Iraq who found a chemical lab on LTEC where we talk about it in depth there. And you can see those CIA documents right on screen. I put them right on screen showing the sources that you're wrong.
Yeah.
What I talk about
it's really
all
easy
the time
actually
is
to find evidence
this is pretty
of a
easily
chemical lab
Googleable.
once there's a chemical lab.
pretty hard to
police
remove
incompetence.
Yeah.
The very fact that this multiple billion-dollar, one of the largest standing militaries on the planet,
also
force,
there's the whole
NYPD, is
fucking yellow cake thing where the fucking government literally falsified documents. Also, do you know where the intelligence? Do you even know where the intelligence that Saddam was manufacturing WMDs to help Al Qaeda came from? It came from a man named Ibn al-Sheikh al-Libi. Okay? Now, Ibn al-Sheikh al-Libi is one of the first people who experiences the Bush's program of extraordinary rendition. He is an associate of Abu Zubaydah, or Zubaydah. Abu Zubaydah. He's captured first, before Abu Zubaydah. Now, Abu Zubaydah was no longer involved in Al-Qaeda, but because he was linked to this guy, he was also brought in. Now, by the time they got Zubaydah, they had the Cat's Eye prison open in Thailand, and he was tortured there. When Ibn al-Sheikh al-Libi was captured, the CIA didn't have their black sites yet. Ibn al-Sheikh al-Libi is one of the reasons why they go and start opening these black sites. And so Ibn al-Sheikh al-Libi was tortured, not by the US, but in Egypt. They put him in a box and sent him in a supply crate to the USS Bataan, and they handed him over in that box to Egypt, where he was tortured in Egypt. And guess what he said under torture to try and make it stop? He said Saddam Hussein is working with Al-Qaeda to manufacture weapons of mass destruction. Al-Qaeda in Iraq, in the Kurdish region, was actively fighting Saddam Hussein. So even if the facility that the Americans say was a chemical facility because they found atropine there, it was run by the people fighting Saddam. And guess who the people who ended up having chemical labs that were able to be manufactured once international disorder came in? The same group. Maybe don't let Al-Qaeda in a country and there won't be fucking chemical labs.
So woefully incompetent.
Saddam didn't have the money to
And it's not necessarily a bad thing in this circumstance, but it is
That's why he did. It's not that he wouldn't. Fuck Saddam. You know? But just look at Assad. How easily he just fucking literally takes a hospital tank. You know, you see the oxygen tanks at hospitals. You've seen them, the cylinders. You know, the high pressure yellow cylinders in hospitals. That's literally all he uses. It's a chemical tank of chlorine, and he welded some wings on it, modified the nozzle, and dropped it on people, and that's all it took.
Assad. Now
it's so easy to make chemical weapons, and yet there was not even that type of chemical weapon that was found by Saddam. The stockpiles they found weren't even in active use. They fell into the hands of insurgents after security went to shit.
Bad thing when there are real crimes happening and they're tasked with solving them and they fail to solve them. But it is so publicly in display that one of the most effective, supposedly, one of the largest, most effective police departments on the planet that have a submarine, okay? Drones, submarines, an office in Tel Aviv. These guys are so woefully incompetent when they're tasked with finding one singular criminal, okay? Supposedly criminal. It's a loaded word, that walked up in broad daylight and domed a healthcare CEO and calmly walked away, got on a bike, and went into Central Park to lower his 5-star rating down to 0 stars instantly. Central Park is the real-life version of spray and pay, okay? That's it. You go in with 5 stars in the Central Park, you come out 0 stars, okay? Straight up. is crazy.
As the search intensifies, police working to determine a motive. Police believe the gunman is a disgruntled ex-employee of United Healthcare or an angry client.
Today, value-based care is the centerpiece of our growth strategy. And
now, other corporations.
I think one of the craziest parts.
Okay.
Sources are telling CNN that police believe they found the backpack belonging to the assassin who killed the CEO of United Healthcare, Brian Thompson. ABC News obtained a picture of the backpack. I'm going to just show it to you here. Again, this is ABC had gotten this picture of it. We are told that that backpack was found in Central Park in New York City. Now, you know that for days now, authorities have been scouring that park. They've been looking for the backpack, and it appears that they may now have it. That's crucial, of course. But what they do not have is the CEO assassin. And top New York Police Department officials tell CNN exclusively right now that they have reason to believe that the suspect left on a bus on Wednesday, hours after
public transit away from the assassination is like
also
that's dude. This is such like this is actually such pro moves. I'm dead serious. They don't fucking have getaway drivers that could be implicated and shit like that.
Nope. Do it yourself. You got no one to worry about.
Like this is like, I don't know. I think this is just. I think him being like a mystery myth man is just as interesting as it happening in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
York City. We have video of him entering the Port Authority bus terminal. We don't have any video of him exiting, so we believe he may have gotten on a bus.
Okay, that's crucial information. So let's just start with all of where we are here, what we know about the suspect's movements after the murder in Midtown Manhattan. Investigators say the assassin, who they do believe acted alone. So, you know, we've talked about the phone call that he had just before the shooting. Right now, they're saying they believe he acted alone. So he did this assassination, shooting Brian Thompson in the back. Then he runs from the Hilton.
I think his backpack is just his disguise change.
Possibly, yeah.
They didn't say what was in the backpack they found.
Probably nothing, I imagine.
Well, I mean, if it was the clothes he was wearing, that would be a big deal.
They would be able to get DNA.
I'm fucking better than you.
Where he had shot Thompson with a silencer. He runs on that bike, gets on a bike, goes into Central Park.
Incredibly difficult to actually recover DNA.
I'll show you the map here. Around
like
77th Street. Just
saliva
here,
or
that's
jizz
23 blocks.
or blood, maybe, but like skin flakes, like even fingerprints. You know, like it's like even if you find prints, they need to be a full clear print, not partial.
Yes.
You can't assemble a print from partial prints.
Blocks from where the murder took place. For anyone not a New Yorker, that is just over 1 mile. He then made his way to 85th Street.
It is a trained shooter. Jack, have you
him
seen the actual video?
They say that's
yes.
him.
Okay, so you know that he's able to clear a jam.
Multiple jams. Like literally multiple jams. Yeah.
He is definitely a professional.
This was
Does
not
that mean
just
an
a random
assassin?
person.
No, but like somebody who understands how guns function.
And that they know that's him. Officials say from there, he walked up to 86th Street and grabbed a taxi to the George Washington Bridge bus station. Now, the George Washington Bridge is all the way north. You can see that green part of Central Park. You gotta go a long way north. Up there, 90 blocks away. And that's almost 5 miles. Okay, so he gets there in a taxi. Officials then have video, you heard them just say, entering that bus station. It is one of the busiest in the entire United States. There are 1,000 buses a day that go through that George Washington Bridge bus terminal. They say that is where they lose him because they don't see him leave. So if he got on a bus, at this point, that means he could be anywhere in the U.S., even perhaps beyond. I mean, take a look at the map, just of some of the locations that just from that bus terminal you can go to any day. Boston, Buffalo, Philadelphia.
They are never finding this guy. And I'm perfectly happy with that. All right, I'm going to completely redo the soundboard. I'm just going to clear the pages and be a bit more thorough with it.
Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., and obviously that could just be the tip of the iceberg from there anywhere around the country or Canada. At this hour, DNA testing is being done on several items that they recovered at the scene of the assassination. That water bottle that we've mentioned that the killer may have purchased just before killing Thompson that had a smudged fingerprint on it, that's undergoing testing. They're also testing a cell phone that was recovered at the scene. So these are all major developments. In the backpack, we literally found out just a few minutes here before we
Why
came
is she
on
laughing?
air. So let's go to Omar Jimenez out front live outside that George Washington Bridge bus station where the suspect
The news
was last
anchor.
seen. Omar, at this point, this is potentially a major break of some sort to show at what point he may have left, the time that he may have left New York City.
And it still, though, presents a big challenge because even with all the new details about where this person has been and how this person made their way all the way to this bus terminal, of course, with this person being seen entering and buses continually coming in and out, the question is, what bus did this person potentially get on? And, of course, who this person is as well. And you also mentioned a really key detail as a target for law enforcement over the course of this. Where was this backpack that the shooter was seen wearing at the time of the shooting? It's part of why they launched a pretty huge canvas throughout Central Park to try and figure out where this is. Well, now law enforcement believe they have found that backpack, which they had said was critical because not just of what could potentially be inside, potential clues, but also potential opportunities for DNA and fingerprinting. They're taking that bag for additional testing just to make sure it's the bag they're looking for. But again, as I mentioned, even with all of these new details, there's two critical questions remain. Who is this person and where could they...
All right, shut up, Sam.
I'm in front of the Hilton where not long ago, one of the CEOs of United Healthcare was gunned down by an assassin who wrote "Deny, Defend, Depose" on the shell casings. His assassination has sparked a whole flurry of talk about
no idea.
It's a philosophy from a book, and that's how health insurance companies are supposed to... It's the 3 Ds of lawsuits against them.
Deny, really?
Defend, depose.
Amazing.
So that's their reaction to the lawsuits against them.
Okay. Interesting.
It's a philosophy of criminality and killing people and what you do when they start accusing you of murder.
Well,
this was like the most... That guy is the shooter, by the way. No, he's too handsome. If it's the guy who we see at Starbucks, so allegedly, if it's even the guy, I'm not sure if it is.
I'm not sure.
But if it is the guy you see at Starbucks, allegedly the barista, he was flirting with her and she wanted to see his face and asked him to lower his mask. And that's the moment he lowered his mask and they got that picture.
That would be incredibly funny if that's why he gets caught.
Yeah, so like there is this there's this conservative guy who they said, hey, it's the same guy, because it was like they're trolling, trying to accuse this one guy. And he's like, this is gonna get me killed. People are gonna think I'm the guy. And somebody's like, no, it can't be you, because he was actually rizzing up the barista. And we know that couldn't possibly have been you.
United Healthcare is denying claims at every level. Not only are they denying claims, they're buying up medical practices and laying people off. They're putting their tentacles into your care in so many different ways. It's not just denial. It goes so much wider than that. That's what we've been talking about as a nation collectively for the past 24 hours. This seems to be the one thing we can all agree on. That fuck United. There's someone here right now that's actually mourning. They're dropping roses. So let's go talk to them.
Oh my God. Bro. Falun Gonger.
You what? How do you know?
I'm calling it.
Why has been through this? So my prayer for the family.
be strong.
These are the like Asian ladies who show up for Trump in New York, you know?
No, they did not catch him yet. I don't think they actually ever will. I think this guy is long gone.
probably because the police are even like pretty cool. Like they don't have fucking healthcare insurance issues too, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Like this guy, like, and this is why I really want to get away. I really encourage people to get away from calling this person a healthcare CEO. Their job was not healthcare. Their job was keeping people from healthcare. I need people to understand this. Please stop calling him a healthcare CEO. He kept people from healthcare. His job
Falun
was to
Gonger
make
sounds
sure
way
people
funner
died.
than what you're saying. I'm saying Falun Gonger.
Dude, everybody hopes that he gets away. Everybody. Who knew that killing rich assholes was the thing that would get Americans to come together? Yet the politics of America made this same thing a divisive political issue when it's Donald Trump. You think Donald Trump hasn't directly resulted in people killing themselves or dying because of his actions?
That's what I'm saying. The police
You don't
are
amass
like,
billions of dollars.
The police are letting him have it. I'm telling you.
Like you don't amass billions of dollars without harming people.
They're like, yeah, we're looking for him.
Right? And I'm saying this to you because you're saying that you're a conservative. I'm not saying this because I give a fuck about Trump. I'm Australian. I don't care. Right? But like why really think about it, right? Why is it different for Donald Trump? As a politician? Not really. He's a sycophant. He's a populist, right? He was never a politician before. He's not a politician afterwards. He's just Donald Trump, right? There is no politics that he's going to continue doing. I would not classify Donald Trump as a politician. Yes, he is a politician by definition as a sitting like leader of the country, but he is not a politician. Am I making sense, or am I just sounding like an idiot? Right? Like this makes sense to people. So if Donald Trump a billionaire or Elon Musk a billionaire, right? So Elon Musk, actually drop the Donald Trump thing, right? Drop Donald Trump entirely. Let's go with Elon Musk. Elon Musk is a way better example because I guarantee that he has directly led to somebody killing themselves or has directly killed people through incompetence or negligence within some of his companies. There is physically no way you can make billions of dollars without harming people. To have that level of wealth, you need to keep that wealth out of the economy. Right? You know how the interest rates go up and down to try and encourage people to spend or save money. Billionaires hold no matter what, which means that money is out of the out of circulation. Meaning the government has to now print more money to replace that money that the billionaires have kept out of circulation, making inflation go up, making the dollar worth less, right? Billionaires literally make your economy weaker. I'm just saying.
GDP go up.
So, and this is the other thing.
Only GDP matter.
Exactly.
Me
So this is the other thing that as a conservative,
orange me eat.
Right. So this is the other thing as a conservative that I want you to comprehend. These people do not care for you. And I'm not saying the Democrats do either. They don't, right? But as a conservative, I have two questions for you. What are you conserving in the American system?
The Constitution. The Second Amendment.
And if you're a MAGA person, what greatness are you returning to? That's the two questions I want to ask you. As like a genuinely asking you as a person, like if I met you in a bar and we got talking, I would ask you the same question, right? How do you justify billionaires, voting for billionaires and giving them power? And what are you returning? What are you conserving? AKA, what are you returning America to? What great time are you returning America to? This is an open question for anyone who's conservatively minded. Please answer.
Can you pick it up and put it down again?
Oh, was this your family member?
I worked for United Healthcare for 26 years. And then Brian Thompson, he's the boss, he's the CEO. I don't think he knows me, but sometimes we have
trust me, he definitely had no clue that you existed.
the meeting for the town hall meeting, amazing. He's there. So
what department do you work in at United Healthcare?
In Connecticut, provider specialist.
A provider specialist.
That's my department.
So I mean, like, what can you say about how corrupt?
I hate that he's asking this question to her because this lady is probably like a genuine person that if you got her, she would do everything within her power to help you.
I don't know.
Okay. If you're not going to listen,
she would do what she was told by her boss.
Yeah. Like, look, man. If you're not going to listen, I'm not going to have a good faith discussion with you. I don't give a fuck. I'm asking how you, as a conservative, can justify billionaires fucking you, the conservative voter, over. And fucking your country over, the country that you think is great, right? The country that you spent your life, you put your entire fucking life into that country, right? And a billionaire is hoarding more money than you could ever fucking wish to make in your entire life. For no other reason than to simply say that they have that much
started
money.
By selling books.
Right? So why do you,
Steve Jobs,
because we already know we already know how hypocritical liberals are. We already know that the Democrats are only corporate backed and they only care about corporate backers. So why do you, a conservative, do the same shit? That's the question. Why? That's the more pointed question. I was trying to let you get the answer, but I'm asking you. I'm asking you why you are openly being a hypocrite while maintaining cognitive dissonance. Like, yes. But also, this argument about billionaires and Democrats and conservatives, the worst billionaires were all behind Trump. So I don't really care if like the lesser billionaires are behind the Democrats. All of the worst ones running all of the worst companies backed Trump because they're going after regulations. You remember how I said that billionaires will fuck you over, have fucked you over, and will fuck you over because it increases their wealth? That's what this is. They are behind Trump because it increases their wealth by fucking you over. Because you know who those regulations protect? You. They protect you. And do you know who's going after those regulations and going to take those regulations away? Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
Selena Khan.
And the people behind them? Zuckerberg. Bezos. The worst billionaires. So you say you critique the Democrats for billionaires, yet all of the worst ones are on the conservative side. Donald Trump himself is a billionaire. Don't you think that's an issue? Like, yes, okay, like obviously this is me trying to get him to the point where capitalism is the problem. Also, this is capitalist propaganda, by the way.
Yeah, like regulated capitalism does fine. Like billionaires just should be able to exist.
Yeah,
and then pay no taxes.
Yeah, like their existence in the current state of things is literally making our lives worse. Literally everybody else. All of our lives are objectively worse because billionaires exist. This is a quantifiable thing that you can literally put on paper. That billionaires existing makes shit worse. From the first fucking billionaire to ever exist. They're always monopolized. They're always the head of major industry. They always make lives worse. And they always have the conservatives. Zuckerberg and Bezos backed Donald Trump in 2024.
Yeah, but they censor people.
Jeff Bezos didn't even let his own newspaper endorse the Democrats. And you're telling me, oh, he's a lib? Where? No, these people are capitalists, my friend. They're capitalists. And they will vote for whoever the fuck makes them more money, fucking you over in the process. This is what I'm trying to get through to you.
This is Korea's issue. Hey, Jack, I just uploaded a new soundbite.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I'm trying, and I'm so frustrated. I'm trying so hard. I'm trying.
I still don't know what they're conserving though.
Like
we're talking about billionaires.
Yes.
What are we conserving? What are we returning to greatness?
My guy, I did not say that they were pro-Trump. I said that they weren't allowed, despite all of the stuff.
He doesn't own the paper because he wants to do liberal bullshit. He owns the paper because it makes him money.
Yes. Like, the Washington Post was not allowed to endorse the Democratic side because Bezos stopped them. They literally had about 6 top-level resignations over this. Like, you see how you are limited in information, which is making you not understand the full picture? Oh my god.
I'm fine with inheritance limits. Those are fine. I still think there'll be loopholes around it, and I think there'll be loopholes in any measure that we take. And because I believe that the loopholes will always be exploited by the capitalist billionaires and shit, I'm not necessarily opposed to just adding a shitload of them on. If something like functioned perfectly, which is unrealistic, but if it happened, sure, I might be more limited on things. But like, it's like the same thing when I'm talking about like reducing cotton waste. I don't care how you do it. Like one of the things that I'd like to see is a supply chain act. That would actually help.
Yes.
Because but it's not necessarily going to help the consumerism that's fueling the crisis. So.
Okay, so you're clearly not interested in listening to this point, so I'm going to drop it. You can continue sucking billionaire dick all you want. That's fine. Can you answer me what you're conserving? What is great? What greatness is America returning to? Can you answer that for me then? Also, you literally don't have the full picture. If you have listened to me try and explain to this guy why billionaires are bad for literally everybody, even the economy, and you still think you have the full picture while laughing at what I'm saying, you've got more problems than I do.
The making money and profit is not the same thing.
Bro, I didn't call anybody brainwashed.
Because holding an asset still means you can sell it. Twitter was losing money. How much money did they just make from Elon Musk? They never had a profit. How have they functioned for so long?
It's really funny because nobody is in a cult except for the MAGA people, which literally anytime you even slightly disagree, they will berate you. Literally berate
it's funny
you.
because it's like, bro, I want you to have a better life.
Yeah, like we're literally arguing for you. Like,
how dare I want you to have more money?
I just don't understand why you are carrying water for Elon fucking Musk, who would spit in your face if you asked him for even a little bit of help. Donald Trump, who if it was not in his own interest, would spit in your face and walk over your body. Like, I don't understand.
Look what he did with his dead wife.
I just don't understand why you guys are going to bat for people who would literally kill you to make $1. Now, can you please answer what American greatness you are wanting to return to?
And also, what are you conserving?
Yeah, and what is being conserved in the American system?
The billionaires? Because if that's the case, he's certainly conserving the system.
What part of anything I've said,
brother,
has come up with anything to do with jealousy? You are projecting.
I'm a Buddhist. I don't see the world in that way. Like, I don't have these material interests about money and stuff like that. If I did, I wouldn't be doing this.
Yeah.
You know, like, I made way more money. Like, even like, being overseas in Syria, I was still making more money in kitchens.
They've been and how much denial of care they've
I cannot talk about that because I'm just an employee. It's not my part to talk about that. It's not. I have an insurance too, but all my neighbors, they said United Healthcare is the best. My neighbors told me because they have United Healthcare. Nobody's perfect. Everybody working hard. I work hard. If I make a mistake, they're going to go after me. They're going to say, this is mistake. You're going to cause the problem. The member, the doctors, they're going to be late payment or wrong payment.
I would really hate if people started going after all of the CEOs of the healthcare companies. Can you imagine if people started just gunning down healthcare?
Man, could you imagine all the health insurance corporations scared? How bad that would be for all of us.
Company CEOs.
Man, you mean they might actually do something because there's an actual threat to their life and they won't?
Well, I mean, I don't know the validity of this because I didn't look into it, but like Blue Cross Blue Shield was gonna like limit coverage on anesthesia, and like they immediately brought it back, but probably because people freaked out because it got out they were gonna do that, not necessarily because somebody was killed.
No.
I imagine they would have, if this is the story, I don't know the validity of either side of it. I don't really care, even though I'm having surgery Friday.
Yeah.
And I have Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Did you listen to anything that I've said this entire time? Like it's like you guys have selective hearing. Honestly, it's like conservatives just like hear whatever they want to hear and then expand on what they want to hear and create their own stories.
But Zuckerberg backs Trump. Why would I care about? What about Mark Cuban? How are we going to throw him in there?
What about Peter Thiel?
Well, but Mark Cuban is actually like, it's so weird. They're like all these like shows like that are like more Democrat based are like praising Mark Cuban, like he's the like new billionaire liberal god.
What for? Fuck that guy.
Because he's cool and on our side, I guess. Is what they, I don't know how they're fucking libs, bro. I don't know. Like, I could care less.
Dude, literally nothing that I've said is about billionaires liking you. Other people in the chat, has anything I said been about billionaires liking you, or did I say that as kind of like a supplemental point to the fact that billionaires will literally kill you for $1? Like, this isn't a comment on the personal likability of you. Like, I don't understand.
If that's how much you're worth, you can definitely afford to subscribe.
The person that
what's next? Going after oil company CEOs?
Yeah. Don't do that. Don't do that. You don't have to kill people. We can talk. We can speak. You don't have to kill people.
No, actually, you can't speak because you can't get their customer service on the phone. What just happened? What was that? Is she real? Did that just happen? Dude, that just happened. That was a real conversation I just had.
This is very strange.
That just ran over their CEO.
I guess some employees love their CEOs. Apparently, I mean, God, you know what? God bless her. Really. Yeah. That's what was wild.
He should have asked her how much she made and how much he made. Man, you guys are really, really, really good at being able to not comprehend things. Like this is one thing that I've noticed in the last couple of weeks is the ability for conservatives to comprehend what you're saying is very low. Again, this had nothing to do with asking you for money. You fucking idiot. Again, to what I was saying, the conservative ability to comprehend words is very low.
We're actually we're an NGO. So
aspiring NGO, we're not registered.
So like we're trying to do a lot of stuff to help journalists in countries without freedom and speech protections. So we're actually not asking for money for a profit. We're asking to help fund nonprofits, because like charity is based. I don't really care about having money myself, but in a capitalist world, if you want to make a difference and help people,
you need money.
You need money to do your NGO.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that cool?
That's wild.
I want speech protections. Are you going to argue that Facebook censors people now and that's why they're libs?
Jesus Christ.
You think it's sad? Yeah, I do. Where are you from?
We have speech protections.
Well, you have socialized health care there.
That's the whole point, is that being American, having the First Amendment, we can then work with journalists in countries that have no press freedom, that have no freedom of speech, and because of our freedoms, we can publish through us and pay them under the table from their fucking away from the regime that will fucking crack their skulls open, and they can actually make a living, and they can actually report on how fucking shitty it is in China.
Now this is good. Like I'm going to work to yell at people less.
If I extol the virtues of National Socialism, Nazis are allowed to exist. That doesn't mean that I have to care about your opinion.
Tolerate you, yeah.
Like
this is the thing, right? Like this, you can have your opinions. That's not what we're challenging, right? We are going to
like I don't think you understand what free speech is.
Yeah.
The question is, if you extol the virtues of National Socialism, would the police arrest you for speaking?
Exactly. It's got nothing to do with me protecting my shit. Although at the point where we're talking about the police arresting shit, probably would, yeah.
You know, I don't think someone should get arrested because they taught their pug to Nazi salute.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good thing, actually.
Yeah. You know, I don't think that banning kids from social media is a good thing, even though I wish kids would not be on social media. You know, it's funny how that works, right?
But yeah, so we have medical bankruptcy. That's kind of a time-honored American tradition. So,
well, it's funny because the Nazi salute's now illegal in Melbourne, and somebody went to jail for it the other day. I don't agree with this. If a Nazi wants to throw up a Nazi salute in public, great. They should do that. They should do that more, and then hopefully somebody punches them in the head every time it happens.
But that's violence. That's the non-aggression principle.
Wow. Okay. Well, you're throwing up a Nazi salute, so you probably deserve to get punched. And especially if you're doing it in a harassment, like if you're throwing it at people, yeah, you should probably be punched in the head. I don't know. You're gonna cry about punching Nazis?
I can understand. If I was from the UK, I would be. I'd feel the same way as you do.
I think, how you doing?
How do you feel about it, sir?
Resort to any kind of violence because, they're already ostracizing themselves from society being a Nazi.
Yeah. Yeah, it's only the answer.
What do I further with violence there?
Yeah.
Is
for the most part, they always get off better when they get assaulted. It's like half their point is like they want to get punched. But also fuck around and find out. You know, you go to the wrong person.
Somali.
You go to the wrong person and say the wrong thing. Well, actions have consequences. Right? And in that sense, no, I'm not going to protect you from somebody punching the fuck out of you for being a cunt. If the cops do it, again, if you're a Nazi, I probably won't, but
See, I think there's a big difference between promoting socialism your whole life and what a Nazi is. I think nationalism is just, if not even absolutely more accepted than socialism.
Yes.
Right? It's there's just like with socialism, it's how socialist, how nationalist. They're also the fucking the Stalinists are so rare, you know? So the question is if you're brain rotted enough to go that far into being Hitler was a good guy, how come it's more often Hitler was a good guy instead of the Stalin apologia?
Yeah.
See, I think that's an interesting question.
Well, here's an interesting. Now that we're on this topic and Godwin's law has been broken, fuck it, let's go for it. What do we think about swastikas? Should people be able to? Well, this is why I bring it up, right?
I think it's a pretty base symbol.
I think it's pretty fine. Now, to what point do you tell somebody you can't display a swastika? If somebody is ignorant enough to only associate swastikas with Nazi Germany, then is that their fault or is that the Buddhist fault for not educating the person who thinks that only Nazis use the swastika? So Yeah,
The
like
issue
me
in reclaiming the swastika right now is there's these annoying fucking Hindus who, anytime that a Nazi thing happens, they want to be like, well, the swastika is not a Nazi symbol. It's like, bro, this is literally a Nazi attack. Please shut up.
Yeah, please stop. Like it's actually very interesting though, because I went to Japan not actually realizing I was one of those people. And then I'm going through Japan looking at the maps and there's swastikas all over the map.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're all over the place once you know how to look.
Yeah. In like trees and stuff like that. Like, sorry, not trees.
No, I mean,
buildings.
it's a common pattern.
Yeah. Yes.
But like, here's the it's not, I mean, not the same color, but like, this is the swastika that I wear. Oh, hang on. It's on my laptop. I keep on using the wrong computer.
Why are you wearing it? Do you believe in God or do you hate non-whites?
That's, yeah.
That's average swastika questions.
Yeah. So
did you share something?
This is the pattern that I wear. But like, the reason is because nobody fucking knows it's a fucking swastika. You know, like the design is dope. So you can like, I mean, there's even like I think there's like
Greek.
a more traditional Ukrainian thing, like in some of their embroidery that's also a swastika.
Okay.
Stuff like
It
that.
looks
But
very
it's in
Greek.
a lot of designs.
Yeah.
What?
It looks very Greek.
Oh, this is like the very Japanese type pattern.
Interesting.
But it's all throughout. I mean, it's all throughout. It's a common fabric pattern in Asia.
Yeah. Interesting.
But I like it because nobody sees them, and the only one who does see them is like not Nazis, but other people who like understand deeper things. So like just being in like the body art and tattoo community, like wearing that, like people will recognize the symbol there, you know?
Yes.
So it's like, it's kind of like a MAGA hat. You know what club the person belongs to.
Yeah.
Anyway, I uploaded another soundbite.
Okay.
Also, there's a bunch that you haven't tested yet. So
there were none on there from the ones that I got before.
Okay. I'm looking at
the only one,
grape, real grape.
None of those are there.
Okay. Oh, they might be in their own folder. Does this link work?
We'll find out.
You need access. Fuck you.
I do. Access requested.
Hang on.
In the back, I mean, you know, it was just I think it was a cowardly act, man. We're trying to tell kids not to shoot each other. And this fucking guy, I mean, maybe he has a reason. I don't know. I don't know if it's...
If I lived in New York City, you know the meme of the dude next to the guy's grave and he's just standing there like this.
Corporation alone.
Right? He's just next to the grave like, peace out, bitches. That guy, that'd be me next to this wall.
He wrote deny, defend, depose on the shell casings.
Was not shared.
Yeah. It was personal.
But everything inside that folder was. So you couldn't see the upper folder, which is, I just put him in the upper folder.
Oh, okay.
So let's see if that works. Okay. Yes.
See. Saving.
Kid that got denied coverage. He had a family member that was denied coverage.
Rainmaker, he better call Matt Damon or something. You know what I'm saying?
Who's your healthcare provider?
United Healthcare.
Really? Yeah. How do you like them?
I haven't used them yet.
Oh, you just got them.
I don't go to the doctor that often.
You should get a different healthcare. There's some graphs that were coming out. They're like the worst one.
Insurance provider.
Blue Cross.
Blue Cross Blue Shield. Yeah, they're a pretty good company.
Yeah,
I think
they're
Blue
good
Cross
until they're not.
Yeah,
You know.
Well,
I think Blue Cross Blue Shield was the one that they made us sign up to in South Carolina as well.
If you doodle enough, you'll draw a swastika. Yeah. I mean, it's like, that sacred geometry shit.
Yeah.
I mean, do you know how money works? How reinsurers work and how that all works?
Well, I understand that this is a business and that their
It's the oldest business on the planet Earth.
That's the thing.
Since
I don't.
fucking Lloyd's of
London, yeah.
Since Lloyd's of London
that's the thing.
Rothschild used homing pigeons to fucking predict the future. It was the first internet.
Well, that's the thing is I don't think that it should be. Our lives shouldn't be for profit.
Okay, I don't think so. I agree with you 100%, man.
Our lives shouldn't be a for-profit venture. I think healthcare should be socialized. Everyone should have healthcare.
You got to say that capitalism is done.
I could say that.
Capitalism is over because it's based on greed.
You're cooking right now.
Listen, I don't know. I think your way is. I mean, I don't know what your way is, but I don't think capitalism's working.
I totally agree. I think we're agreeing 100% right now.
Maybe a resource-based economy, something like that. Everybody's resource, kind of like you ever see the Venus Project? Jacques Fresco, guy's name, Jacques Fresco.
Okay.
You know,
resource-based economy. I like that. Something that is based around society's needs.
Kind of what Thomas Jefferson wanted to do. An agrarian, what did he call it?
Oh, agrarian.
Agrarian.
He wanted an agrarian economy. Yeah,
based on agriculture, like you got to, do something.
Yeah,
a lot of our economy is on
insurance company.
Guys.
How's it going to work, man? Unless you can predict the future.
He's tricking them into insane Pol Pot shit.
So there you have it, folks. People are making fun of it online, rightfully so, but in person, when you talk to people, it gets a little bit more, I don't know, nuanced. I guess when you talk to people at the murder site, you can have more nuanced conversations about United Healthcare and healthcare in general. So, yeah. Wow. Whew. Okay. And we're
shocking murder in Midtown Manhattan. New York cops tonight looking for that gunman who was wearing a ski mask when he shot the business executive in front of the Hilton Hotel on 54th Street. This was shortly before 7 this morning.
The victim, 50-year-old Brian Thompson. He was the CEO of United Healthcare. Thompson's wife called him a loving father of their 2 sons. This afternoon, police released these photos showing the gunman inside a Starbucks buying water and a power bar before the shooting. And we're learning new information about evidence that could link him.
Probably was him then.
Gunman inside a Starbucks buying water and a power bar before the shooting. And we're learning new information about evidence that could link him to the crime.
And this shooting comes on the same day.
Even there, you see what I mean? Like even that camera there shows a clear difference between the backpack and the jacket.
Yeah, but it looks like he's got a jacket underneath the jacket. He's got a black jacket underneath.
Information about evidence that could link him to the crime.
And this shooting comes on the same day as large crowds gather for the Rockefeller tree lighting. Security is now higher. We have 2 reports. Anthony Carlo on that heightened security in Midtown, but we're going to begin with NJ Burkett and the shooting itself. He's at the Hilton in Midtown Manhattan. Newt?
Did you ever tell us what you're conserving? Like I'm genuinely curious. Like I'm genuinely asking, why are you a conservative?
What are you
like?
conserving?
What is it? What is it that you want to conserve? Like I'm no conservative is able to answer this question. I think I've had one person give me an answer to this question. I just want an answer. I'm literally not trying to trick you. I just want an answer. Like I literally came from right-wing politics.
It seemed
I was a libertarian for a long time.
Distance blocker might be the issue.
Maybe. Like, I was a libertarian for a long time. I used to be a fan of these fucking rich assholes because they ran companies, not realizing that they actually don't do anything, and the people who do actually
Steve
make
Jobs
the
is an
products,
innovator.
like the people who make the products get fucked over. I'm not advocating for the workers to own the means of production. No, I want
the people who work it.
An erasure of hierarchy that makes a useless fat cunt make $10 million while some lady crying on the street because a CEO died makes $50,000 a year. Right? It's ridiculous. Why do I have to conserve something? I just prefer the beliefs of conservatives of those of liberals. What beliefs? This is what a conservative is. Like, you are conserving something. Conservatives these days, I guess you're conserving Reagan politics. So if Reagan politics is what you're conserving, then are you mad that this guy shot the CEO? A Reaganite would be angry that the CEO died. So is that what you're at with this?
I just added another soundbite.
What's your opinion of this then? This story itself, like a Reaganite would be against the shooter, pro law enforcement and pro CEO. Right? Everything under Reagan was privatized.
Let's see what Ben Shapiro, the libertarian, thinks.
Right? Was there a Ben Shapiro one on this?
Bro, you know what's happening right now?
Yes, there was.
The Streamer Awards.
You private messaged the Ben Shapiro one, right?
Maybe. Those sound bites in the... I just added another one to the drive.
Yeah. I did have this. Hold on. I think it was that Hasan video that I skipped. Had it.
Yes.
Okay? Straight up is crazy. There are two videos, dog. One has realities. And these
Come on. You'd be fucking kidding me.
No, he's just looking at the comments, I think, actually.
Oh
it's
my
not
God.
even looking
Republicans
at the coverage. Epic Hasan. Thanks for whoever. Who clipped this? What Hasan channel?
Hasanabi Productions.
Literally his channel. Right? That's him, right? No,
Maybe.
he's just Hasanabi, I think. This is probably a Vietnamese guy. Okay, but liberals aren't anti-capitalism. Like, Nancy Pelosi literally has the line, like, we're capitalist. And like
people who maintain the aesthetic.
Miss Insider Trading herself.
Yeah. The insider trader.
Yeah.
The evil
what do you mean?
Revolutionary left.
Like even even the most extreme person in the Democrats is like not
right wing.
Get rid of capitalism.
Yeah.
Not all politicians do it. No, you know what? You want to know who famously didn't do it? Joe Biden. A lot of them do, yes. But like Joe Biden was just in it because he loved the game. Like that's some freak shit. Yeah, well, and like, but the main reason why you should like Bernie Sanders isn't about his social policy and stuff. It should be him trying to be against these fucking healthcare lobbies who are just like the insurance companies, the drug companies. Like, being against that is based as fuck. And like, even Sanders, people are like, what's going on with Bernie? He's doing a right-wing grift.
No, he's a populist.
Trying to fucking He's trying to fucking do his job. Like, he can't be antagonistic to the fucking incoming regime, bro. That's how it works. Like, he needs to be able to convince them to get the fucking healthcare lobby out of this fucking bitch. Elizabeth Warren is a capitalist by her own words. Yeah, and she fucking makes these. She actually regulates capitalists. Like, Elizabeth Warren is literally like the fucking Nilla wafer of cookies, but she still regulates capitalism. Like, that's like the only thing she's contributed. She punched Pelosi in the face.
Well, folks, there was a shocking assassination.
Violence is always the option.
Hey, I said just like the Dalai Lama says, you know, if people want to commit violence for the liberation of Tibet, that's their freedom. You know, I'm not against the Syrian revolution.
See, this is interesting. I'm not trying to fit you in a box. Like, I'm literally trying to tell you that you're not a conservative. So no pity for the CEO. Okay. You disagree with lawlessness. Okay. On economics, capitalism has outperformed other systems. It definitely has.
Yeah, but also...
However, go
on. The most socialist president, FDR, right? The Marshall Plan, like, you could literally, people will say, oh, that was a socialist plan. That was not a fucking socialist plan. Like, what he was actually doing was like building up infrastructure, you know, like which is what a lot of stuff we do now is building up infrastructure and things like that. Like, that's leveraging capital. And we cannot trust billionaires to, you know, be ethical with like their extra money and shit. Like, Mark Cuban is on here promoting this like it's like cost drugs less, like cheapdrugs.com or something. But he created a company to undercut drug manufacturers for selling them for less. Do you think he actually cares about people?
No, he's just doing it to make money because drugs are so expensive.
And now he can act like he's great. It's just like how Elon Musk larped about how he was so great for doing the EV thing, but he's been a piece of shit the whole time. And libs sucked him off the whole time because he was building electric cars.
My favorite thing about Elon Musk is that he sold his carbon tax tickets to manufacturers in Detroit so that they could continue making the cars that they make without paying more money. So he actually profited off petrol car sales while making EVs and getting all the press that entails.
Like,
sounds like a good person.
Here's another
right?
thing that like libs don't address. I mean, look at fucking Gavin Newsom. Fucking, he hates homeless people, right?
Yes. He also loves Chinese EVs.
But like, the fact that there's more empty homes than there is homeless people.
Yeah.
The housing crisis, we literally have the ability to solve it now. Like, instantly. They could literally put something in motion right now. No more homelessness. But those are handouts. You know, if they're on the street because they do drugs. There's all these other supplementary excuses.
To be there.
But like, why are we driving up the housing market with empty homes? Like, why is housing getting more expensive? Why is lumber insanely fucking expensive?
Should ask Australia. They're very familiar with expensive housing.
Like, Ben Shapiro did that whole plank of wood thing because he went in and realized how expensive wood was. And that's all he could buy is that little plank.
Very funny.
Now I'm supporting Home Depot. I'm a real man.
Wednesday in New York City. We're going to get into all the details and the left's business.
Look, man,
I know, bro. Like,
Russian slave labor is getting expensive. What do you mean?
My dad, like he's not like a flipper of houses, but like he's always been like a home improvement, do-it-yourself hobbyist type of guy. So like he like flippers like don't actually do the work themselves, you know? Like my dad like puts in the floors himself.
Yeah,
counters,
flippers will
you
do it
know?
as fast as possible to get it back on the
They'll pay
market.
people to come in and stuff. Like my dad will pay masons to do sidewalks and stuff like that. Like, or not sidewalks, but you know, the walkways. But like he's always been like really into gardening and shit too. But like,
I mean,
he you have to like, if you're not a flipper, you actually have to like hold the properties for a certain amount of time before you can actually sell them. But like actual housing conglomerates are immune to these things.
It's because they can do it under business, I imagine. It's like a business.
Like another thing is like lakefront property stuff. Like if you're buying it, you cannot resell for a long time here.
Good.
And not even the lake. I live by a major polluted lake. Skinny Atlas Lake is like nicer. You know, that's where all our water comes from, right?
Yeah.
But like the houses he's buying is in like low income neighborhoods, right? And then he's kind of like China, you know, like there are problems, like maybe the floor is not perfectly level or something like that. Or like, so like my sink here in the bathroom, like the hot water doesn't really work on that sink specifically. All the other sinks, it's fine.
That's funny.
So there's like little things, you know, so
homemade touches.
It looks nice, like a high-end home, like a upper middle class home, but then he's able to rent it out for like fair pricing for like the like area,
for the area,
you know. And then you have this whole leftist like anti-landlord thing. Like my dad got laid off. I hate my dad, by the way, but this is beside the point. But he got laid off from AT&T, like when they were still doing like the telephone, you know, like he that's what he did, is customer service and sale. No, he was a sales guy, you know, so office job, right? So he got laid off from that because those jobs went overseas and shit, right? And then he has a master's in business, but nobody hires him because he like is overqualified, right? Like the money that he deserves for the degree that he went and got while he was employed at AT&T to like have upward mobility, ended up capping his mobility.
Amazing.
Right? So like he did a bunch of stuff. Like he tried to do upstarts with like greeting cards and stuff with like a shitty camera, you know, just to like, hey, something to do. Maybe I can sell some cards or something. But like my dad's like old as fuck, but he's still like doing manual labor almost daily. Right? Because he got laid off. And like to act like he's an evil landlord when he's buying under income housing and like then fixing it up and renting it out for the same price as the neighborhood. Like he makes a profit when he can finally sell.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, but like, he also like my house and my brother's house, like they both like did the same thing. So like now I pay in Camillus, the nicest suburb of Syracuse, I pay as much as I did living on a street where the day before I moved, there was a fucking shootout outside my apartment that's on ground floor, right? Same cost. Because thank you. But the apartment costs here are insane because it's like everyone wants to live in Camillus because it's the nicer suburb. It's not like even like a rich suburb. I mean, there is like rich pockets all over the place, but like, you know, middle to upward middle class. And it's fucking dope to be able to like actually be charged fair rent because I'm privileged enough that my dad got laid off and couldn't get a job. and does manual labor every day, you know? So like to frame it's like, oh, I'm privileged because I get to pay less rent because my dad's technically a landlord. Like the issue is BlackRock, sweetie.
Yeah, the issue is BlackRock.
Stop the Maoist bullshit.
Yeah, no, the issue is definitely BlackRock. Once BlackRock and like corporate foreign ownership of property.
Another issue is that most landlords suck.
Yeah. But like once the corporate foreign ownership of properties capping and setting rents is dealt with, then we can talk about landlords. Also, it's like, okay, landlords.
If they're just
the landlord's an
property and
asshole
charging rent, and then they like have a conglomerate company to come, like that's the thing is the corporate land ownership. Like all the apartments are owned by fucking corporations here.
Yeah.
That's the fucking issue.
And all the rents are the same, regardless of what the fuck it is.
Yeah. Well, no.
It's by bedroom.
Well, not only that, like so the ones that are slightly above the cheapest ones are okay, and like for the increase in quality, the price isn't exorbitantly increased. You know, it's kind of like when you buy in bulk, how you get a little bit more of a fair deal, right? But they are extremely strict. You need to be approved. You need to have like the proof of something, you know, you fucking, you know, like a fucking like 3-month security deposit and all that shit. And these are like, you know, like apartments that are like under $1,200 a month. Last time I checked, they're probably more expensive now. I haven't rented in a long time. But like,
when I will grow up, I will be army and save Pakistan.
You did the whole thing?
India. Strong army, war,
It's so
there's
long.
secret. There's secret grape and real grape.
The next generation of Pakistan is going to make Pakistan great.
I think just having the make Pakistan great would be fucking.
Well, dude, hang on. Go to real grape. See,
that's called genocide. Genocide.
Don't know about
See, that one's not funny. It's just gonna get play.
Yes.
We're arguing about it, right? There's another one in the same theme. I'm not sure if you saw it
on the list.
Yeah, I just put it in there, like a few minutes ago. The thing is that like Airbnb is also an issue, right? Like in theory, like Airbnb is great. Like I'm out of town, I can rent my shit, but like it's so much deeper than that, you know? Like, why is my dad capped on the amount of properties he can own at a time and how often he can sell them, but BlackRock isn't?
Yeah, good question.
You know, that's the thing is that it's not a fair or free market. Like even a free market would be an improvement, and I'm still against that. Like I think the more money you make, the more reason you should be regulated, because I believe strongly one of my main things, like the only policy objective I really have at this point, like I'll take whatever I can get, but the main thing I push for is supply chain acts.
Yeah.
Like they need to happen, and like getting those in place is not what capitalists want. It's never going to happen in America.
Yeah. All right, this is great. I'm glad you're actually interacting with us now and taking us at like proper value now. So, okay, stop corporations from buying real estate.
Also, Trump is the real estate guy.
Yeah. Yes. Stopping. So it's not So this is not about profit so much as it is about monopolization. Now, was Teddy fucking Republican or Democrat?
Teddy Roosevelt?
Mm.
Well, he was Bull Moose. It was his own party, but also
he had his own party.
Yeah, but also the parties were different. There were like even FDR, it's not the same.
Okay.
The Republican and
Okay.
Democrat is not even the
so
same,
what,
even
what
if they were
was
the same name.
Would he would have been a liberal? I'm assuming. In the more
not
modern
necessarily.
sense. No. Okay.
No,
Because
like libertarian. As there's some stuff in there. I mean, he fucking slaughtered Indians. You know.
I mean, see, the union busting, should
that's
be.
FDR. FDR is the trade
Oh,
busting.
FDR was union busting.
I'm pretty sure, not Teddy.
I swear Teddy was the fucking the hammer guy, the guy that took out the
trust
the big
buster?
monopolies.
No, I
Yeah,
thought
the
it was
trust
FDR.
busting. Somebody will tell us here. Progressive, but progressive specific meaning of the time. Yeah. Okay. Okay, they both did it. So regardless, I'm just
called the trust buster.
yeah, that's what I'm specifically referencing. I swear it was Teddy Roosevelt. Anyway, this is where you would come into trust busting, right? Because I'll use Australia as an example, but I'm sure America has the same problem. Now, Australia has a big problem with Chinese ownership of property and BlackRock ownership of property. The BlackRock ownership of property is easier and less controversial to stop than it is to stop Chinese and foreign ownership of property, because it also involves ceasing the allowal of foreign nations to own property in Australia. So this is going to actually be quite an interesting topic if it ever comes to pass, which it never will, but we'll continue on the hypothetical regardless. So BlackRock owns a fuckload of properties, not just in Australia, all over the world. Over $1 trillion, possibly the world's largest portfolio, right? Now, with $1 trillion of property.
Homeless people in BlackRock properties.
Yes, I agree. Squat BlackRock properties. But BlackRock owns a fuckload of properties. Now, what do you think? Now, let's say I am Larry Fink. I look like a thumb, and
throw eggs at him.
I run BlackRock.
Get the gun.
Right?
Jack's head just explodes. I say I'm Larry Fink. Head explodes.
So I have theoretically $1.4 trillion worth of equity and houses.
Well, I think you mean what's the difference between equity and equality? I think my issue is that people want equality and they don't know.
So theoretically, let's say I have this $1.3 trillion equity portfolio where I have 200 million properties. Sure. Let's go. No, sure. Let's go with 200 million properties. Let's go with 200 million properties. Let's go with that number. It doesn't matter. It's hypothetical. It's theoretical. I have 200 million properties.
This is why I just go, let's pretend that it's 200 and, this is just the value we're in. I simplify all the numbers.
Whatever. It makes it easy. Anyway, I got a shit ton of properties in a single country, and I have 80% of 6 suburbs of rental properties, and the rent's $250. That's the average.
Hey,
what happens?
I wonder who controls the rent.
What happens exactly? So what happens if me, with my 80% of rent, either goes, you know what? I'm going to make these people not be able to profit by making my rent so low that they will not be able to get renters, or I can inflate the numbers and raise property values because times are tough under COVID. Everything is more expensive. Up the rent goes. And look, now we're paying $500 a fucking week for a single bedroom studio apartment. That's pretty fucking cool, isn't it? Right? So this, and then what are the other 20% going to do? They're going to keep their prices low, or are they going to follow the crowd and make some money too? Of course they're going to follow the crowd. And then that sets the range. And does that ever come down? No, because it's a ratchet effect. Prices are never going to come down. Why would anybody ever drop the rent? Why would you drop the rent? That means less money. It's the same thing as corporations getting tariffs, right? You're a conservative. You probably voted for Trump. You're going to get tariffs, which means you are going to pay more for products because corporations in America have to pay more to import products from
They'll still make the
overseas.
same money.
So because corporations are going to protect their profits before looking after you, even though they say the customer is always right, they will always cover their bottom line first. This means the CEOs get their
The
pay
customer is
first.
always right is about saying fuck you to your employees.
Mm-hmm.
I don't actually make money from you.
Yeah, do what the customer wants. You are just a medium. You can be replaced by a kiosk. So the 20% goes up and it's a ratchet effect, and boom, now we're at a cost of living crisis, and you voted Donald Trump in.
He was going to win regardless.
I know, but I know, but like you get my point, where it's like this is the ratchet effect, where it's like, oh, it's Joe Biden. Well, no, the problem's actually capitalism. The problem is capitalism and the fact that there are no regulations on these gigantic companies with so much equity that it costs them nothing to buy something that people have to work their entire lives to just hope to afford. You don't see a problem with that? You don't think that should be regulated? Like, I just spent 15 minutes, probably way too fucking long, explaining the process of monopolies and trust busting and why it should happen. I didn't really explain the trust busting, but I explained why it should exist. You know, you'd break that shit up so you can't have a monopoly over control.
In Lena Khan, we trust.
Yeah, like, and I used Australia as an example because we literally have these consumer protections that are doing.
Fired, I might make those Lena Khan dollar bill shirts where it says "In Lena Khan, we trust."
But like, we have these protections here. This is the problem.
If Trump keeps Lena Khan around, it's enough to make me apologize for him.
Yes, honestly, yes. I'll be fine with domestic things, maybe.
If my house,
if the consumer protections.
I mean, I do have responsibility.
Well, if my house was leaking, why would I call my landlord who's going to take 3 weeks to fix it? Okay, it comes with at a price.
Just had
my price? Like, what do you mean?
And so what I did is I turned off the water at the source of the leak and used my other toilet. And then the next day I had him look at it, because if I break it, then I'm liable. You know, I'm supposed to be preserving. Like, that's what I'm here for. Is he needs the asset to be held so he can sell it. Like, that's the whole point.
Yeah. Like this, right? Area of demand goes up and prices go up. Yes, I agree. Now, this is the problem, right? Going back to my example of 80%, 20%. So let's say the actual ratio.
The thing is that if the companies weren't all owned by the same conglomerate, they would actually compete.
Yes.
The issue, like the theory of like libertarian economics, is that in like the free economic system, there's competition, and competition will make the better product. But because there is not enough trust busting and regulation, there is no competition. You buy your competition and then you own the entire market.
Exactly. Literally starting a company, the whole point is to basically sell it.
Yeah,
That's basically what it is.
That's the whole point, is to sell your company.
You just want to sell it to somebody.
Products. You create brands to sell.
Yep, that's all it is. Nobody is actually creating anything anymore. It's just beating a monopoly.
Home ownership is the solution, which is why Kamala Harris had what was actually a terrible policy. Like, it was a fine policy with it was something like rebates for new homeowners, right?
Mm.
But like, Kamala, the people still can't afford the new home. Like, you're not helping anyone with that policy.
Yeah. But yeah, like here's another scenario then, right? So let's say I have my 6 suburbs where I'm 80% and everybody is 20%, right? There's some surrounding suburbs that are building up. It's about 50% sold, so I buy up the rest, right? I now have 2 suburbs with around 45% of the properties, right? But I have 6 suburbs of 80% of the properties. I have a lot of equity. I'm going to use that equity to offer another 40%, 40% of the properties remaining to buy their properties at above market rate. Now, if I give them above market rate, do you reckon they'll sell? Do you think if I give them 15% above market rate on $1 million property, do you reckon they'll sell? What about 20%?
When you control the market.
And then, okay, now I control those suburbs. Great. And now as I do that, I slowly encompass everything, because who's going to stay when you can get 20% above market rate and buy a much bigger house somewhere else? But here's the funny thing.
Yeah, I said, it was a good policy. It was just like, who is this getting? Like, this is not a policy that you like. It's like, this is the great policy I have to solve housing. You need more than that. You need to be over-promising and then failing miserably on those over-promises.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are you doing? That's what I'm saying. We're gonna put the hobos in the homes.
Well, you see, this is the thing, right? I'm not making this example up. This is a real thing that's happening. Property prices in Australia have gone from an average of, I think, 700,000.
Australia has a housing crisis. We've made a video on it.
From, I think it was like 600,000-700,000 to $1 million house average across the entire country, I believe now, possibly just Melbourne. But Sydney is $1 million average as well. So this happened in roughly 5 years, 6 years, under a decade.
I mean, the housing crisis with BlackRock here has happened in basically 5 years as well.
Like, do you think that these are real examples, my dude? Like, BlackRock is doing this. It's not just BlackRock either. There are other conglomerates that are able to offer above market rate, which then pushes the market up. This is the same problem that happened during COVID for, I think I explained it earlier in the stream, even where I was talking about cars. This happened with cars as well. Yes, I was explaining about the Supra and shit. I've been tracking RX-7 prices for about 3 years just because I like to see when I'll never be able to afford one. So
that's how it gets you. The consumerism. You're consumerism pilled.
Dude, it's not consumerism.
Embrace
it's just
the solar punk, Jack.
The only thing
we're going all agrarian. Pol Pot was right.
The only thing I ever want to spend my money on is cars. That's it. That's it. I'll give it all away as long as I have money for the
call
cars.
This gentrifying. No, gentrifying is different.
But like
they also do gentrify. The same people who do gentrification are doing these shitty fucking buying up towns and shit.
Yeah, it's
hey,
doing the same.
Jack, can you look at the soundbite folder and tell me if that's what you wanted? Because I don't remember exactly what you requested. Also, I sent you a funny link in the private chat that everyone will love.
I'm not even sure what this might be.
What's funny?
No, it's just the faster WoW grape. It's just a faster one. That one's too slow. It needs to be punchier. Right?
Well, you said
right, because she drags the WoW out. There's like one that's just like WoW grape.
Well,
It's almost
You said I
sarcastic
want
sounding.
something that's something. So I put a make Pakistan great again. Is that in there?
No, I don't.
MPAG.
No, I don't think that was it. No, because I did listen to it. I don't think that's it. Also,
Ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing. Isn't that an antiseptic term?
but yeah, like it's a problem. It really is, and it's hard, and I like to focus on the corporate aspect of it, because attacking foreign citizens for owning properties in Australia, I think is actually something that should be done, but it needs to be done very delicately, in my opinion. I think that if somebody is not a citizen of this country and doesn't live here at least 25% of the year, I don't think you should be able to own property here, nor should you be able to own a rental fucking property where you're extracting wealth out of the country and out of pockets of people who actually
I
give
hate
into the
immigrants. Don't
community.
you?
What are you talking about?
Just fucking around.
Right? Like, I don't think that is a thing that should be opposed. I think that is a reasonable thing to have. Like, imagine if a foreign government was sending in people to buy up properties under their names and
I'm sending you
extract
a link
wealth
directly to the soundbite
through rent and give nothing back. Like, I don't think that should be
renting is. I saw this. Renting is hotel, right? The thing is, some places it's cheaper to fucking have a hotel because they'll do monthly rates that end up being cheaper. Sometimes, not always. It has to be a really shitty place.
And that one's better.
Is that what you wanted, though? You said, like, I wanted just saying Pakistan great. I thought that's what you said.
No, there's like a kid that says something about Pakistan. Pakistan is great, or Pakistan is like, I love Pakistan, or there's a couple kids specifically that I'm thinking of. Yeah, that's the point, my guy.
We have too many homes already.
Yeah, like it's
we
literally
need to reduce
waste.
the homes being built.
It's literally waste at this
point. But also, like, part of that's the thing is, like, Australia. It's like we need to build more houses.
No,
we need to put people in the houses.
Yeah, exactly. But the prices are too high. People can't afford it. But they keep fucking they keep building. They keep making. They keep knocking houses down to build high density housing, right? That it causes speculation on the land, right? This is how you solve this problem. Ban speculation. You ban speculation on land, and it makes subdividing impossible.
The Shapiro freeze, though, I know, right?
It's been like that the whole time, and you know what the best part is? We're not going to watch it because we're at time. But depending on what I'm doing tomorrow, I might stream on the other channel because I think you're going to use the main one.
You're going to compete with us?
I don't know. When are you going to stream?
I don't know. I'm waiting for James to fucking respond to me.
Okay, well, I'll stream before or after then, as like a pre or after show maybe. We'll see. I got to figure it out. I'm not sure what I'm doing tomorrow.
Anyway, can we look at the video link I sent you?
Yes, the Twitter one.
Yes.
Okay.
في يد الأمريكي والإسرائيلي
American.
إذا سقطت سوريا في يد الأمريكي والإسرائيلي والتكفير أدوات أمريكا بالمنطقة اللي بيسموا حالهم دول إقليمية ستحاصر المقاومة.
Oh my god.
إذا سقطت سوريا ضاعت فلسطين. من أراد أن يكون هنا أو هنا
Oh my
يكون
god.
حيث شئت. أما حزب
We're gonna
الله
get banned for terrorist
لا
propaganda.
يمكن
bro.
أن يكون.
It's gonna happen. We can't laugh at this, you know. We can't. Hasan can play fucking Houthi music videos to people, but we can't look at this fucking garbage.
This is dog shit. What the fuck?
في جبهة في أمريكا أو في إسرائيل أو في نابش قبور.
But wait, this is Hezbollah? They just got clapped. What the fuck are they doing?
It's IRGC shit. I don't know what group specifically, but a fucking DSA person retweeted this.
Amazing. Amazing.
وشقوا صدور وقاطعوا رؤوس. سوريا هي ظهر المقاومة.
Syria is the back of the resistance. Okay, bro.
Yes, don't you know?
وهي سند المقاومة.
The road to Jerusalem is through Yemen. Right? Syria is the road to Jerusalem. Who's this guy?
Dead. Last I saw he was.
Hang on.
Last I saw he was a joint.
Bro, you gotta go to the page that posted this and look at their banner. It's so funny.
Oh my god.
He's a ghost. Look, it's got crosses. Like Jesus Christian. Is that Christian stuff? Are you Christian Hezbollah? There's so much to process here. But like I love that he's like a mithril see-through ghost.
Mm-hmm.
This is an AI image. They don't even know that. They probably don't even realize that's like Christian symbolism. They think it's graves.
That's so funny.
Right?
No, he's got a Christian cross here.
Oh, epic.
That is amazing.
This is a type of person. Is it a parody account?
Awesome. I don't know.
That's funnier if it's a parody account and the DSA retweeted it. I just saw the video and was laughing. $313. That's fucking. You know what that is?
No.
It's like what Islamists use for their special forces. They say it's 313.
Okay.
That's how you. It's one of those things. When you see 313, it's one of those things that you should be looking out for more than like shahidas.
Yeah. Okay. Will you see it on Twitter and shit? Oh my god.
Yes. You'll see it in names. It has to do with the Quran though. So some people like will use it and they won't. They'll still support. A lot of people will have the 313. They'll still support Taliban and shit like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is this a parody page?
Is this another one? I don't think it is.
This is Hamas killing Israelis.
Oh, is it?
That's what that's what that is. So they use if you look at that though, don't show it, but look at the frame you paused on, right?
Yeah.
They're using a fucking backup camera from a car as the fucking trigger. Because it has the fucking sight on it already, you know? Yeah. Like it lets you know how close you are. Yeah, this is a fucking terrorist page, bro.
Yeah.
Not parody. They're just that funny. Like I said, like Four Lions. If you wanna watch a film that like accurately shows like these types of people, Four Lions is exactly what they are like. That's what makes it so fucking funny. Like I think before I think Four Lions was funny before I learned a lot about this stuff. But since then, like watching Four Lions, since I've learned a lot of like jihadism and stuff, It's only gotten funnier.
How many do we have on Twitch? 6. We can send a pretty good raid.
Raid? Shadow
Raid?
Legends?
Is he still here? Makes home builders more reluctant to build. Like, yeah, that's like the whole point. Why would we want them to build? Like, the issue at the moment is infinite growth. Infinite growth in Australia is mostly upheld through the housing market.
People are leaving
because...
in 2 seconds. Raid starting. They go by.
Okay. Anyway, it's like they will, yeah, bye. I think they're all gone. Either way. All right, we're done. She's playing Wukong. All right. I'm ending. Goodbye, everybody.